Morning, everyone. If I could get you to take your seats, we're going to start in a minute. All right. Well, welcome to Digital Access Day. It's great to see you all here today. We have some industry leaders, policymakers, internet nerds, all working towards ensuring a safe, open, and affordable internet for Canadians. Before we begin, I'd like to acknowledge that we are gathered here today on the traditional unceded territory of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe people. Right now, too many Canadians face barriers. High costs keep internet access out of reach for many. Lack of competition limits choice and innovation. Gaps in connectivity leave rural, remote, and Indigenous communities without access at all. Digital literacy gaps mean many people lack the skills to safely participate and effectively participate in the digital world. And cybersecurity threats continue to increase. Today is about solutions. We'll explore how a new government could reshape digital policy, what needs to change to drive real competition, and how we can better protect Canadians online. While there's no formal Q&A, I would encourage you to approach speakers during breaks and lunch and at the networking reception after the event today. To get us started, I'm pleased to introduce Professor Michael Geist, a leading expert in digital law and policy. He'll share why 2025 is a critical moment to reset Canada's digital policies and what we must prioritize moving forward. Michael?
Great. Thanks very much, Franca. Good morning, everyone. It's really nice to be here, and I see a lot of familiar faces and friends who haven't sometimes seen each other for a long time, so it's a great opportunity. I should tell you that, as you may know, many years I ran or sat as a board member of CIRA, the Canadian Internet Registration Authority, for many years, and one of my lead priorities back when I was a CIRA board member was a community investment program, trying to find ways to ensure that CIRA would put money back into the community. And I chaired that committee while I was on the board, and I remember one of the very first applications we got was for this idea of a digital access day. We funded it, and to see it still running many years later, bringing the community together is just is amazing. So at least we made one right call. We made many right calls, but this is one that highlights that if you build it, they'll come, and I think it's great to see that take place. Now, the opportunity to come and speak, I think, comes at a particularly important moment. I think many of us will recognize that. We've got a political situation, of course, here in Canada, where we're likely to see a federal election in the coming months. We, sitting here in Ontario, find ourselves in the midst of an election right now. And the developments in the United States, President Trump, of course, are having just an enormous impact, seemingly on just about everything, and certainly on economic life and social life in Canada here as well. So I wanted to use these opening remarks to focus on three things. First, the effect from a digital perspective of prorogation. I suspect many of you will know some of the impacts, but just in case, I think it's worth highlighting just how notable the changes are given that we've had prorogation. Talk a bit about the Trump effect, and there's a lot of different things one could talk about, but going to focus specifically on digital and cultural policies, and then offer a few thoughts about what comes next. And then I know that I'll have a chance to sit down with David Aiken for a little bit and talk a bit more about some of these issues. First, though, prorogation. And if you've been following the digital space and the various pieces of legislation that were at the House of Commons, you will know that there are any number of bills that are now effectively dead. Effectively, they are dead. And the prospect, given the likelihood of an election sometime in the next coming months, is that we are going to hit the reset button essentially on all of those different issues. So there's Bill C-27, the AI and privacy bill. The privacy side of that legislation under the Liberal government goes back quite a long time. Many of you will recall that I can remember discussions in this forum, specifically around the digital charter when Natalie Baines was the minister, which ultimately led to the first bill. It was Bill C-11, ironically enough as well. Bill C-11 took on a different meaning for many people in the internet space, but at the time that was the first Bill C-11. That died. That was followed by bringing that legislation back with, Bill C-27, which the government decided not just to keep the privacy elements of that legislation, but to add AI regulation at the same time. The privacy side, I think, certainly many thought, and I think rightly so, that there was room for improvement. An emphasis, for example, on privacy as a human right was one of the issues that got a lot of attention. But at the same time, there was, I think, a fair amount of consensus that Canada's privacy rules, PIPEDA, are now more than 25 years old. It was time for an update, and that the model gave a lot to work with and was fairly reasonable. At the same time, I think there was a lot of concern about the AI-related rules. Felt a little bit like you were given an assignment for the next day in school and didn't really have time to do your homework, so you just threw something quickly together and put it forward. And in the case of AI regulation, we chose to model this legislation, at least at first, largely on EU-style regulation. Prime Minister is literally in France right now, today, speaking largely about some of those same kinds of rules. And so we were trying to follow that as our model, initially without almost any detail whatsoever. It was essentially punting much of the detail. Later, when the Minister, François-Philippe Champagne, came to committee, suddenly there was a bit more meat on the bones, so to speak, a little bit more detail, but still many of the issues were left to regulation. And there was the sense that no one had really done the hard work of consulting and getting a sense of what exactly Canada wanted to do. What were our priorities when it comes to AI? Was it about the economy? Was it about creating some of these safeguards? Was it finding ways to reconcile both of those things? And so we ended up with this at committee. Not a great process. It was very hard. I appeared, and I think a number of other people in the room have appeared before committee. We found that you had, of course, 5 minutes as is typical before a committee. You had to choose, were you talking about privacy, were you talking about AI? You might get the odd question, of course, but this was not really a way, I don't think, to study the bill in any meaningful way, and ultimately that legislation is going forward. Same is true for Bill C-63, the online harms legislation. That too had a windy path, let's say, to get to the point even of being legislation. It was really viewed, I believe, by government as part of a 3-part internet regulation package, the streaming bill, the news bill, and the online harms bill, and was always expected, I think, by the government to be the most controversial and most challenging of those bills. It's one of the reasons that it was delayed as long as it was. And in fact, when the government first put out a consultation on the issue, it was pretty roundly criticized by just about everyone, including those that would otherwise be expected to be supportive of that. Which I think ultimately leads to the government doing a bit of a rethink. They created an advisory panel, they engaged in consultation, and came back, at least with respect to the responsibility of internet platforms, with something that was certainly not wholly unreasonable. It was this duty to act responsibly, and I think that notion struck a chord with many as a way to sort of manage some of the challenges of balancing out freedom of expression concerns with recognizing that there are some real harms that exist online. One of the real problems, though, was that the government chose to include within this legislation amendments to the Criminal Code, amendments to the Canada Human Rights Act, which proved, I think quite rightly, far more controversial. It was clear from really day one that this was going to be the focal point for many, not the bulk of the legislation, which was really dealing with the online harms piece. And by the time Justice Minister Arif Virani offered up a compromise by saying he would split the bill, as many had been calling for almost literally from day one, It was simply far too late, and that legislation now too is dead. One last piece, one last bill to note that, which has also died, it's certainly relevant to people in this room, is Bill C-26. It is a cybersecurity bill that includes significant telecom elements as well. It was at least in part a response to some of the issues around Huawei, but I think it certainly went far beyond that. And this is in some ways truth being stranger than fiction. There were certainly a lot of concerns about that legislation, but nevertheless, it made it through the House. It made it through on a substantive level through the Senate. But yet, towards the very end, someone came to the realization that there had been a drafting error in terms of renumbering the legislation based on some changes that would have had the effect of canceling the validity of a whole section of that legislation. So the Senate said they couldn't pass it in that form, sent it back to the House, where it sits until prorogation. And so the bill, notwithstanding the fact that it, from a substantive perspective, really did go through all of this, is now dead as well. So large amounts of what we spent the last couple of years talking about are now effectively dead, which really will raise some interesting questions and concerns about where to next. There's, I think, as well, of course, a significant element in terms of what Donald Trump is going to do and the kind of impact that is going to have, I think, in we've spent much of the last, or government spent much of the last couple of years talking about making web giants pay. I suspect when Donald Trump hears that, he hears make the United States pay. And it doesn't take much to recognize that that's not the sort of thing that sits particularly well with the current US administration. So if we take a look at bills that are now law, Bill C-11, for example, the Online Streaming Act, or Bill C-18, the Online News Act, both of which are strongly premised on the notion of requiring internet platforms. In the case of the streaming bill, that will, of course, include the Netflixes, Disneys, and Spotify's of the world. In the case of news, it's Google and Meta, although as everyone will know, Meta has chosen to comply with the legislation by stopping links to news on its platforms like Facebook and Instagram. But nevertheless, the whole notion is make these companies pay, put into different funds, or pay off to a collective that is designed to then redistribute some of that funding. Both of those bills or those laws are under some pressure. In the case of Bill C-11, the streaming bill, nothing has been paid yet. There are court challenges that are ongoing, and the court has stayed any requirement to pay until those challenges are sorted out. In the case of C-18, well, Facebook's out, or Meta's out. Google has paid their initial $100 million, but that has yet to be distributed to anyone, although the expectation is that the first tranche of distributions may happen in the next month or so. Then there's the digital services tax, the DST, which is designed, again, to target larger companies based on revenues they generate from things like online platforms, from data, a range of other internet-related activities. We're talking in this instance about really big money. It's pretty big money, I suppose, in the case of C-11, but it's hundreds of millions in that context. It's billions in the context of the DST, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, estimating $7 billion of revenue over a 5-year period. It is designed to be retroactive. It goes back to 2022 in terms of payments. And while it has taken effect, there are no payments scheduled to be made until the summer. And so the question will be whether or not the US pushes on the DST. Well, I don't think it's a question. The US will continue to pressure on the DST. We may well seek to use that as a bargaining chip in terms of negotiation. We are hardly the only country that has DST. As I say, it is real money, but we're going to face, I think, some pretty significant pressure, perhaps using that, using that as a method to bargain against some of the other issues that we face. I think there's a whole cultural policy dimension here as well, which has a fair amount of overlap with some of the things that take place. You may have seen that President Trump just a week or two ago, right around the same time as we had our first battle with tariffs. I think it's only a week ago. Long. It's crazy. The timelines are kind of crazy. But in any event, Trump started focusing on access to the Canadian market for US banks, incorrectly so in terms of what he was asserting. But how long before he starts talking about lack of access to the Canadian market for telecom companies or for broadcasters in terms of some of the protections that we have? How long before he raises the issue of simultaneous substitution, saying, why does Canada have a policy that allows Canadian broadcasters to replace the advertising from US broadcasters on the same programs and generate hundreds of millions of dollars in doing so? Arguing why shouldn't US broadcasters be the beneficiaries of all of that advertising, including instances when Canadians are accessing that feed? How long before he says, why is it that US companies are required to pay into various funds for CanCon, but are excluded from participating in those same funds because our CanCon system limits who can own the productions to Canadians, and so Netflix pays in but doesn't get to take out. I suspect it, frankly, won't be very long before those kinds of issues get raised, and Canada's response, potentially that this is how we've always done it, I don't think is going to prove particularly satisfying for you. So all of this raises the question of what comes next, and given that everything is moving so rapidly and there is so much uncertainty even as to who might lead on some of these issues, this is clearly just a guess, and we'll see how things get sorted out. One possibility, of course, is that, and we saw it play out briefly in terms of tariffs, that we will simply look to retaliate on any number of different issues. And so our approach might well be to say, if we are now in a trade war with the United States on some of these policies, and digital and cultural plays a significant role, we will look to identify ways in which we can retaliate in some fashion, trying to increase the amount of US domestic pressure in the hope of finding some sort of resolution on some of these issues. And we can probably identify a bunch of different issues in this regard. On my podcast this week, for example, Professor Richard Gold from McGill University comes on to talk about using patents as a potential tool that we could target. It is within Canadian law, and this is reflective similarly of international law, and it is used by the United States to suspend patents in certain circumstances. Like Canada say, we are going to suspend upon request certain pharmaceutical patents. We've got a strong generic industry who might look at certain patents that are about to expire within the next couple of years and ask the government to suspend them early in order to begin to enter the market on a generic basis. That might well capture the attention of certainly US pharmaceutical companies and the US president. Might we similarly target AI patents, arguing that one of the ways to allow for our industry to better develop would be to suspend certain AI patents so that there would be, so to speak, a greater freedom to operate when it comes to some of these issues. Doesn't sound like the sort of thing that we would typically try to do, but these are different times to be sure. What about copyright? We extended the term of copyright under US pressure just a few years ago, included it within the USMCA, but we allowed for us, and we didn't take advantage of it, but we allowed Canada to require that extra 20 years to be subject to a registration requirement, saying that you would get, all copyright holders would get the same typical life of the author plus 50 years, and if they wanted the additional 20 years to make it life plus 70 as the standard is in the United States and in Europe, you'd have to simply request it through some easy registration process. Wouldn't create a significant hill for someone to have to climb, but nevertheless would make the default in terms of extension that something remains in the public domain as opposed to being still subject to protection. Now, the US has made term extension one of its major issues really around the world. And having a G7 country establish a registration requirement in compliance with international standards would be something that would also certainly capture the attention of any number of the larger players who might fear that it could be emulated by others. We could focus on data localization. I think, in fact, we can make a strong case that we should be focusing on data localization. This has also been a major issue for a long time for the United States. Many, of course, of the cloud servers are located in the US. They're anxious to ensure that data transfers easily across borders. We've seen any number of countries say that one of the best ways to protect your data is to ensure that it remains local, remains within the jurisdiction. Might we say that we have concerns, given some of the tensions between our countries, that we want to ensure that data remains local? How many Canadians, if asked if this continues to escalate, would be comfortable with their health data move in across the border, and potentially being stored in the United States, or some of their financial data. Live in different times, and I think many who might have previously said they're not particularly concerned might increasingly have a different perspective. We could focus on de minimis, on the de minimis standard, which wouldn't be particularly popular with consumers, but would be pretty popular certainly with some US retailers. For many years, many of the larger US platforms, eBay and some others in particular, have focused on the customs de minimis standard for small packages, arguing that lots of consumers buy a lot of stuff in smaller amounts and that it makes sense to increase the standard, the threshold under which people can freely import without any customs duties or taxes being applied. We did, a number of years ago, raise that standard. Leaving it's up to $800 for travelers after 48 hours, but the standards are different in terms of smaller packages. Canada might well say, well, why should we be facilitating that cross-border commerce from the United States with consumers purchasing from US players in an environment where people are focused on buy Canadian? One of the ways that you incentivize buying Canadian is to actually make it more expensive to buy from elsewhere. And the de minimis standard might be one way to do that. So there are a number of kinds of things that we could focus on in terms of seeking to respond, to say that, and from a digital perspective, in terms of what we might be able to do. We might also consider shifting away from the US orbit. I mean, we're already seeing much talk about that, certainly from a trade-related perspective, but we might think about that from a regulatory perspective as well. As I mentioned, Prime Minister in Europe right now talking about AI. Might Canada move with a number of other countries to say that this is where our focus is, this is the kind of regulation that we want, whether it be on data or on AI or on any number of different kinds of issues, and certainly competition rules being an example of another, where the EU, through its Digital Markets Act, and from a consumer perspective, which is with its Digital Services Act, far more aggressive about regulating. Canada has been a bit more reticent about doing so, although we've seen the Competition Bureau more recently take action against Google. Might Canada say that this is where we're placing our bet in this current environment, and we seek to have our rules look much more like European rules or some of the global rules, and enforcement actions to match? There's, of course, another possibility, though. We might simply try to use some of these issues as bargaining chips, saying that DSP would be nice and cross-industry subsidies when it comes to something like C11 is pretty good, but ensuring that our steel and aluminum and dairy and some of the other products that we sell actively into the United States goes in tariff-free might be more important economically, and so we're prepared to sacrifice some of the gains and benefits that we have accrued on some of those kinds of issues in return for a lessening on some of those tariffs. So it might simply just be an instance where we seek to negotiate on some of these issues. We might also recognize that there are costs to having taken a very adversarial relationship with some of the big tech companies. Just before Chrysler Freeland sort of blew up the government, so to speak, I had a meeting with senior officials within the government who were focused on disinformation within the context of the forthcoming election. It's going to happen at some point in time. And they were quite candid in saying, these were not officials from Heritage, as will be clear in just a sec. They were quite clear in saying, and candid in saying, that they were looking to try to foster a direct relationship with some of the large platforms in dealing with misinformation during an election campaign, but that relationship had been badly damaged by Heritage. That was frankly the exact words that they had. And so their ability to actively work with the very companies that were in the best position to try to deal with this had been undermined through the last couple of years of policies where we were happier having a more adversarial relationship with these companies. Might Canada say that, you know what, some of these issues are also really important. We need to find a way to work with some of these large tech companies as opposed to simply looking at them, as I've sometimes said, as policy ATMs, where we get various withdrawals to fund some of our initiatives. And finally, I think that one of the things that we are going to have to come to grips with is that there are trade-offs in all of these policies, and we have to do a far better job of recognizing what those trade-offs are, and frankly have a far more honest conversation about some of the costs of regulating or not regulating and what some of the implications are. I'd use AI as, I think, a perfect example of that. As I mentioned just this week, we're effectively doubling down on the regulatory model, it would seem, with a lot of emphasis on sort of the EU AI Act and categorizing AI systems based on their risk, at one end of the spectrum, minimal or medium level risk, which may involve some very basic notions of regulation, but nothing particularly significant. At the other end of the spectrum, potentially banning certain AI systems or categorizing them as high risk and establishing a very significant regulatory framework associated with all of them. Now that's the approach we're seeing in the EU and the so-called Brussels effect, the notion that the EU is first to market with regulations in the hope that others will follow that model, is a playbook that we've seen before. We see it in privacy. We're now seeing it play out again with respect to AI. But we live in an environment where AI is not just about protection, one would think, or one would hope, but there's also obviously enormous economic consequences to the kinds of choices we make with respect to AI. And in the United States, literally on the first day or on the second day, Donald Trump whisked away the Biden administration's executive order on AI. It didn't include some of the same kinds of heavier regulations that you've seen in the EU, but it certainly was suggestive of a more pro-regulatory approach. It seems pretty apparent that the United States will look at AI, at least under this administration, not through the lens of how do you protect, but how do you lead from an economic perspective. And I would suggest that the arrival of DeepSeek from China just over the last few weeks, in terms of at least public consciousness, will only exacerbate the perspective that this is a global war for leadership on AI, that the economic consequences of who wins that battle are enormous, and the US will take the position that we will do whatever is necessary to be a leader, even if that means deregulating at a fast clip to pave the way for investment and leadership in the space. Well, what choice do we make? We have on the one hand a model that says the way to go here is with significant amount of regulations. At the same time, we live right beside a country that is saying we want to be a leader, and if that means we take your AI companies and we take your potential AI investment, no amount of government announcements about funding for data centers and other AI support is going to change the flow of that money and that talent going south of the border. Now, I'm not sure what the right choice is. I think there are real concerns around AI, and I think we've got to find ways to reconcile some of those concerns with the economic risks that we face if we find ourselves on the outside looking in. I think it's essential to recognize that on that issue, as well as on many others, it's the kind of policy conversation that we simply have not had. Those that dared to criticize some of the legislation in the past were treated as stooges of big tech and roundly dismissed by the government. And so we found ourselves in an environment where the ability to actually engage in a real conversation about some of these policy trade-offs and decide for ourselves what is best for Canada has often been missing. At this particular moment and in this community focused on these kinds of issues, I hope that now is the time to start having that kind of conversation. Thanks so much for your time.
Thanks, Michael. And now we're going to dive a little deeper into this conversation and invite David Aitken, Chief Political Correspondent with Global News, to a fireside chat.
Well, I'm using the pink microphone. Great job, Michael. Thank you. I was a tech reporter when I first met Michael, and the issues. This is well, I was a tech reporter. One of my first stories I covered a company called Netscape IPO. So that's kind of how old I was. Napster and the invention of the MP3 and copyright. But I've been a political reporter here in Ottawa since just as the Harper government took over. So some of the issues that you mentioned, I'm up to speed, and some I might be learning a little bit more. But one of the places I thought I'd start is just on all the bills that died. Were you like, thank God, or were you thinking we have lost some important things? In other words, I'm trying to get a sense of what might be salvaged, and pick wherever you want to go. The online harms bill, privacy, et cetera. Was there some good work lost?
Yeah, well, for people who follow my stuff, they'll know that I probably didn't shed a lot of tears for some of the death of some of this legislation. I've been generally fairly critical, but there has been good work, and I think there's a couple of elements here. One is that honestly, you spend a couple of years spending a lot of time studying this legislation, appearing before committee, writing about it, doing podcasts about it, and then to see it kind of all for nothing is frankly a little bit frustrating, but I suppose that's just the way this sometimes plays out. To your specific question though, is there salvageable stuff? Absolutely there is. And even in the context of online harm, which I think in many ways got the lion's share of the criticism, at least recently, Conservatives put in the window a private member's bill from Michelle Rempel-Garner that was designed to deal with some of the same kinds of issues. It is more directly focused on child safety related concerns. So that's where her point of emphasis is. It does not include the larger bureaucratic infrastructure from an enforcement perspective, which frankly raises questions about how do you enforce some of these issues. But nevertheless, it seems to me that we have at least reached the point that there is, I think, arguably unanimity around the notion of a need to do something around online harms. There are some disagreements, obviously, on what should get covered and how you enforce, but that's what some of these policies, processes ought to be about. And so the work that's been done to date provides at least a starting point for that conversation.
And you mentioned as well, though, the platforms, and I think that's a thing, because a lot of the, mostly conservatives who objected to some of the things in the online harms bill, well, there was already existing laws that we could apply, existing criminal code laws that we might apply in an online context. But one of the things was, what is that duty that platforms, defined broadly, ought to bear for harm that takes place on their platforms?
Right, and this notion that, well, we've got, some of these rules are covered by criminal law, so, there's nothing to see here. I think ignores the practical reality of the harms that do take place. Not everything rises necessarily to a case of criminal liability, and the prospect of bringing a criminal case for any harm that takes place online, I think, is simply not realistic. There are real harms that take place, whether we're talking about child-related issues or revenge porn or a range of other different things, where part of the goal ought to be mitigating against the harm as rapidly as possible. And so one of the goals was trying to find ways to do that, retain due process in an appropriate fashion, and sort of work that out. Because these same platforms look at the situation in the United States, and of course many of them are US based, where there are rules that grant them broad immunity, both for the removal of content, of third-party content, as well as the allowing of certain content. So they essentially find themselves in a state of immunity from liability, whether they take it down or leave it up. So that has meant that in many instances, some of these companies have not been particularly proactive when it comes to these issues. And we have also, of course, seen that changes in ownership and changes in US administration changes this perspective as well. So Elon Musk buys Twitter or X, and suddenly the willingness of that company to take on some of the online harms, some of the harms on that platform changes. President Trump gets elected, and suddenly Meta changes its content moderation policies in different ways as well. So without absent having some clear obligations under the law, it's pretty clear that things can move pretty dramatically depending on who's in charge, both of the company and I suppose of the government.
I wanted to pick up on your comment about a little bit of frustration when you testify before a committee. You only get 5 minutes, et cetera. Some of you might have testified before committees and might also have been frustrated. I have to cover these committees and I get frustrated watching the people get asked the wrong questions. And I don't care what the committee is. Obviously, politicians want to make political points, so their line of questioning is to embarrass the government if they're in that position and so on. But you've done this for a lot of years, and I'm wondering, were there some legislators in the last parliament that seemed to show more interest? You mentioned Michelle Rempel-Garner. I think she was the first one to read an AI-generated speech into Hansard. In other words, what's the sophistication of the current batch or the batch that might just be about to leave?
Listen, I think there are any number of people that are reasonably sophisticated or at least have an understanding of some of these issues. Whether or not that plays out once you get to committee is a bit of a different story, unfortunately. And so, I did a Heritage Committee, I guess it's about a year and a half ago, and it was one of the first times sort of post-COVID that I had the opportunity to go back in person before the committee. I always choose to be there in person if I can. It's an advantage of being in Ottawa, and you get an opportunity to interact with some of the MPs in ways you don't otherwise. And it was this just odd experience. I'm used to speaking and not having the MPs look at you or seemingly pay very much attention, just scrolling and doing whatever they're doing. But in this instance, you had a number of the MPs not even look at me when they were talking. Why? Because they were talking to the camera in the room. So they would appear directly when they were asking that question, and then I would respond. And quite literally, by the time I had walked off the stage, it was a 2-hour hearing, there was already a clip from one of the political parties up from that hearing, and 2 more appeared as sort of promo ads on their Instagram and YouTube by the end of the day. And so this kind of clip culture tells us that this is now far less about engaging in a real policy debate and analysis, and it's just a show, largely for generating clips and driving up interest from whatever side you happen to be on.
Yeah, and we've noticed that's question period. It's really Parliament has become a set for people's Insta posts, Facebook posts. More just on sort of government, and we might see, not 1 but 2 governments this spring before Victoria Day. And prime ministers may choose to organize their cabinet in a different way. We've had digital everything, sort of with the industry minister often taking the lead. You mentioned Heritage has some interest in some things. Certainly our public safety minister has some interest in a digital space. Would it make sense to create a cabinet level position? I don't know what you call it, digital minister, whatever, that would take over some stuff. So Heritage is not sort of getting in the way of our security people, getting in the way of our innovation people. Is now that time? Now that we've got AI just alone on that, digital minister.
Yeah. Well, we have had a digital government minister.
Right, that's Terry Beach. I almost forgot. Oh no, that was before Terry.
Yeah, Joyce Murray.
Joyce Murray was digital, and now Terry's government services. There we go.
Yeah. So
that's the impact they have.
And so and in some ways that answers the question.
Right.
I think this government in particular created any number of ministerial positions without necessarily having the full staff behind them. I call quite a battle over government funding for Laith Marouf, which I found myself involved with, as I've been pretty outspoken on anti-Semitism issues. And one of the questions was, well, what was the government department that was involved and who was the responsible minister? And it was Heritage that was the department, but the argument was the minister at the time, Pablo Rodriguez, was not the responsible minister. And it was instead Hussein. And I have to say that, that experience and any number of others has led me to believe that if you're creating these ministerial roles without having a real department behind them, doesn't accomplish a whole lot. And so we have seen other countries create ministers that are broadly responsible for the digital space, partially as a signal that this is a priority and ensuring that around the cabinet table that it gets due time. But they sometimes just don't carry the weight that you'd otherwise want on some of these issues because they aren't they don't have the core ministries behind them. What might work, or at least work better, in the same way that there are cabinet committees, having some sort of clear committee that focuses on these issues, putting responsibility for trying to move some of those issues forward with a certain number of ministers, at least might allow for a more coherent policy. And some of the battles or debates that might take place over some of these issues might happen here. Although even there, I'll admit, I might as well speak candidly. I would have hoped. I certainly would have hoped on some of these issues that we've seen on C11 and C18 that we had a more active and aggressive industry minister that recognized that his stakeholders and his portfolio was being directly affected and Heritage was running roughshod over it. But frankly, we didn't really hear a peep out of that minister. It just wasn't a priority. And so the ability to ultimately affect things as between even that interministerial relationship, it seems to me, lies as much on who the minister is as on the particular portfolio.
Yeah, and I should point out for those, because I have to watch, there's 28 committees. And I would say at any given time in the last few parliaments, there's 4 or 5, which are committees that are sites of political battle. So those are the dysfunctional committees, and those are the ones where people are reading into cameras. But there is some committees. The Agriculture Committee has done some reasonable work, and maybe you could find a committee that can stay out of the political heat to do some careful thinking. Speaking of careful thinking, I wondered if you wanted to use a couple of minutes to maybe sketch out what some AI regulations might, what you would recommend might look like. What prohibitions might there be? What incentives? Is it one big ballpark piece of legislation, or is it fine tuning some others?
Okay. Well, I'll answer that question, but I first will give, in the context of some committees do good work, give a shout out to some of the Senate committees.
Okay, there you go. Sure.
Which I have to say really do good work, because some of the kind of circus and theater that we see within the House just doesn't happen in the same way in the Senate. And so you get senators who genuinely are actively engaged, have an understanding of the issues, and ask real questions in a way that doesn't feel nearly as scripted. The problem, of course, is that the impact or influence of their work oftentimes is not as significant as it is within the House. Okay. What would I do on AI? Well, as I say, I think first off, we actually really do need to have a real conversation about what it is that we want when it comes to AI. And I don't feel we've ever really had that. We need to better identify where do we want to put at least the majority of our chips. Is it around saying we want to be a global leader here? We often like to talk about how we have been a global leader when it comes to AI from an academic perspective, but clearly there's a desire to see that translate into a commercialization that we've had a hard time leading on. I would say that I think that is a significant priority, and so that jumping in with significant amounts of regulation, in part, some of this feels driven by having been burned around social media and the internet. We, and not just Canada, but many countries took a very long time to come to grips with some of the harms that were taking place online, only to realize it was really tough to put the toothpaste back in the tube. And so we see this taking place. We can easily recognize some of the kinds of concerns, and there then becomes this desire to say, well, let's get ahead of the game. I have some concerns that we may not be getting some of those choices right. And I think that in a competitive environment, we really do run the risk of being left behind with capital moving towards places where it's got the most likelihood of success. There are things we could do, though. I think transparency quite clearly is basic table stakes. So greater transparency around algorithms and around some of the choices that are made with respect to AI seem to me to be not a particularly onerous obligation, but one that I think is pretty essential to better understand what is taking place. And so we could certainly move in that direction from an AI perspective. I think we've got to sort out some of the copyright related questions in building these large language models. We've largely avoided it to this point, but the question around can you use the materials coming in? What are the rights associated with what comes out? Especially from a generative AI perspective, I think it seems to me becomes pretty important. I think we can have policies that really seek to incentivize leadership in this space. We've had people, including, I don't know if Bill's staying our notes here, but I can recall the days when Bill was focused very much on the idea of Canada being a global leader when it came to cloud, the idea of setting up some of these servers up in the north where it's cold, where heating is one of the major issues, of course. But our networks were never really up to snuff, and we had internet exchange issues where we didn't have enough competition. It was controlled by too few players. And so the idea that people would invest in that was a problem. So I think there is a lot we could do. And then I think we can also just quickly say that when there are real issues around biases and those related harms, where we do have laws already in place, well, we need to ensure that those laws, of course, can be applied effectively. So it's not that AI is this no law space, but rather one where we use some of the existing laws where we've got them against harms to ensure they apply. We have greater transparency, and we've got policies that help incentivize investment here. And if we started just even with that, before we jump in with these broad regulatory models that we're seeing elsewhere, we at least find ourselves sort of finding a way to strike a bit of a balance.
One of the last things I might close with in terms of questions is, one of the internet is for everyone. The internet, the layer, we're still spending, what, $3 billion is the universal broadband fund. We saw Doug Ford threaten to rip up a Starlink contract in this provincial election campaign. There's still a lot of rural, indigenous, northern communities without high-speed internet in this day and age. There's no way the market's going to push it out to those last miles. It's going to take government intervention. Do you see, I assume, still a role for government to do that? And how would that collide with the Trump administration if the federal government was subsidizing telecoms to build last miles where no telecom otherwise would?
Well, given that we've seen some politicians talk about 100% tariffs on Tesla, targeting Elon Musk's company seems to be in vogue, at least at the moment. But I do think that this, it's sad and even just a little bit astonishing that we are still talking about some of those basic access issues for certain Canadians. It's pretty unthinkable, I think, for anyone in this room that they would not have that sort of access. It's by now so second nature. The idea that there are still communities that may not have that is crazy. And so I don't see why that would attract U.S. pressure on the other side if we decided to make some of those investments. And it seems to me that we're frankly long past the point of saying that we need to act to ensure that everyone does have access. Some of the tougher questions, I think, will be, and I'm sure this will come up over the course of the day, around competition in telecom more broadly. We've had now successive governments over essentially a 20-year period, whether conservative or liberal, conservatives adopting, at least initially, or not initially, but as time went by, a bit of a more confrontational approach when it came to some of the telcos, prioritizing consumer-related kinds of concerns. Still, it made some differences, but still didn't move the needle in terms of the amount of competition, despite some efforts. Liberals came in and thought that they could be nicer about it all and somehow it would work, but it clearly hasn't, I think, in the way that some people had hoped. And so perhaps in the same way that we see Trump basically saying that I don't care what the old rules were or the old approaches were, I'm going to do something different. Perhaps we are moving into a moment where there is a greater willingness to experiment with policies that were previously seen as beyond the pale or simply not available before. And if we end up with a change in government here, perhaps new government will say, listen, we've tried this now. We've tried the approaches we've had now for a number of years. They haven't really worked. It's time to try something different.
Yeah, well, we're going to be in for an exciting sprint. I'll be calling on you to interpret some of this for our audience. Thanks so much, Michael. I really appreciate you kicking off today. Thanks. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. David? Affordability is one of the biggest barriers to digital access in Canada. Our next speaker, Natalie Campbell, Senior Director of Government and Regulatory Affairs at the Internet Society Global, will examine how Canada's limited competition among ISPs is impacting affordability and access. She'll also explore what policy and market innovations could help lower costs for all Canadians. Natalie?
Okay, good morning, everyone. Bon matin. It's an honor to be here, and I'd like to thank the Canadian Internet Society for organizing this important event. I want to start off with a show of hands. How many people have ever been to the Arctic? I see 5 hands. That's impressive. I figured about as much. I'm going to start off today with a visualization exercise, and I promise this isn't guided meditation, but if that's the kind of thing you like, enjoy. I want you to try and picture, or you can cheat and use Google, a small community in the Arctic. Uluhaktuk is a flying community of just over 400 people on Victoria Island in the Inuvialuit region of the Northwest Territories. And if you haven't already found it on Google Maps, think of where Alberta is on a map of Canada, go straight up towards the Arctic Circle. Ulahuktuk sits around a bay that flows directly into the Arctic Ocean. Food security largely relies on things like traditional hunting and food gathering because it's so expensive to bring goods in, like food and other materials. A carton of orange juice can cost $27. The community has some of the most incredible artists and makers of traditional arts and crafts. And when the occasional cruise ship comes in, this is a good day for sales. I wanted to bring this object in today, which I know might be hard for some to see, but hopefully the camera captures it, which is a polar bear carving because it's very symbolic to me about why we're here today. I bought this 5 years ago from a local carver that sold it to me for $40 to pay his internet bill. Think of this for a moment. A carver was willing to sell his artwork for well under what it was worth. If you've ever been into an Inuit art gallery, you'll know this, and chose to pay his internet bill over something else, like food. Now, what does this tell us about the internet? If there was any doubt about how critical the internet has become to our daily lives, it gets really clear when you understand the tough choices that some people have to make. Now, a lot of work has been done to expand internet infrastructure over the years, but it is still out of reach for many people. And this is not just in the north, this is in cities and communities across Canada. And sometimes it's simply because of the cost. Coincidentally, the reason I was in Ulahuktuk was because I was launching a partnership project between the Internet Society, the Hamlet of Ulahuktuk, the Inuvialuit Regional Corporation, and a few other local partner organizations. Our goal is to bring fast, affordable, and reliable internet to Ulahuktuk. Together, we train people to build a community network. This is like a DIY internet access solution. And we did this to make sure that people would never have to decide between paying for essential things like groceries or internet access, which is clearly very valuable in this community. Now let's come back to our present moment. There's a lot of reasons to feel on edge today. Professor Geist named many different reasons this morning. Looming federal election, decisions south of the border that could threaten our economy, our livelihoods, the cost of living. The fear and anxiety is 100% valid. There's so much at stake. And I hope that most people in this room have never had to make the choice between buying groceries or the internet. And I hope that nobody ever has to make that choice. But for people in both remote communities and urban areas across Canada, they're increasingly worried that they might have to make that decision. I am an eternal optimist, and the carving reminds me of why our work is so important. How the internet is so valuable as a resource to help us overcome our challenges. Through the internet, artists like the carver I met in Ulahuktuk was able to find ways to earn income in a remote part of the world that, as we saw from our show of hands, most people will never get to see. And that is just one of a million stories and examples of people using the internet in creative ways to earn income in Canada. But when it comes to digital access, it's not just enough to build the infrastructure. I keep a second carving on my desk that I brought from the same carver a few years later. The carver, and this is when we completed and launched the local community network. The carver needed to sell this half-finished carving. I know it's hard to see, but the edges are really rough. And you can see the shape of a polar bear, but it hasn't been smoothed and refined as much as the finished one on this side. The carver needed to sell this half-finished carving because his Dremel broke. It's not that he couldn't finish it because he didn't have the skill to do it. It's because he needed the tool to replace his Dremel, which is very essential to carving, and getting one into a remote community is not that simple. Like this carving, it is not just enough to create an internet access solution and call it a day. We need to make sure the tools are in place for internet access to be sustainable, to be resilient, to be affordable, and to be secure. This is why I work at the Internet Society. We're a global nonprofit organization with a mission to make sure the internet is for everyone that wants the internet. We are joined in this mission by over 120 chapters around the world, Canadian Internet Society being one of them, and over 90,000 individual members worldwide who share this mission and who are doing incredible things to make it happen. One of the ways that we get closer to our mission is by working with communities in some of the hardest places to connect, from Uluhaktuk to Mount Everest, and urban areas that have been under-prioritized to bring fast, affordable, and reliable solutions to the internet. Now, change is not easy, and I do not want to minimize the challenges that we're facing in these uncertain times. But if there's one thing that we can be certain about, is that the internet brings opportunity. And if anything, it's even more reason to double down on the work that we're talking about here today. The internet was there for us when we were isolated not so long ago during COVID lockdown. And there are countless stories similar to how it has helped people in Uluhaktuk share culture and earn a living by connecting with markets and audiences they might not otherwise have reached. But we can't take this for granted. The discussions on digital access today are so incredibly important. If the pandemic has taught us anything, it's that the one thing that you can count on during uncertain times is the internet. And we still have a lot of work to do to make sure every person in Canada has fast, affordable, and reliable access to the countless opportunities it offers to help us get through these hard times. No one should have to make decisions between groceries and the internet, no matter where they live. So what does that mean for our work ahead? First, I think we need to think about access beyond just building the infrastructure. Building the infrastructure is very important, but if people can't afford access, we're missing the point. It isn't just a question of who should have access. We need to start asking who actually has access. Because there are solutions to help make it happen in affordable ways, but if we're ignoring some of those obstacles, we're not going to get closer to that goal. We also need to support community-centered connectivity solutions. I talked this morning about an example in Uluhaktuk, but there are many examples of how it is possible to build affordable internet access DIY solutions in communities despite the regulatory challenges. And we're going to hear more examples throughout the day about some of these DIY solutions that have really helped make connectivity more accessible to people. Imagine what we could do if we had policies that supported more of these community-driven solutions. If we had funding opportunities that were more accessible to communities who have the skill sets and desire to create their own solutions in a way that meets their actual needs. We'd be a lot closer to making our goal of connectivity for everyone. And finally, I think we also need to start focusing on informed internet policy. The internet offers so much opportunity and cannot take that for granted. As tempting as it might be in a year ahead to react with knee-jerk reactions to internet policy or protectionist approaches to the internet, we need to make sure that the internet stays open. Because if we are isolating ourselves and raising barriers on the internet, are we actually promoting access to the global internet? We've come a long way with internet access in just a few short decades. And for those of us who were around back then and remember it, it's kind of hard to remember what it was like before the internet was so embedded in our day-to-day lives. Like despair, Canada's work to make sure the internet for everyone is unfinished. And we all have a responsibility to work together towards this shared goal, because it's going to take all of us, not just as communities, not just as policymakers, not just as organizations and companies, as humans who care about other humans. Because regardless of what uncertainties lie ahead, the internet should not be one of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. I'd like to invite our first panel up to the stage. While they're making their way up, I just wanted to note that today would not have been possible without a grant that we received from ISOC Global. So thank you, Natalie. We're welcoming back David Aiken, who's going to moderate a discussion on how a change in government could reshape digital policy in Canada. What will it mean for affordability, competition, and access?
Good morning, everybody. Hello again. And rather than me just sort of quickly, I'm just going to ask each of our panelists to just quickly run down the line, say a little bit about themselves, and then we'll get to our first question, and we'll start at the far end with Tim. Come on, work this way.
I date to the rotary telephone, so I'm really going to give you good insights here today. It's great advancements for me from dialing up to actually touching screens. I am Tim Powers. I'm the chair of Sim Strategies, managing director of Abacus Data. I guess I'm the blue-colored person here for this panel today and have a history with the Conservative.
Hi, my name is Vandana Qatar, B for shorts. I'm a political strategist, former advisor to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, which is why I think I'm here. But my day job is I'm head of communications for DEI and ESG for TD Bank.
I'm George Soul. I'm former director of communications for the federal NDP, and I was the director of digital strategy for Premier Rachel Notley. So that makes me the orange guy. And I'm a government relations and communications strategist.
And I'm nonpartisan. I don't know what I'm doing up here.
What color should Christine have? Yes.
My name's Christine Van Gyn, and I am the litigation director with a legal charity called the Canadian Constitution Foundation. And I'm also the host of a national broadcast television program called Canadian Justice. So I think I'm the civil libertarian on the stage.
So you can be the judge too. If there's any fights here. And I'm David Aiken, again, the chief political correspondent for Global, and I'm multicolored. I guess maybe I mentioned this when we had a call, of course, to sort of figure some things out. And it was about the time that Elon Musk was exercising the power that he's exercising in the new administration. We're seeing a lot of the quote unquote tech bros in the States sort of align very quickly, many of them align very quickly with Donald Trump. Of some note, just for those who were, the geeks, Bill Gates has a new book out, Source Code. I don't know if you've read it yet, but Bill was donating to Kamala Harris and is doing the podcast circuit talking about how he's going to engage. And Bill Gates, force perhaps for good, is something that maybe at one point in our lives we may not have thought, but he's out there trying to preserve access and do some things there. Tech bros, though, Tim, let me start with you. Do you see, is there a digital lobby? Is there like tech titans in Canada? Might they be pushing for something with a Poilievre government, a Carney government? Is there such a lobby on this side? It might be, the Rogers tell us sort of thing.
I feel like you're setting me up there.
I might
be a good host. So look, any good panel has a bit of a TMZ moment. So here's your TMZ moment. Elon Musk went to Queens. While at Queens, he dated my sister's roommate. And so I've got a little bit of dirt on old Elon. Apparently, not guy, the relationship didn't last long, about 2 months. And let's just say that my sister's roommate has the same view today as she did then of Elon. That wasn't flattering. No, I'm sure he's a lovely person. Not. Is there a tech bro lobby? Yeah, there is. I mean, look, just again, today, what's the hot online debate today? And I'm using a dated term online. I realize that when I'm saying it, but Shopify and Kanye. For a multitude of reasons, whether it be Toby Lute, whether it be Elon Musk, whether it be many others, people who have platforms are recognizing the power of those platforms. You can judge for yourself whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, but they are certainly flexing their muscles as press barons did years ago. Is there a lot of difference between the Lord of Fleet and Elon Musk in some ways in terms of the way they're trying to exercise opinion? I'm not very favorable of a lot of the opinions. So yes, most certainly there's a formal use of technology, there's informal alliances, and you're also seeing younger politicos who have grown up with alternative media and these platforms who are embracing alliances within for their own good. That makes sense from a political engagement perspective. The bigger concern is from perhaps a moral and a legalistic perspective as to what is actually happening.
Vanta, I want to put it a little bit differently to you because Prime Minister Trudeau, Justin Trudeau, the Liberal leader in 2015, probably won that election because of his ability to use digital platforms for good, presumably. So give me a sense from then, and he's pretty tech savvy. He understands where people are getting this stuff. So give me your sense about the same sort of thing. Is there some things that tech wanted from a Liberal government? Is there some things you'd expect that they may want from a Polyan government?
Yeah, absolutely. I think although innovation, digital platform wasn't part of our platform necessarily, I think we signaled it really early on with like having a Minister of Innovation. I worked for Natalie at the time, so we traveled to like Palo Alto. We talked to a lot of these tech people, the same people who are now lobbying Mr. Polyev. We sat and we had these conversations with. I think what happens over time of government, maybe felt dissatisfied with the pace. Government can be a little slow. As we all know, understatements, but they want a different pace. And I think as things come up for the government, whether it was COVID-19 or in Ukraine, priorities change, right? So they don't see the same focus and things change. I do think that tech bros, there is an attempt to do that. Some people want to talk about lack of growth and productivity, but I do think they see how Musk and Zuckerberg and others capitalize on their popularity. However, I think the difference is with Musk and Zuckerberg and Bezos, they are like household names. Like all of us have probably ordered from Amazon, probably looked at Facebook, Instagram at some point, maybe even 100 times already this morning. I know I have. But so like their influence is greater, like how they use their algorithms, what they send to you. I think that's different, and I think people kind of see that and see what they've been able to build and admire it. And they want that, or they kind of enter people's homes in a way that I don't think Toby. Yeah. I didn't get that line out of him either at all. But in a way that they won't. But I think they're trying to attempt to do that. What I think that as a government, what we kind of missed out on is after a few years, we're not as digitally savvy. You get a little tired. Like even like every campaign I did, I remember we didn't have Instagram, then we didn't have TikTok, and then there's so many new things, and you stay on top of that. And if you're not on top of that, then you kind of lose that audience.
I want to just, for those who are around for Michael Geist's presentation, I'm going to broadly say the choice for Canada, and excuse me, Michael, if I'm doing this, that when it comes to some of the issues we're going to face, AI, regulation, any privacy, there's the EU model, and then there's the deregulate, break everything fast Trump model. And do you see a Liberal, we don't really know what Mark Carney might do, or Christopher Freeman for that matter, do we see Liberals sort of, it seems to me from what the Prime Minister is saying, right now in Paris, he's sort of looking more towards an EU model. I don't know if that survives.
I mean, he's not here much longer.
That's right. Good point.
I think whoever the next prime minister is going to show a break. And I think Liberals, both Democrats and small L Liberals, are learning that some of these institution and social norms people are tired of because they're not actually able to deliver what people want. So I think there's a middle ground. I don't think you don't have to just be breaking things, throw the baby out the bathwater. I think there's good things to take and things to be like, you know what, sometimes we have to reevaluate how we look at things. And that's how innovation comes through. And I think that signal will be really important.
Christine, you had a point, Melissa.
Yeah, so I just want to step back and follow up on something Tim said, because he actually might be more online than other people in this room if they're not up to date with the Kanye Shopify scandal. So I want to explain
It's that 9-year-old guy.
So for those of you who have not been following this, it is only like a 2-day-old issue, I think. During the Super Bowl, Kanye West put up an ad in the United States where he said go to Yeezy.com, which is his website for his clothing line. And when you go to Yeezy.com, there is a 404 message with one item for sale listed as HH01, as in Heil Hitler 01. And the item for sale is a white t-shirt with a swastika on it. And the sort of Canadian connection, which, I mean, I think I don't even need to say how deplorable and disgusting and upsetting that is for so many people in this room and in the world. It's inexcusable. The connection to Canada is that it's Shopify who is the platform that does the sales, and Shopify sort of famously has this commitment to being a neutral platform that doesn't make moral judgments on the items that they sell on their platforms. They do have some restrictions. I actually went through this last night to look at it, and I think until June of 2024, they actually did have a policy on, I think it was called hateful content. I don't quite remember the way they phrased it, but they removed that in 2024. And I think the lesson, sort of as a civil libertarian for us, there's a few things to take away from this. So, of course, my position on selling a swastika is that that's a terrible thing to do. It's also not illegal. It's not a criminal offense to sell a swastika. Swastika is not an illegal symbol, even though we as a society need to condemn it and call it out for how disgusting it is. It does not rise to the level in the criminal code. It could in certain contexts, if you were using that symbol as a part of willful promotion of hatred or willful promotion of anti-Semitism or incitement to hatred, but just as a standalone item that would not rise to the level of hate speech prohibition. The sort of issue I have as a civil libertarian is that the definition we understand of hate as a society is extremely malleable. And I think that the definition or the code of conduct or whatever they call it on Shopify's website changed last year when they were under some scrutiny for selling some other items that are way less close to the line than this item is. And because of this public misunderstanding of what actually constitutes hate speech in the criminal sense in Canada, they changed that code, and now we're left with an item that I think the executives who are no longer with Shopify said under the old code that would not have been permitted. Under the new one it is. This experience is of course going to test that commitment to freedom of expression that Shopify has. I have no doubt that the executives at Shopify do not like that this is being sold. They are not anti-Semites. The president of Shopify is Harvey Finkelstein, who has donated millions of dollars to Jewish charities, but has referenced the work that the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Association, did in the 1970s defending the free speech of Nazis in Skokie, Illinois, which is one of the ACLU's kind of most famous or infamous cases, depending on how you look at it. So I think the lesson for us from that story, from a civil liberties perspective, is the concern that many civil libertarians have about the malleability of the concepts of hate speech and how those concepts are being drawn into legislation like the Online Harms Act. So I hope that's a useful segue and a topic I didn't want to talk about.
Was
Oh,
it taken down, Mike?
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Even more online than Tim Powers.
Okay, we're breaking news. Breaking news over in the left corner. Thank you, Mike. We're going to come back to some stuff about hate speech, disinformation. I think you'll be particularly valuable to help some people think through those issues. But George, I want to talk to you about New Democrats sort of in this space.
Somebody does.
Yes, there you go. Yesterday, Jagmeet Singh said, he'd put 100% tariff on Teslas. If you've been following Charlie Angus, the MP, the NDP MP from Timmins,
James Bay.
Thank you, Timmins James Bay. He's leading the resistance, right? He's out there leading the resistance. And I can see New Democrats. I don't know where things will come out in a platform, but I could definitely see New Democrats standing up with a fist saying, no, we're not going to be pushed around by tech bros or big corporate interests. Am I reading that about right?
Well, yeah, first of all, to Michael Geist, I've worked a long time with Charlie Angus, some days very much on side with Michael, other days upsetting him quite a bit, as Democrats are wont to do, and especially Charlie is. I think, the role oligarchy is something that I think is an easy target, and it's something that, as we work through governments, helping out their friends more and more and having billionaires have more and more influence, that's a place where progressives tend to have an easy and natural place to want to push back against. Mm-hmm. I think, going back a little bit to your first question and along with this one is like the difference to some extent is the financial influence that these billionaires can have, right? I mean, Elon Musk spent $250 million to help elect Donald Trump. that kind of direct influence isn't possible here, but we have heard Elon Musk just kind of wanting to play with democracy, right? So, we know he's doing it in Europe. He's been open about it in Germany. He's talked about how he supports Pierre Poilievre here. And I don't want to imply that Pierre Poilievre's calling up Elon and saying, help me out, but I'm saying Elon is saying, I want to help these conservative parties win elections. And by just tweaking their algorithms, they can do it in a big way. I mean, as Tim was saying, this has always been the case to some extent. Like William Randolph Hearst owned newspapers and pulp and paper plants, so he made sure that we never used hemp to create paper, right? So we cut down forests because the billionaire wanted us to go that way. Henry Ford, in addition to being an inspiration to Adolf Hitler, also wanted to make sure that the internal combustion engine is what moved forward, so we never got the hydrogen engine, and he made it sound dangerous. I mean, these people have always done these things to help themselves get richer, and it's certainly because of the regulations we have in Canada around financial influence on political parties, it's more limited, but online, they get to go around that. And while he doesn't necessarily have to give more money so conservatives can advertise more, he can just make sure that everyone who's on Twitter in Canada just sees more of Pierre Poilievre. And I think that is the kind of thing that is a natural, never mind a strategic, but just a natural place for New Democrats to say we need to fight against this.
And we have seen, if you have been paying attention, there is some pretty nasty back and forth between Pierre Poilievre and Jagmeet Singh right now. The Conservatives are running ads accusing Jagmeet Singh of, quote, being a sellout, waiting for his pension. They're upset because Jagmeet has not brought down the government that they both hate. If you get all that, it's been something else. But that has been one of Jagmeet's line, is that he's Pierre Poilievre is Elon Musk's buddy. We'll see how that plays out in the Canadian electorate. We're going to see, just like the last 4 or 5 elections, the space where this is going to be fought is, elections are on your phone now. They're not, a town square where people are standing up giving a speech. And then we get into issues around disinformation, misinformation. And Christine, this is where I want to see if you have some thoughts. We know that we're thinking ahead to a potential conservative government. The polls are still pointing towards that way. We saw under Andrew Scheer and again under Pierre Poilievre, conservatives believe that free speech in this country is under attack, mostly in a university setting. We saw Poilievre hang out for a while with Jordan Peterson and express some sympathy for his point of view. So there may be some rules around speech, but then we also have some people think there ought to be some rules around speech to guard against disinformation and misinformation. And that's probably, do you spend some time thinking about that and the sort of rules we ought not to have, the sort of rules we ought to have?
Yeah, I don't just spend time thinking about it. We spend time litigating this.
Right.
So one thing I wanted to also mention is, so Professor Geist talked about how heritage had damaged the platform's relationships with government to address disinformation and misinformation. And I would say the government has also damaged that relationship with the public. The public has lost a lot of trust in what constitutes misinformation and disinformation.
And this is coming out of the Freedom Convoy, et cetera?
Honestly, everything. It's not just that, which is a case we also are litigating. That's a big freedom of expression case. I spent a lot of time litigating freedom of expression. I think that this is the number one concern among our supporters consistently every single year that we survey them, and it's not even close. It is the number one concern. We were in court last week for 2 days on issues of freedom of expression. We'll be in court in 2 different cases. We'll be in court for 4 days at the end of the month on different freedom of expression cases. It is a huge issue. It is not just on university campuses. I'm in Ottawa, so I'm sure the Freedom Convoy was not popular here, but the government's use of the Emergencies Act, the court found that it violated the right to freedom of expression. There are a lot of things that the federal government does in terms of legislation that have impacted the right to freedom of expression. It's not just the federal government, it's provincial governments, municipal governments, it's professional regulators who are empowered by statute. It's everywhere. There are huge issues related to freedom of expression. Now, on misinformation and disinformation, I obviously understand that these are real problems. I am not naive to the fact that there are hostile foreign governments and actors who try to influence our elections. I am concerned that the government's propensity to lie to its citizens, governments of every stripe, the provincial governments, federal governments, municipal governments, and it's not just a modern phenomenon, it's throughout all of history. Governments lie to their citizens, and that today's great truth was yesterday's blasphemy. But misinformation, disinformation, these are real issues. The ability to address them has been undermined by the government's own approach to this. Now, the Hogue Commission had on foreign interference had a recommendation recently. I think it was recommendation 11 of their report. The exact wording was sort of hard to follow. I think she said, create a new entity, which I don't know what that means, to give and receive intelligence and have authority to, quote, interact with platforms. I don't know what interact with. So this is a proposal that could be good. It could be bad. As a civil libertarian, I have my concerns because who defines what misinformation and disinformation is? Who defines what interact with means? No one trusts these terms anymore. And there's a vulnerability to mission creep. And from my perspective, what I don't want is to give the government a gateway to collect information about citizens who are expressing ideas that are unpopular with the government of the day. So whatever is done on this issue needs to be precise and circumscribed. We had a case on this, I think, 3 years ago now. In 2019, the federal government amended the Canada Elections Act to prohibit publication of misinformation with the intent of influencing an election, and it didn't define what misinformation was, and it removed the requirement that the publication of the misinformation be knowingly. So the scenario we kind of talked about was, grandma posts on Facebook, everyone should vote for Andrew Scheer because he was such a great insurance agent, which, I don't know if that would...
That's an out-and-out falsehood.
I don't know if that would convince anyone to vote for him, but of course, it turns out he was not an insurance agent, which I don't quite understand why there was misinformation about this, but she could have been, for publishing that, for the part that's the intent of influencing the election would be the vote for him because he was this thing that wasn't true. She could be subject to, I think it was 5 years in prison and a fine of $50,000. Now the government has said we wouldn't have used it that way, but you shouldn't have a law that permits that type of absurdity and chilling of speech. And we were successful in having that struck down.
I want to talk about something that's happening in real time in the Liberal leadership race with Chrystia Freeland's campaign. We just saw, you may have seen, that we have what's called the Rapid Response Mechanism. It's a unit of Global Affairs Canada. It is ostensibly set up to warn of disinformation, misinformation. And it was a significant subject, how it should work, of the Hogue Commission's work. But we saw it in action last week when they came out in public and say Chrystia Freeland's campaign has been the target of Chinese proxies spreading disinformation on WeChat. Does that make us feel better that they're doing that? That, again, it's the idea is shine a light, we'll all know about it, we can do something about it. But I don't know, what when you saw that, what was going through your mind about that?
My first thing was like, oh, it works. When we put this together, I remember, I think 2015, I can't remember, actually came through. I was like, is this going to be able to do this? And it did. And it informed the public. And I saw on Twitter, I'm like, it came out on Twitter. And I've left government now like almost 3 years ago. I'd never seen that before. So in that way, yes. And if you know about things, you can guard against them. And I think going back to your point, the other thing I'm going to talk about from disinformation is that we do have to be honest that we do have foreign actors who want to influence our elections. They want to cause disarray. They want to share misinformation. We do have to battle that. I think there's more than one way to deal with that. I agree. You need to have trust in your institutions, and I think there has been people worried about the freedom of expression and the heavy-handedness of it. So I think there has to be more public buy-in because people are just distrustful of institutions right now in general, and we have to rebuild that trust. So I think that is real. What I actually want to think about is how we educate people and the next generation. I teach my kids to question everything they see online. Every beauty thing you watch, I'm like, that is not real. Like I need like even things like that, but just having people question, because now, and you're a journalist. Anyone with a microphone and earbuds can be a journalist and can have their own podcast and can share whatever they want to share. And we have to actually educate people as to how to be in a healthy way skeptical and like anyone like to check resources. So I think that's one way. I have seen that firsthand on WeChat. I ran outreach for all three campaigns, so we looked into different cultural and segments of the population of Victoria, and we pertain like how we campaign towards them. And I had my staff who were on WeChat and spoke the language and could read it, and they would share crazy things like there was something that liberals want to put brothels on every corner, and I was like, well, I didn't do that. But people believe that. And if my parents' English is not their first language, it's easy to be susceptible to that and to play to people's fears. What I did, I took a picture of Bill Blair with a gun and put them all over like penthouses in like Chinese language as well. But so we have our own ways of doing that, but that's how we campaign. But if my staff didn't tell me that, I would not have known that. I would not have seen that. It wasn't on a pamphlet that I saw, but people saw that, and I'm sure there's other methods like that where you can see that come through.
Tim, I'm going to throw you just something slightly different in the sense that I would attribute some of Poilievre's success to where he's got the party at this point in time, to his ability to question institutions, be it the Bank of Canada, be it the media, certainly the government. Which then, if he's the institution, if he's the guy, if he's running the institutions, it could be a bit of a problem. But is there something that Conservatives want to do about writing new laws about speech, particularly in an online environment?
Is this going to Canada's broken or not broken?
Yeah, I guess exactly. It's Canada broker. That's
Canada's got a fracture and the cast is coming, I guess. Look, I think there's two ways to look at what the Conservatives want to do. Christine highlighted some of it. You've seen Poilievre associate with people who are huge advocates of free speech as they define it, not as you define it.
As our Constitution defines it.
Well, I might say regulatory bodies have issues with the way Jordan Peterson uses his language and takes his approach to psychology. But,
we intervened in that case as well.
Well, good for you. Jordan Peterson needs more than an intervention, in my personal view. But I think you will see a push for more freedom. That's been a central rallying cry of Poilievre's. Have they worked out what that is? No, I don't think so. I think they're going to get into government and see, and Van Dun has been through this, what the bureaucrats are recommending, what options and the like are there, because what you think you're going to do versus what you can do when you get in are two very different things. The area where I don't think there's been enough focus on what Conservatives may do, and this is speculation, I'm certainly not, as David knows, sitting at the table in there. They wouldn't want to have it in there. But it is something Van Dun just talked about, education and children in particular, harm limitation. I think harm limitation with kids, if Liberals rightly had focus on dealing with drug interdiction and safe sites and supply. The safe supply for the Conservatives is what's coming out of screens and how children are ingesting it and what they may do with it. I have the exact same issue with my kids that Van Dun is talking about with hers. I had one the other day. He was watching apparently a TED talk by a 16-year-old who said, "You don't need to go to school. You can have great success." He said, "Dad, I'm not going to school. I'm just going to be like that kid." I'm like, not a goddamn chance in the world, but I mean, give you the freedom to view the video and then correct you. But harm and children, I think, will be a focus of the Conservatives.
George, I want to just on the disinformation, misinformation, because again, coming back to the commissions, we had to sit through a New Democrat was a victim. I'm thinking of Jenny Kwan in Vancouver East, targeted in different ways, but there was certainly an online component to the way she was shunned, she felt shunned. And her complaint seemed to be, it was more around federal investigation powers or interest in looking into her situation. She had issues with the Commissioner of Elections. But give me your thought about where you could see New Democrats trying to fix a problem around online disinformation, misinformation.
Well, again, it's the same balance I think we've all been kind of hinting at, right? And again, the civil liberties, any of these organizations who get involved in these things, 90% of the time we want to support them, and then 10% of the time we're saying, how could you possibly defend the use of swastikas or the N-word, right? Like, and my partner works for the Canadian Association of University Teachers, and so yeah, they're constantly defending professors for saying things that I think are completely abhorrent. But they have the right to say it, so that's the balance, and I think that exists in everything, right? I mean, and going back a little bit, like I grew up in a time when Peter Mansbridge got to tell half the country what was important that day, and whether it was Global or CTV or whoever, like whoever was anchoring the news that night had a filter that we all kind of, and it gave us a kind of a theme and a straight line of what is going on in the world. And so, as a New Democrat, obviously opening up the public square is largely positive. But again, then you have to go backwards and decide like who, you don't want control of the public square until you see what happens when there's no control. And so it's that balance that I think is constantly a struggle. And, one of the things that I've struggled with a lot, and a lot of the folks in the progressive movements in general fight with is, as Jack said, love is greater than hate. But that's bullshit if you're trying to sell stuff online, right? Like it is easier to sell anger on Twitter. It is easier to sell anger on Facebook and get people to sign up and sign petitions when they're angry than it is to kind of spread a bit more of a positive message. So, and I'm not saying that we're immune to using anger to get things going, but it's just not as naturally part of what we do rather than, hey, the government's broken, right? So saying things need to be torn down is an easier way to sell things. And kind of to wrap that up, like I remember, I started as a press secretary on the Hill, and it's hard to believe, but without Twitter. You were a leader among that in the press gallery. And a few months in, we got that. And for a long time, like up until 2011, the 2011 election, Twitter was mostly just used for those of us kind of in that part of the world to speak to people in your part of the world. So to speak to the media. It got to the point where I didn't even have to send an advisory out. I would just tweet, we're about to have a press conference, and journalists would show up. And so it was a way to spread news, right? So again, we're still using that old world, traditional media, but it was another platform to spread that news. And now it's replaced it. And as V was saying, like in 2011, we didn't use Twitter at all, except during the debate. And that was just, again, we were just angry. And then slowly those things have come and gone. And I think less and less it is now a way to amplify mass media, and it's just become a replacement. And again, who controls that is both positive and concerning.
And some more breaking news for those who pay attention to what goes on in Halifax. But Halifax City Council yesterday began a debate about whether or not Halifax should get rid of X, not the X in Halifax, but stop using the platform, not Halifax.
There's an explosion in 1917. That almost happened.
That almost happened. So, I mean, there's a government saying that platform, they said X no longer represents municipal values. However, the people of Halifax City Council want to express municipal values. So, I mean, I find that interesting. I do want to spend some time talking a little bit about, that leads off from our last presentation, about the cost of our digital services, the cost of cell phones, the cost of internet. I think, as everybody knows, Canada is not the cheapest on many services. And that has been a site of political contests. That was one of your, Minister Baines, absolutely. That was one of his big things, was on cost. Maybe you could give us a bit of what was Minister Baines trying to do? He wasn't, I think, as successful as he might have wanted to have been, but he was looking to markets. Professor Geist made the point. Liberals try to be a little more friendly, less confrontational, but give me your view of how things look when from Minister Baines's office.
I would say the goal was to try to bring down costs, because the problem with innovation and industry is that it's such a big ministry, and if you don't focus on one or two key things, like the noise just kind of gets absorbed, right? So something is like kind of sexy. I mean, it's not as sexy as superclusters for some people, but like we really felt like superclusters were sexy, but I don't think they were. But I would say on that, but it was hard to do. It was hard because the government has to engage and give enough incentives to companies to be able to make them want to provide those services and to provide different models where people can have access. Now, I will say that telecom, I don't see it having gone like super like increased. I've seen it kind of stagnant. In some cases, I have seen articles that it has lowered, but nothing that people really feel.
The telecom companies, You know, they lobby us as much as they might say, oh, the prices are staying, but look, you're getting much, you know, the bandwidth is greater, the speeds
Yeah,
are faster.
yeah.
You're getting more for the same price. That's their view.
That's their view, and the thing with the problem is where I feel is that the consumer view still isn't that I have more money in my account, right? And that's what matters at the end of the day. So I think what you have to do in the future is you have to continue to work with those companies to provide those incentives. Like, why should you provide a low cost cell phone account that could be basic? And this is a really weird analogy, but I think of, in Toronto, my friend was talking about the big gyms, and they're like $100 a month, and they have something called Fit for Less, which is like $35 a month, and it's like, it's not sexy. There's no sauna, there's nothing.
Right.
There's just machines, and you leave. There's no eucalyptus towel service, like, and people can pay for that. It's accessible. So how do we incentivize companies to provide those type of options for like cell phones, for example?
And there's a debate now, I think, and most of the people in this room will know about it. It's the only contemporary acronym I know, TPIA, third-party internet access. And I know our company does work for some of the players in there, and their concern is as it relates to access infrastructure. Who pays for the infrastructure? And access and infrastructure are still big issues outside of the metropolitan areas of Canada, where I'm from, Labrador. A lot of Northern Ontario still doesn't have access. And I remember the early days in debate about the power and benefit of the internet. Half of that debate was about getting it to people. So as it relates to conservatives, I think you'll still see a willingness to, let the regulator oversee things in a responsible way. And I'm not trying to be cute with my language, but with clear direction of policy, interpret the policy we've given you. But as it relates to access, both creating the infrastructure, that solely not be the preserve of the bigger companies themselves to do that there's a role for government there, as there was a role for government in running highways to parts of the country that didn't have roads. I think you'll see that being something that's analogous as we go forward with all of this.
Well, just to jump in on that, I mean, that deregulation that we've seen has brought us to this point with this new technology, right? I mean, we're still talking somehow about getting broadband to parts of Canada. I know, the last two speakers of the last session and the last speaker spoke of that as well. But, there was, recently the new leader of the NDP in Saskatchewan, when she was running for her leadership, she was trying to bring back the spirit of Tommy Douglas and talking about how, the Saskatchewan NDP literally paved the roads and turned the lights on in houses across the province, because with public power, again, a lot of farmhouses didn't have electricity. And so the government said, this is on us. We have to do this. And it's the only place I think that still has public electricity entirely, at least across the country. And I think and sure the New Democrats saying this, but I think in a real way, we need to do that again for infrastructure, for the internet and for access to people. Because again, as was been said before, but it's worth repeating, like we're sitting here having this conversation. Well, there are folks in this country that can't use their cell phone. We get mad when it goes down to 2 bars somewhere, right? Like they just can't. They can't use the internet at home. And so we need to work on that. And Bell and Rogers and TELUS, they're not going to do that work. And so we need the government to take a more active role in that.
One quick Elon point. So in Labrador, Starlink's the hot thing. Now, it's going to be really interesting seeing what Premier Ford has just done with Starlink, to see where Starlink plays in all of this, because Starlink does have, for remote communities, because it is satellite based, does provide service option. So where does that all go?
It's not just in Newfoundland, Labrador. Like my in-laws.
No, Ben, the whole world is
Northern Ontario too.
But I would say, like even in places that are close to Toronto, like my in-laws are from Haliburton County, and there's areas where they can't get internet, and they used to use Starlink, and it's expensive, and they can do it. That's fine. Although I'm not sure how my father-in-law, who's a farmer, can do it, but he does. But like, it happens. But I think that's a key point for even affordability. Part of the issue is that people have to be in these cities because that's where jobs are. But if you can work from far away and you can have an affordable home and you have access, that can definitely help.
Yeah, well, and you think the question was asked, who's been to the Arctic? I've been lucky that Stephen Harper used to do a week-long tour in the Arctic, and I was up there 4 or 5 times. And for whatever reason, when there's an election campaign, I've been on that leader's plane when they've dropped into
There's a message in there for you.
Yeah, maybe. No, it's, if you ever get a chance, don't miss your chance to go to Canada's Arctic. It'll blow your mind. But when was our last election? 2021?
Yeah.
I'm in Iqaluit with a campaigning leader, and I'm on a Rogers system, and there's no, at the time, Bell was not going to carry Rogers signal the way that it does down here. So, I mean, that's
Shut
this
down by
year.
that.
Yeah, yes, exactly. Listen, Tim may have to leave a little early. I should have pointed that out. So if
Because
he's,
I'm playing one of those fake journalists.
he's playing a fake journalist.
It comes with a warning when I interview people.
So if he has to get up and leave, that's why he's not being rude. He's just got to go be on radio. Christine, I want to bring you back in the conversation, sort of to a question I asked Michael, which was about all those bills that died. I bet you had some problems with some of them. Did you like anything about, I'm thinking the online harms bill particularly, but was there some things there that you might think a government might be wise to bring back, or no, let's just start all
So
over?
the C-63 is not coming back. I think the government had already kind of conceded most of it was dead. The most problematic parts of it were dead. So the bill, of course, did four things. It created the Digital Safety Commission that dealt with I did still have issues with the Digital Safety Commission, which was this large bureaucracy that it was going to create that dealt with, I have no issue with finding platforms that don't take down images of child sexual abuse. I think that is totally appropriate and good. It's a good, positive thing. My bigger concern with part one, the Digital Safety Commission, was on the vagueness of takedown for bullying, which is a kind of amorphous term, like what is going to constitute bullying, as well as content that foments hatred, which, as I explained at the beginning, is also a very malleable term.
Context dependent.
Yeah, it can be context dependent. It's also just very subjective, so subjective that our police have difficulty knowing when that standard is met. So those are my issues with part one. Parts 2 and 3 were the amendments to the criminal code that I think everyone in this room probably understands why a civil libertarian would not like increasing life penalties for hate motivated crimes to life imprisonment. It could result in overcharging of more minor offenses. For example, if there was a vandalism offense that included a hate motivation, there could be the ability to overcharge the crime with these huge potential sentences available. It may shock people to learn that the Crown does overcharge crimes. One of the pushbacks I got on that commentary was, well, the Crown can't overcharge. They're not allowed to lay charges they can't make out. It's like, welcome to criminal law, like welcome to the world. That happens all the time. And then the other part was the amendments to the Human Rights Act that were going to allow for a civil remedy for hate speech. That those provisions had been rightly removed after they were abused to make complaints against journalists who said things that today they probably wouldn't have said, like things that Mark Stein had written for Maclean's were subject to these complaints. And the issue with that is that the complaint process becomes the punishment there. So bringing back the civil remedy for hate speech without the complainant bearing any burden and the complaint about individual needing to defend themselves, that's not coming back. Part 4 could have passed on its own on unanimous consent. Those were the penalties for child sexual abuse online and things like the non-consensual sharing of intimate images, or what people call revenge porn. But it's not porn. Porn is compensated and consensual. This is non-consensual sharing as a form of emotional and psychological abuse, largely of women. So I don't think that there was any concern among the Conservatives of passing Part 4. I think that the Liberals' tying of Part 4 to the highly controversial and unpopular and politicized, largely Parts 2 and 3 of the Online Harms Act, to me, was cynical. It indicates a lack of seriousness of addressing child sexual abuse. I think that there is a possibility Part 4 could come back in some form, since Michelle Rempel-Gardner did propose something that was this kind of worse, actually, but similar.
Yeah. Does that strike you, Tim, that you mentioned that a little earlier when we were chatting, that there is conservatives, Arnold Veerson's another one, Michelle Rempel, who have had an interest in prohibiting that kind of activity online?
you see the tendency with conservatives is to go, use their term, hard on law and order issues. So if Christine is describing it as overreach, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a bit more. And that you saw it last week on fentanyl. Now, emotionally, I love what they're talking about doing on fentanyl, but I'm sure Christine and her organization and others will look and say, you can't really have a life sentence for somebody who is pushing a certain amount of.
I think
drugs.
the amount that they proposed
40.
amounted to like 8 pills or something like that.
Yeah.
I just don't think that's what a fentanyl kingpin is. And
Yeah, but I think they will make the emotional argument and
Right.
let the system sort out the legal propriety.
Can I ask you before you go, and I might like to hear you guys on online arms if you can, but before you go, who do you see looking around as leaders in the Conservative caucus that are already maybe providing some ideas to the PolyF team about innovation, about telecom competition, any number of some of the issues you've taught today? Are there some folks there that people here might want to pay a little more attention to as in their parliamentary work or whatever they might be doing?
Well, I don't think there's a specialist that I could point to. Is there a Jim Prentice, for example, and some of you will know the reference to Jim, who was Minister of Industry and had a lot of
James Moore was pretty
Moore
good.
in the day,
Yeah.
but they grew into those roles.
Mhm.
You know, the more thoughtful, and this is not to diminish people in the entirety of the caucus for not being thoughtful, but people who thought about more policy than politics, who could be involved in something like this, are sort of the obvious ones, although this name won't be Adam Chambers. You know Adam, there with Jim Flaherty, writing the Conservative platform at the moment, has seen and done a lot and seen a lot of how government works, doesn't work. Also fathers some young children, living the reality of technology and teaching and growing. Lanceman, Melissa, I think, is another one. Worked in the corporate world, will have advised people.
Also worked in Flaherty's office.
Yeah, also I will have worked in this space. People who come in, new candidates, none of them really jump out at me now. Those would be the two that I think, and they often get referenced, but they're also very accessible. There will be others, of course. I give the normal rider that just because somebody's a shadow minister, doesn't suggest that they will have a full cabinet role. But I've only got two for you this morning, dude.
Well, it's Adam Chambers is the MP for Simcoe North. He's a young man, and you could see him being an industry minister, perhaps. He's got that sort of. It seems
Yeah,
like
I think he will
thoughtfulness
play. Again, picking cabinet is a very dangerous.
It's
thing.
my favorite
When you
pundits
don't
game
get,
to play.
I know you love it, but when you don't get to pick the cabinet yourself, you may have favorites. But yeah, he's somebody who could be considered. But I think if Poilievre becomes the prime minister,
And Poilievre himself, of course, has thought about cryptocurrency.
yeah,
right?
he's
Really
thought.
had some thoughts there.
He will tell you he's thought about a lot about technology, its implications, and its various forms. And I think he will have his hands involved in anything that deals with harms children, free access. I think he will probably play a role in all of that. But with that, I will excuse myself. Thank
Yes.
you, everybody. Apologize for leaving 10 minutes early, but I have to go pretend I'm David Aiken, and that role is very difficult to fit.
Have fun, Tim. He's talking to Bonnie Crombie. I'd like to hear that conversation, actually, but there you go. Looking ahead, maybe we'll just sort of wrap up. And what can you see Liberals might want to campaign on if you were providing a platform for the election we're going to have? Are there some things that you think would hit that sweet spot of getting a voter interested and actually being good policy too? I know that's be a real tall order.
Yeah, you're asking me to write the platform, but
Yes, that's right.
and perhaps I might. But I would say the first policy will often just be what people are talking about, which could be tariffs, affordability. That's what that's what probably if this election is in, I would think like next month. Then that's what you're looking at. I would find that's where you look for the platform pieces. So I think anything that will show that openness to a change or a shift or on how we approach digital policy, privacy, AI, etc., I think will be important. The most important thing also, do people hear that? And do they feel like they can work with this version of the government, with this leader? And is there thoughtful pieces about that? So I don't think there's anything specific they would cover. I think they would But I think all parties, all leaderships are going to focus in on misinformation from a cybersecurity perspective in terms of like on like state actors. And I think that's where Canada's at right now. I think people are really worried about what's happening in the US. I think looking at China and Russia and other actors and how they influence our systems. So I think the main piece, what you'll hear about is probably like how we protect Canadian systems, including our online systems from those actors.
George, how about you? Write the New Democratic platform for us.
I have about as much influence over that as
I know.
Tim has over the conservative platform.
Tweet it.
Yeah.
Yes.
If anyone's still reading it. But I agree with me. I think a lot of that will be about foreign interference. It'll be stuff about Musk, and that kind of thing. I think just one of the points that Tim brought up, and it's easy to debate him when he's gone. But no, I think that some of this conversation is going to parallel a lot of what we've seen in the criminal court, right? So things like mandatory minimums. Where there's so many reasons why those are problematic, but they're such an easy political sell. And so conservatives lean on those quite a bit. And, for instance, I remember having a conversation a long time ago with a former justice critic of ours, who was a well-respected lawyer, who wanted to oppose, the conservatives were bringing in mandatory minimums on sexual assault on children. And out of principle, he wanted to oppose the mandatory minimum, saying judges have the right to, like, we can throw these guys away forever, for sure, but the judge should make that decision.
Mhm.
I was like, yeah, we're not voting against that, right? And you're right, but politics is politics. So go back to being a lawyer if you want to make that argument. Otherwise, we're voting with these guys on this.
Yeah.
And I think that some of that, I worry, to be honest, is some of that's going to happen it's already happening, and it's going to continue to happen, I think, in the cybersecurity world. So as much as our platform, I think, will be around that, like billionaires coming after us and foreign interference, I think a lot of the debate will be around where the conservatives want to push it, and trying to stay on the right side of the politics while also trying to be aware of what's right on principle.
And Christian, I want to twist it a little bit for you because it's my view, just sort of reporting on politics, that whatever happened out of the Freedom Convoy, good or bad, a whole lot more Canadians started thinking about their freedom of expression, their ability to protect their own online information. And you were saying, sort of when you survey people, that I'm curious that people are talking about the things your organization has been talking about. And it seems to me there's a much more heightened awareness and a concern among a voter who is probably going to ask the politicians their opinions about, again, protecting my privacy and protecting my ability to express myself.
Yeah, so there's a lot of concern among our supporters for freedom of expression. There's selection bias in that, obviously.
Yeah.
Like we're a civil liberties group there.
But it's changed over, I would say, the last 4 or 5 years. There's more supporters, more.
Well, I've only been with the organization for 5 years, so
Okay.
it's consistently been a concern, and it's always been a big part of our mandate. But what I'd like to say about that, I think, is that freedom of expression is not a threat to democracy. It is a foundation to democracy. Without the right to express ourselves, we don't have a democracy or functioning government. It's a nonpartisan.
You've used that in front of a judge. That's a great line. Oh, yeah.
It is also a nonpartisan right. So I hope that everyone on this platform can agree that freedom of expression is a right for everyone. It's right for people on the left. It's traditionally been used as a power of those on the left to push back against the state for violating their fundamental rights. Martin Luther King famously was a proponent of peaceful, nonviolent protest and used that to fundamentally change the civil rights landscape in the United States. It's not a right just for the people who opposed vaccine mandates in Ottawa in January of 2022, but they were subject to unconstitutional violations of the right to expression and their right to be free from an unreasonable search when the government, without a warrant, without prior notice, and without any appeal mechanism, which are all what are required under the standards of criminal law for a search, which is what this was, froze their bank accounts and required banks and financial institutions to share that information with police. That should frighten everyone on every side of the political spectrum, because you don't want your government, even if people in this room disagree with the purposes of the Freedom Convoy or the tactics of the Freedom Convoy. I'm not here to defend blockading roads or honking horns late into the night. That's not what we were there to do in that litigation. We were there to defend the right of these individuals to protest to the extent that there were peaceful protests. It was largely nonviolent, but of course the police had authority to remove those vehicles and should have done so. And the use of the Emergencies Act was completely inappropriate. The threshold wasn't met, and the regulations created under it were unconstitutional. So I think that was, I think, one of the biggest civil liberties violations in a generation. It's a huge case that we were arguing in the Court of Appeal last week, and it should
But it was
concern
also
everyone.
Also, yeah, I guess I was trying to make was, that wasn't under a barrel. That was a very public, that was a national story where those issues were talked about, not just by lawyers, but by the political class, and I would argue that Poilievre's took a lot of the anger about those violations and made it popular. Did you have some thought on that?
I actually think, I don't think freedom of expression is under attack in terms of the legal sense. I think the issue is there are people who want to hear things and call that hate speech and they're not. And there are people who want to engage in hate speech and they don't want to be told they can't. And I think what I am curious about in the online space is me and Tim are often on opposite sides, but we can go for a beer, we can talk about it, we can laugh about it, it's fine. In the online space, how do you recreate that? And how do you have these conversations with people? And it goes back to education. I think the problem is with the worries I have with the online space that you can stay in a tunnel of what you want to hear and not talk to anyone else who thinks differently of you. And we've forgotten how to have these conversations with each other. I think COVID-19, things that happened in the Middle East, like they exacerbated those issues. So I think one thing that, and I don't have an answer to this, but I think we should be thinking about is how do we bring back those conversations? I think the problem is people don't want to people don't want to see us sitting next to each other and having a healthy debate about something where new ideas can come through. They want to only hear their opinion, and that's what I worry about in the digital space, and we have to figure out how to.
But that's not for the government. Honestly, it's not for the government.
No,
So
it's not
that's
for
like a civil society issue. And I
Yes.
agree 100%. I would love civil discourse. I
Yeah.
do kind of have a sense that civil discourse is dead in this current.
I have
getting worse.
more positivity on it. I hope it is, but I agree. It's not for someone to like litigate or legislate on that. I think that also just causes more. What I've learned is that causes more disruption and fracture. And I think the Prime Minister said himself, like there are words he would have chosen differently. And when people just when you take a hard hand to it, I think people just generally want to push back on it. So how do we bring those ideas and have these conversations but still also actually attack hate speech or things that create acts of hate?
Just really quickly, challenges we currently have, it's particularly with algorithms, and you hinted at the beginning, is that I know we talk about this, but it's very real how centralized and unified the message that's fed back to you becomes. I mean, because of the way I started on Twitter, I followed all kinds of people from other political parties. I followed journalists. I had a fairly diverse, and so I heard about this, but it's not that bad. And then my Twitter got hacked a little while ago, and so I came back on and have far fewer followers, and I follow far fewer people. And I saw that, and you start seeing, oh well, everyone agrees with me. It's kind of like being at like an NDP convention, although we don't all agree there either. But the same thing happened. Like when I saw an old friend of mine who was part of the convoy, and I went into his Facebook and I was seeing the stuff that he was sharing. Like I didn't even know that people were arguing that Anthony Fauci wasn't really a doctor, and he was convinced it's true, right? And it's because he's like every source he checks confirms his bias. And I think that's like it's not just about going and having a beer. It's about being in a world where you hear other opinions.
Yeah.
And online, when all you hear are the things that agree with you, folks think that they're informing themselves on an issue, but they're really just talking to everybody who agrees with them. And I think the more those algorithms do that, and again, they do it because it's these platforms make money by marketing and selling ads, so it has to work that way. That's how we lose the public discourse. You don't even hear that people disagree because all you ever hear feedback on is that. And I think we're seeing that now with trans issues. I'm working on a campaign in Ottawa. I drove in for this and another session later, but we've had people come in and they're convinced that what they're hearing Donald Trump say is true because they've looked into it, they've searched it on the internet, and everybody says the same thing, and that's the problem.
And with that, I'm going to thank you very much to everybody. And I'll just my last thought was, I mentioned earlier in the day when it was the 90s, even the 80s, I started as a tech reporter, and I would get to talk to some of the people who were creators of the world, the Bill Gateses, the Steve Jobs, the Bob Metcalfs. And the feeling back then, I went to lots of hacker conferences in the United States, know a lot of hackers, the good kind. And they thought, oh, this whole digital stuff will free China. It'll break communism down. That's what digital everything means. It'll be a freedom enabler. And I come back to Bill Gates in source code, now writing how naive we all were, those of us building the systems we now use 20, 25 years ago. He singles out social networking as an evil, but he also suggests that I think this is part of the goal of some of the things today, is to think as people who work in tech policy, digital policy, building digital systems, the very real world effects of all the work that you may all be doing, and keep our eyes open and our heads up. I don't know if that's a cheery message, but I'll close on that, Frank, and pass over the microphone. Thanks again, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daniel, George, Christine, and a double thank you to David for doing double duty today. We're gonna take a break now. Please feel free to help yourself, coffee, snacks in the back, and we'll come back in 15. Okay, welcome back. To truly bridge the digital divide, Canada must address the lack of competition in the telecom sector. Our next speaker, Bram Abramson, Commissioner at the CRTC, has been deeply involved in shaping policy on internet access and affordability. He will explore what steps are needed to foster a more competitive market and lower costs for Canadians. And although at the top I said no Q&A, this will be our one exception.
They really don't want me to go off script. Is this on? Can you hear me? Yeah, are we good? Now we're good. All right, well, good morning. Hello, everyone. Nice to see you. Lots of familiar faces. It's great to visit with you again here in Ottawa on unceded, unsurrendered Algonquin and Anishinaabe territory. So I thank the Anishinaabe Algonquin Nation for having me as a guest and for stewarding the lands and waters. It's time immemorial. And I thank the Canadian Internet Society for having me back at Digital Access Day again, this time with a bit of a different hat on. I'm now 2 years into my mandate at the CRTC as Commissioner for Ontario, based in Toronto. The conference organizers have asked me to talk about the current state of competition among ISPs in Canada and its impact on affordability. I am a CRTC Commissioner, so I will try and speak to that as I can. As you know, promoting competition and investment to deliver reliable, affordable and high-quality broadband and mobile services is among the CRTC's core priorities, and it should be. Affordable connectivity is fundamental to social inclusion, to cultural, economic, and financial participation, to education, healthcare, and employment opportunities, to the full spectrum of life in a digital or partly digital society. For most of the history of the CRTC and of its predecessor, the Transportation Commission, as many know better than I, affordable connectivity meant something else. Universal phone service and multiple access points into a single, centralized, highly reliable public switch telephone network that in its later days was fast becoming an integrated services digital network for handling both voice and data. And then came the internet and the World Wide Web. So fast forward, and today, rather than one centralized bulletproof network, digital citizens have become the points of intersection for multiple devices, multiple providers, multiple networks delivered to multiple and changing locations, all converged around the best efforts internet protocol and with the ongoing overhang of telephone number identifiers, backup telephone service, and overlapping copper and fiber networks. In 2016, the CRTC recognized this by moving from a telephone universal service to a broadband universal service goal. This wasn't just a change in objectives. We recognized that the ground had shifted irreversibly and indicated in our decision that the Commission would begin to shift the focus of its regulatory frameworks from wireline voice services to broadband internet access services. Sounds obvious, but it's also a big shift. PSTN telecom regulation built up complex and interconnected ways of doing things. That shift continues to underlie much of our telecommunications work at the CRTC. So today I want to outline for you some of the ways in which that work has been driving forward in the context of the current state of competition among ISPs in Canada and its impact on the affordability of fixed residential broadband. I will talk about different forms of competition and their impact on pricing and service quality. I'll outline some of the different regulatory work streams that help frame affordability and competition as we oversee it. I want to speak to some of the myths that exist around foreign investment in Canadian telecom markets and to emerging cybersecurity requirements and how these may transform telecommunications sectors. Now, put all of these together, and in some ways the shift from a centralized PSTN, ISDN to a less centralized internet protocol world may sound like a simple one, if not always that much centralized, out with the old, in with the new. But it is the work we do in between the old and the new that helps define where we're headed. It was, of course, the American writer William Faulkner who famously wrote in a novel set between the two world wars that the past is never dead, it's not even past. Perhaps more ominous was the take of the Italian writer Antonio Gramsci, who, writing from prison between the two world wars, said it like this: the old world is dying, and the new world struggles to be born. Now is the time of monsters.
is a time of great change and high stakes in the transformation of all of our communications environments as we step more firmly into a digitally native communication and information ecosystem with all that that entails. But as we go about our work, helping steward the connectivity undergirding to this transformation, as against the policy goals set out in the statutes and directions that give me and my colleagues our marching orders, I think we can find a more optimistic take in the words of another famous writer, Northrop Frye, who not long after writing these words would become one of my predecessors as a Toronto-based CRTC commissioner. He wrote, "The fundamental job of the imagination in ordinary life is to produce, out of the society we have to live in, a vision of the society we want to live in." So maybe with a little bit of optimism, we can talk first about competition and affordability. So look, market monitoring analysis of large data sets is an increasingly baseline function for overseeing dynamic markets. So we work with market participants across the industry to collect, analyze, aggregate, publish baseline market information each year. In the past, that has meant publishing annual market reports with narrative charts, graphs, and data. In recent years, we've sort of been working to rebuild this function from the ground up, starting with more detailed open data releases before getting back to the kinds of narratives that you were used to and that hopefully we'll see again. Consult the open data we currently make available, and you'll see that as of the end of 2023, a year ago, about 93% of Canadian households subscribe to internet service out of the 95.5% of households to whom it was available. About 60% of Canadian households subscribe to uncapped 50/10 services, about 30% then subscribe to fiber. That take-up has marched on, but neither it nor the underlying coverage, of course, were evenly distributed. A year or so ago, there were 735,400 households in Canada that still didn't have uncapped terrestrial 50/10 coverage. 688,000 of them are in rural areas, where uncapped 50/10 coverage stands much lower at 78.5% of households. On First Nations reserves, that falls to just under 59% of households with coverage, leaving 55,800 households on First Nations reserves that don't have that coverage. So those are target numbers for us, and those are things that we talk about a lot. Let's dig into those fixed residential internet connections now to get at affordability. So by the end of 2023, the average broadband connection was rated at speeds close to half gigabit, representing more than 36% of year-on-year growth. Average data usage for fixed broadband users was more than half a terabyte a month, again, representing 10% year-on-year growth. On the other side of the equation, both revenues and average fixed revenues per user, ARPU, or fixed average revenues per user, were climbing too, but more modestly. So residential fixed ARPU was up to about $70 by the end of 2023, year-on-year growth of just under 3%. Residential fixed revenues on aggregate were up to $12.7 billion in 2023, and that's just over a 5% increase over the previous year. So what does all this say about affordability? Well, we're using more data faster. Part of that, no doubt, things like more video, higher image quality, general ratcheting up of bandwidth expectation. Part of it is that more and more of our home lives, and even more so our mobile lives, are interlaced with digital interaction. The cost of that data per bit is down with decreases across various package levels, but the money spent is up with increases in average household spend. We're paying more and we're using more in a dynamic communications environment. In other words, this is a little different than the change in what it costs to buy lunch, because we don't, hopefully, eat dramatically more each year. How to calculate affordability in a dynamic environment is an ongoing discussion. There are probably different considerations at play for different use cases. It's a discussion that spilled over into some of our proceedings, including the one recently concluded with my colleague's decision on telecommunications in the far north. That decision is now being followed up, by the way, with a proceeding that is currently open for another week on how to implement a subsidy to improve the general affordability of broadband services in the territories and adjacent communities. I invite you to review the notice and to submit any comments you may have. So we've touched on coverage and costs. Let me now layer on a competition baseline. Split those subscriptions and revenues out by platform type, and what we saw at the end of 2023 was this. Incumbent telcos like Bell, TELUS, and SaskTel had about 44% of the market. So did incumbent cable carriers like Rogers or Videotron or Eastlink. Non-incumbent carriers accounted for the remaining 11.7%, of which wholesale-based providers were less than half at 5.1%. So there were a few firsts in there in 2023. It was the year that the telcos caught up to the cable codes for overall fixed residential internet market share, pointing to the increasing spread of telco fiber able to match the high speeds that the cable platform with its hybrid fiber and thick coaxial cables are able to attain. So the intensity of that head-to-head incumbent competition continues. At the same time, wholesale-based competition provided by carriers leasing the use of incumbent access lines has dropped and continued to drop. The relative weight of wholesale-based competition, both overall but also as a form of non-incumbent competition, dropped in 2023 too. So another first, it accounted for less than half of non-incumbent market share. Likewise, the overall share of that non-incumbent competition overall, wholesale-based, facilities-based, including independent fiber builders and fixed wireless competitors, fell as well. Now, all of these numbers are moving targets. Many of the wholesale-based subscriptions were internalized by incumbents through acquisition. At the same time, our decisions aimed at giving competitors a workable way to sell broadband over wholesaled fiber access, I'll return to that shortly, which broadens the scope of their potential footprint. So that's a brief snapshot of what our market monitoring program and the open data sets we published show. The old world continues to birth the new one. Cable carriers continue to deliver very high speeds over combinations of fiber and coax. Telephone carriers continue to operate both copper and fiber networks in parallel. Wholesale-based providers are beginning to operate through those fiber networks. Independent fiber networks, and especially in rural areas, fixed wireless coexist with satellite, including growing take-up of retail low Earth orbit connectivity. Famously, what proportion of residential broadband subscriptions are to foreign-owned telcos these days in Canada as opposed to domestic ones? What proportion is bundled with double or triple play packages as opposed to standalone? How do these match international trends and statistics? You know, there are more questions to ask of the data, and there always are. It's sort of endless. But and it's a conversation I'd love to continue. At the same time, I'd also like to move on to the regulatory framework through which we steward that competition, which operates at different layers and in different ways. At the lowest layers, we try to reduce the barriers to building out networks and through them foster facilities-based competition through regulatory frameworks and ground rules and work streams that cover areas like access on public rights of way, like municipal land, access to communications poles as distinct, of course, from hydro poles, and access to multi-tenant buildings. At the network layer, the wholesale-based competition regime likewise represents a significant ongoing work stream for us that is intended to create space for a different kind of competitive service provision. At the same time, in rural and remote areas, we have for several years now administered a competitor-neutral broadband fund that replaced the old telephone basic service subsidies in high-cost serving areas where there is no market incentive to build out terrestrial broadband, and therefore there is virtually no terrestrial broadband. The broadband fund is therefore another significant work stream for both policy framework and individual funding decisions. Finally, speed testing and resiliency measures, outage reporting help speak to the quality of what is delivered in the marketplace. At the same time, more explicit consumer protection measures around what your ISP must provide, cancellation and switching rules and architectures, a consumer complaints arbitrator, and so on help round out our broad approach to how we oversee competitive broadband markets. So that's a bit of an overview. What I would like to now do is briefly touch on each of these in turn before turning to foreign investment, cyber readiness, and my usual call for you to get involved in our proceedings. So let me start with the lowest layers. Network builds and infrastructure deployment often pose a range of challenges. Some of our active work streams to address these challenges include municipal access agreements and disputes, communications pole access, access to multi-tenant buildings. On municipal access agreements, we have for many years worked with all stakeholders, including municipalities, carriers, and citizens, to help facilitate access to civil works that are needed to build up networks. To assist in this process, we convened parties. It's been a while now, between 2011 and 2013, to develop a model municipal access agreement. Since then, we've continued to be engaged in adjudicating disputes around these agreements and related issues, in developing some of what we put out there as persuasive decisions, and continue to have open files in this work stream even as we speak. The same is true of communications pole access. In 2023, we concluded a comprehensive proceeding with a decision establishing faster timelines for phone companies to provide access to their poles to competitors. Last year, we ran a further consultation on whether we should change the rules that led third parties to attach equipment to poles across Canada, especially in the wireless area. We have yet to issue a decision from this most recent consultation, but of course, any decision we make will continue to promote and balance both greater competition and more investment in networks. We likewise set down fair access rules for communication service provider competition in multi-dwelling units, or MDUs, more than 20 years ago. In 2003, further refining them much more recently in 2021. And users have the right to access the network of their choice. Competitors have the right to install it. Adjudication between buildings and networks that can't agree on the terms for doing so continues to be a very active work stream for us. Those of you who are engaged in the process are very familiar with what I'm talking about. There's always more work to do. We look forward to working with Canadians on finding creative and collaborative solutions to it. Take, for instance, shadow fiber. The unused duct space, sheet space, unlit fiber built by entities like municipalities, utilities, institutions, private businesses for internal use that do not market it for broader commercial use, whether to avoid regulatory risk or because they don't have the human capacity to think about it. What could we do, particularly in rural and remote areas, if we found ways to collaborate or to move or to act consensually in unlocking some of the latent capacity shadow fiber represents? So there's a lot left to do, and really we need lots more networks, and so we're just getting started. Service-based competition. So look, at the network layer, the wholesale-based competition regime likewise represents, as I said, a significant ongoing work stream intended to create space for a different kind of competitive service provision. Over the past 6 months, we've issued a significant decision to give competitors a workable way to sell internet service using the modern fiber networks of large providers across Canada. We've undertaken follow-up rate-setting work, beginning with interim rates, which were issued on what competitors will pay for that access. We issued a first decision related to which competitors will have access to that fiber, on which, of course, there remains a proceeding in which our decision is awaited. We continue to work away on all areas related to this work stream. At the same time, since 2019, we've administered a competitive and neutral broadband fund that has replaced the old telephone basic service subsidies in rural and remote areas that lack it. So far, we have opened and closed 3 funding calls that build both in and to hundreds of communities, creating modern infrastructure that connects not only residents, but institutions, roads, and in some cases, communities themselves, to long-haul transport of the type needed to support road access to cell phone connectivity, regional development, including in the resource extraction areas, and other industries and other forms of economic development. Last December, we issued our first major policy review of the Broadband Fund, which streamlined and improved the process, we hope, for funding capital projects, including access and transport. Our next steps are to look at funding resiliency improvements, and then gaps in areas like operational costs, which was a focus on the old telephone contribution programs. So I encourage you to look out for those consultation notices as we roll out these policy reviews and to put your ideas and views on the record. Finally, I would be remiss if I didn't note the range of consumer protections and regulatory measures we have in place to help steer affordable competition in a direction that is congruent with what Canadians expect from their service providers. Major ISPs are bound by, and all ISPs are expected to follow, an internet code setting out a range of consumer rights and transparency measures. The Consumer Complaints Arbitrator, the TCIS, is in place to help enforce that code and to ensure broader contractual performance. We have rules around cancellations taking effect in a timely manner, a sophisticated set of technical interchange standards which helps ensure not that when you want to change providers, you can ask your new provider to cancel your old service on your behalf, and that all of the correct data flows in the right direction behind the scenes, most of the time, to make it happen. Speed testing and now resiliency measures help speak to the quality of what is delivered in the marketplace. If anything, our work in this area has increased. So periodic speed tests supplement solutions already available from actors in the market like CIRA. To make sure ISPs deliver what's promised, our tied work streams on outage notifications and network resiliency are ongoing with the decision due there, building on some of the rudimentary tools we currently have in place. 4 open proceedings are right now gathering feedback on targeted questions around making it easier to choose and switch your provider, including enhancing self-service mechanisms, improving customer notifications, and other areas. In short, the framework continues to advance, and obviously these are only highlights. The regulatory framework I've sketched out through all of this is largely in the nature of approaches that the Commission has adopted to do the job assigned to us by the Telecommunications Act and by the Cabinet directions that the Act entitles the executive branch of government to issue as a means of steering our work while preserving our separate roles. The CRTC doesn't have a say on mergers and acquisitions in the telecom sector. That falls to the Competition Bureau. The CRTC does not set the rules related to foreign investment. Those are set by Parliament and embedded into the Telecommunications Act itself. However, I'm aware that those foreign investment rules have long been a source of confusion in the marketplace in a way that resurfaces periodically whenever market access to Canadian telecommunication services becomes topical, as it has recently. So I'd like to try and see if I can help clear out some old cobwebs or myths. The Act recognizes, broadly speaking, two kinds of telecommunications service provider in Canada, each of which has historically had, at times, different sets of rules. One kind is facilities-based, meaning they own or operate at least one physical network segment in Canada, fiber, copper, cable, radio, whatever, used whether that by that carrier or by a third party to provide telecommunication services to the public in Canada for compensation. So we call those carriers. The other kind is non-facilities-based, meaning they don't own or operate even one physical network segment in Canada that's used for public telecom services in Canada. Not fiber, no copper, no coax, not even a radio segment. In the old days of long-distance telephone competition, when the category was invented, the paradigmatic example was the switchless reseller. Generally, we still call these resellers or maybe non-carrier telecom service providers. So let's start with the easy part. The Telecom Act has never put any restrictions on foreign ownership or control of resellers. So during the period when there were restrictions, significant restrictions on foreign ownership or control of facilities-based carriers, the reseller category is the one under which a number of foreign brands came into the market. They simply leased fiber or copper from a third-party Canadian, maybe an established carrier, maybe a more specialized vehicle with which they had a very strong relationship, and entered the market that way. Some of them got to be pretty well known. On the other hand, between 1993 and 2012, all carriers doing business in the Canadian telecom market encountered distinction to resellers had to be Canadian. So for 19 years, an asymmetry between the two categories existed. Non-Canadians could enter and participate in Canadian telecommunications services markets as TSPs, leasing third-party network capacity in order to offer services. What they couldn't do was own or operate the physical network segments underlying those service offerings. That all changed in 2012 when major changes were made to Section 16 of the Telecommunications Act. So among those changes was this: non-Canadians could now own and could now operate a carrier as long as at the time of acquisition it represented less than 10% of the total annual revenues from the provision of telecom services in Canada across all telecom services segments. Once established, these foreign carriers operating in Canada can, of course, continue to invest, continue to acquire other carriers, continue to grow their market share organically beyond that 10% figure. The restriction kicks back in only when it comes to acquiring other carriers once they've grown beyond 10%. So what are we talking about when we talk about 10% of the total annual revenues from the provision of telecom services in Canada across all markets? Well, luckily, most of the numbers are public, so the back of the napkin math is pretty easy to figure out. The CRTC's open data says that for 2023, total telecom revenues were $59.6 billion. So 10% of that is about $5.9 billion. Canada's largest telcos are publicly traded. Do a quick web search on Canadian telecom revenues by company. You'll quickly see that based on publicly reported information, only 3 companies appear to trip that threshold: Bell, TELUS, and Rogers. In other words, short of coming in and taking foreign one of Canada's big 3, the Telecommunications Act has since 2012 allowed foreign investors, including foreign carriers, first of all, to enter the Canadian market, and second of all, to grow their market share to any level. And second of all, along the way, to kickstart the operation by buying up anyone but the big 3 to do it. It's also worth noting that a $5.9 billion threshold, and moving obviously, is nearly triple the highest Investment Canada thresholds at which private sector inbound investments from World Trade Organization partner countries begin to be reviewed. Now, that's not to say there aren't complications on the margins. For instance, although telcos, including since 2012 carriers, can be foreign-owned, non-online broadcasting undertakings, like cable companies, can't be. So a foreign telco that set itself the goal of coming into Canada to get bigger than the big 3 and wanted to start out with a few major acquisitions to do it would have to make sure that their targets divested any television distribution operations to third-party Canadians before they closed the deal. But let's get real. Such divestments take place all the time. They happen every time a small Canadian fiber builder or fixed wireless provider with a TV distribution operation, as many of them have to be able to offer residential customers a full suite of services, signs a deal for significant foreign investment, up to and including an outright sale, as has happened on a number of occasions, in order to finance their next phase of growth and continued building. As those fiber builders and fixed wireless providers know, foreign investment can represent a source of competitive capital investment and a driver of market dynamism. So when you hear someone say that Canadian telecom markets are closed to foreign investment, ask a few more questions. Finally, I'd like to talk briefly about cybersecurity. Late last year, everyone in our sector sat up straight and paid attention to public news stories about what Microsoft dubbed Salt Typhoon, hacking into and intercepting traffic on the networks of 9 major US telcos, including Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile, to list a few, and as I say, intercepting traffic on them. One of the events that closely followed was the US FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, being called on to require telcos to meet baseline cybersecurity requirements, including annual vulnerability testing. Here in Canada, where we have two telecom regulators, we've seen legislative energy around a similar broad framework that would designate ICET as the sectoral regulator for telecom for cybersecurity purposes. Whether or not that legislative energy will bear fruit in a future parliament, baseline cybersecurity requirements are already becoming table stakes for anyone running an ISP. Virtually every regulated sector, from energy to rail to securities, has baseline cybersecurity requirements for sector companies. Telecommunications perhaps should be no different. I know that in general, Canadian telcos are extensively involved in cybersecurity and in key working groups to cooperate and move it forward. We, the CRTC, stand ready to do our part to help ensure that the important goal of sector-wide baselines is achieved. At the same time, there is no reason for any telecom of any size to wait on taking basic practical steps to ensure they're fully secure. So where does that leave us? I've tried to sketch out for you an insider's view of what shifting the focus of our regulatory frameworks from wireline voice to broadband internet has looked like at a time of dynamic change when the path continues to shape our present and our future. The move from a centralized telecom model to a dynamic, multi-layered broadband environment is one in which ensuring affordability and competition relies on a range of activities that is equally dynamic and multi-layered. The old world may be struggling to birth a new one, but the interregnum is more than just monsters. To go back to Commissioner Fry, if the job is to produce out of the society we have to live in, a vision of the society we want to live in, then we'll need all of you to continue to be part of that process and show all of us your compelling, achievable, and navigable maps for where we ought to head to achieve the internet we need. We will continue to refine the frameworks that underpin this transformation. I encourage you to engage, to question, and to help shape this future with us. That's what I have to say. They gave me a very long speaking slot. And to be honest, and I hope this won't get me in trouble, but I'm happy to take questions. Maybe lots I can't speak to, but hopefully there's some things that I can. And I guess before I see your hand, so I'll call you, but the other thing I'll say is, look, I'm not the CRTC. I'm someone who sits on the panels to which I'm named. So, I'm happy to answer your questions and provide whatever insights and clarification I had. You can also spend your time showing me where the CRTC is wrong, but know that at the end of the day, I may well agree with you. I certainly could never say it. Please. And by the way, I know that we're webcasting, so I don't know if there needs to be a mic. Anyway, leave it up to you guys. I'll repeat the question. Or not.
Thank you. I'm a little curious about how prices for these different internet services, and I'm talking here not about the independent ISPs, but the big ones, the ones that own infrastructure. Do they have to submit something to the CRTC where they present a schedule of costs or something, and then you guys approve that or not?
No.
Oh, I see.
No. And I'll expand a little bit, I guess. So the Telecom Act, the structure of the Telecom Act, which tells us where our job is this. Nobody can offer any telecom service in Canada unless they submit a tariff, which is sort of what you described. It also says we have to forbear from requiring a tariff or from regulating in various ways. We have to when there's sufficient competition to protect the interests of users. I can't remember the exact language, and we may forbear when it when it's a good idea, in a nutshell, and it would serve the telecom policy goals that we're required to steward. So, a long time ago, we forebore. We said that internet access prices were competitive, and so we said we don't need to have a tariff anymore on the retail side. That's part of the answer to why we don't require tariffs. I guess the other piece is that when we started to mandate wholesale-based competition, we said as an alternative to going back to requiring tariffs for retail, which can be time-consuming and onerous and so on, we'll be able to allow a more flexible marketplace by instead um, by disciplining their market power in a different way, by enabling competition, by mandating the supply of the essential elements that only, or the bottleneck elements perhaps that only they have, which are the access lines. And so we forebore, we didn't re-regulate. And that's one of the reasons we didn't re-regulate. There are some exceptions at the margins. I talked about the broadband fund. So if you're operating a broadband fund project, you have to offer internet access at a retail price that is equivalent to that of a major center not too far from the community, sort of designated which those are. But that's a bit of an exception. In general, the answer is no, but that was the long road to explaining why. John?
Hi there. It's John Mofford. I'm going to ask you about how proactive you think the commission can be on certain things. So you mentioned salt typhoon. It is inconceivable to me that it didn't also attack Canadian ISPs. Do you think it's within the scope of what CRTC should be doing to get out there and say, we're looking into it and reassure the public and people who work in this industry before they have to come and ask? And the reason why I bring that up is because this happened also with broadband outage, and it happens with people asking questions about connectivity in the north, this sort of thing. I know there's a proceeding ongoing, but is there any scope for pushing the commission further? I know it seems to be picking up pace, but your view on that would be really interesting.
Yeah, it's a logical question and a difficult one for me to answer. Before I was commissioner, I wrote a piece which talked about with a colleague, which talked about some of the challenges that arise when you have two regulators and you're not sure whose job it is. Those challenges are greater when you have two regulators. One of them says it's my job. Certainly in the draft legislation that was before Parliament, it was very clear about whose job this is. It's not the CRTC's. Does that mean the CRTC shouldn't act? Does that mean that we should have two regulators? Like that there's different permutations. I guess that's about as far as I can go in addressing the question. But I think it's certainly an issue of concern to the whole sector, and that's why I made a point of mentioning it in my remarks. And at the end of the day, I think the telcos are whichever the regulator is which acts on that. I mean, we certainly need action. I think that's the important point. And I know that many Canadian telcos are first of all, the largest telcos are very active on cybersecurity. And we have many Canadian telcos which are engaged with cybersecurity in different ways. I guess what I want to underline is the need for every telco to get on. We need a sort of a baseline requirement, and in the same way that whether it's the energy sector, whether it's the rail sector, there's public intermittent securities. All of the companies engaged in all those areas have clear obligations, and I don't see why it should be any different in telecom.
Hi, great to see you. Brent Arnold. It seems like solving the access problem in the north of the country, the default answer seems to have been Starlink for a little while. Given that we've seen what happens with Starlink service when its president doesn't like what a country is doing, i.e. they shut off the taps. I was wondering if that's factoring into the way CRTC is looking at access and what needs to be done in the north to ensure secure internet access.
Yeah, look, we did come out with a significant decision which I read carefully once it was issued. And I wouldn't say that we're mostly relying on Starlink as the answer. I mean, the decision is in many ways really focused on how to regulate Northwest Tel and their role as incumbent in the north and serving different communities. They've got lots of funding to enhance their network and to bring fiber to the north, which they're doing. There are a lot of other non-Northwest Tel projects that we funded as well up there. And I guess, you know, if anything, we've come under a certain amount of criticism, perhaps for funding fiber, you know, in places where they should just use Starlink. You know, that's a complex calculus. Looking at things like that, obviously, you're never only talking about residences, you're also talking about businesses and local economic, regional economic development, you're talking about roads and cell coverage and the ability to build a broader telecommunications service portfolio. So, but regardless, you know, look, as I've said, Canada is open to foreign competition, and Starlink, you know, didn't require anything special on our side to come into the country, and you know they're competing here, and that's good for competitive dynamism in Canada. Those who subscribe to it, you know, read the same lines on that we do, and hopefully they'll have the choices. But certainly between our decision relating to Northwest Tel and to the far north, our broadband fund and so on, we haven't deferred to Starlink in that way. At the end of the day, we're in a difficult situation, right? We have about 730,000 and counting, probably below 700,000 households left. And I suppose virtually all of the 700,000 households could rely on Starlink. So, you know, they have a choice, but it's not great to have only one choice. And of course, the quality of what you get with Starlink is limited. It's sort of, you know, do we build roads? We just give people helicopter rides when they call us and say they need one. It's not quite the same thing. So, if I answer the question, but
I don't know if there is an answer, but I appreciate that.
but, you know, look, at the end of the day, they're also using it. I talked about low Earth orbit connectivity, and of course, I was talking about Starlink. There's no one else who does retail LEO. That was not anyone else's business model coming in. Everyone thought Starlink was crazy to try it. It's helped them build. I mean, in a way, they've been buying customers by doing it. It's helped them build critical mass and keep the thing going. And you know, it's like the old joke about, you know, how do you do volume? Thanks.
This will be our last question.
Thank you very much. So somehow it was decided that pricing was competitive. What would it take for, I suppose we have antitrust and anti-monopoly laws. What would it take to, you know, do some sort of inquiry or about these prices and these corporations? I'm not saying that they are doing it. I'm saying there may be a chance of this happening. So why is this not happening?
I can't speak broadly to your question. I mean, anyone can do any inquiry they like, and they should. In terms of how we work with CRTC, anyone is free to file an application and say, the framework is wrong, you need to change it. Here's the evidence. Here's why the measures you've taken, like mandating wholesale high-speed access, are insufficient to discipline their market power, and you need a different solution. That's, you know, the same way that you might file an application with the court, you would file an application with us, and you're always free to do so.
Thanks so much, Brad. Lots of good information. So we're going to break for lunch now. They're setting up in the back. It should be ready any minute. And stick around. We'll join you back at 1.
another conference.
We're going to get started. If everyone wants to take their seats. So welcome back. We had a great morning, and the afternoon will be just as interesting. So expanding internet access comes with risks. Cyber threats, privacy concerns, and the need for stronger protections. To moderate this discussion, I'm pleased to introduce Phelan Tynes McDonald, Deputy Editor at The Wire. Phelan covers cybersecurity and digital policy extensively and will lead an insightful conversation on how to better protect Canadians.
Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. I hope you all enjoyed your lunch. So my name is Phelan Tynes McDonald, Deputy Editor of the Wire Report. Today's discussion will center on cybersecurity and online safety. As we just heard, today's discussions are all centered around expanding digital access, and as that access expands, so do the risks to online safety. Our panelists will bring unique perspectives from the policy, legal, and industry landscapes to explore how we can strengthen cybersecurity for all Canadians. We'll examine the biggest threats, particularly when it comes to vulnerable groups, how governments, businesses, and individuals are responding, and what practical steps Canadians can take to protect themselves. So we'll start with a brief introduction from each of our panelists. We'll start with Brent. Please tell us about yourself and what you do.
Hi, I enjoy long walks on the beach. Actually, I don't. My name is Bernardo. I'm a partner at Gowling WLG, which is global, but also here in Ottawa. I am a litigator by training. I mostly litigate tech disputes, but I'm also what we call a data breach coach or data breach counsel. You want me to just jump in?
Falcon, I'm actually a stand-in as Charles Noir is under the weather today, so you'll have to take me instead, unfortunately. I'm a CTO co-founder of a EdTech. We do stuff for small kids. We teach kids how to read and do math. But my long-term thing is cybersecurity. I've done lots of startups and things like that. But the biggest thing is I'm the international convener for Working Group 4 under Subcommittee 27. So we do all the cybersecurity standards. So if you ever heard of anything like 27001 or similar standards on security and privacy, we're the group that does it, and I'm the convener for one of those. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ulrike Bargedalia, and I'm the Senior Director for the Digital Economy, Technology and Innovation at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce. That's what I presently do. I have 20 years prior to that in tech across the globe and across non-for-profits, academia, industry, private, public sector. Very broad experience, but also broad coupled with in-depth across 6 different countries. In my current role, though, and that's why I'm here also today, I'm leading federal policy files on cybersecurity, AI, telecommunications, privacy and data protection. And most importantly, I inaugurated the Canadian Chamber's Cyber Right Now Council in 2021. It's well over 20 companies to bring attention to, first of all, the great cybersecurity companies and solutions we have in Canada, but also have a closer look at all the issues in the cybersecurity realm. So there are opportunities and challenges that we deal with daily, and we read about them daily, and not only daily, perhaps every hour in the news, far too much at times. So I want to provide today this angle to the conversation covered by my global background. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, guys. So to start off, I think I'd like to begin a little bit big picture here. We'll just start first off. What do you guys see from your different industries as the biggest online threats facing Canadians today?
Well, the bad guys. But to expand on that, I mean, the threatscape, and I would be in a better position to sort of talk about this at a technical level. I think broadly what I would say is we're seeing the same kinds of attacks, the same kinds of threat actors that we had for a while, but more so and better. Among the problems we now have to worry about that we didn't even 5 years ago are AI as a force multiplier, because it makes it much easier to put together malicious code and deploy it. Makes it makes crime more democratic, because you can get into cybercrime without the sort of background you used to have before. The AI will largely help you with it. What we are also seeing is now the beginning of a sort of a collapse in terms of the regulatory state, at least in the States, around all this. I suspect I'll end up getting into more of that. But that's a real problem for us, because these threats are global. They don't stop at a border. And we rely to extent, I don't think many people are aware of outside the industry, on international cooperation to make all of this work. And we are the biggest player in that is the United States. And we're now moving into a phase where we're seeing gutting of institutions that are responsible for that. We're seeing the loss of personnel who we work collaboratively with. So self-immolation of sort of the regulatory state that's working towards trying to protect us, I think, is now the biggest threat that I'm worried about.
Going down the line, I think for me, it's just disinformation, like at multiple different levels. I think this is not anything new, but I think how you were talking about how it's weaponized now, right? That's a term that we'll use a lot. And so how you've taken AI and you can quickly take multiple different frameworks, APIs, whatever, quickly just build an application and then release it into the wild. And people just want to click on things, right? Everyone just like click, 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 it's a clickathon. And then you get compromised. It's happening everywhere. It's pervasive. And I think from that perspective, that's what scares practitioners like myself. And we don't have the guardrails up yet. Like we don't have the guardrails for AI. We don't have even let's step back 40 years before my time even, but 40 years ago when programmers it was a job where you wore a suit and tie, first of all, not t-shirts and all the kind of stuff that goes on today, but it was a job where you're a programmer and your code was clean and you took respect in what you're developing, where now you look at a browser, as I'm looking at this, that browser's got 150 million lines of code. And if you're an engineer, you're like, why the hell does it have 150 million lines of code? They don't need that, but yet it does. So, but if you take a 1% problem, okay, let's just a low number, 1% of bugs in 150 million lines of code, how many bugs are sitting in that? Right? Just waiting to attack you and I. And if you look up WebKit API, you'll understand that. Not going to get into that, but it's those things that we've allowed to happen in the industry have subsequently allowed us to become the attack points. And so, I mean, that's where disinformation can happen because your systems can be monitored easily, right? And so public Wi-Fi becomes an attack point, like all of those kind of things of where you're using it and the things that you're emitting, because you've got Bluetooth on, everyone. And the other thing maybe, I don't know if everyone knows this, but if you have Wi-Fi enabled and say it's connected to your home network, right? So my home network. I don't know if everyone knows that when you go to public place and Wi-Fi is turned on, it will try to connect to your home network, even though it's not there. So it broadcasts that. So if I'm out there listening, and I can easily, I can basically say, hey, I'm that network, want to connect to your network? And you could be at a hotel and you're like, why am I connected to my home network? But it's someone just faking it and it's easy to do. And so this is what happens, right? So this is where disinformation can come in, because now things can be injected in path to the information you're getting. We're seeing this already. Any Uber fans up there? Yeah. Their model now is based on your income, right? So they created a new AI model that basically allows them to say, okay, you live in this neighborhood, this is the income you reported to whoever. And so what it does is it says, what's your propensity to pay that? So it's not that $20 ride anymore, it's a $40 ride, because it says, Ms. Rankin, you've got lots of money. So you know what, we're going to just boost that up because we're going to make some more profit. Those are the kind of things that are happening because of that information that's being collected on us. And that leads to disinformation and even things that be used against us. And so I think as a society, we don't know that these tactics are being used. the guardrails are there, right? So with these bills that, I mean, I'm on the fence to the bills, but what we need is guardrails, right? And so how information is being used, also, especially I think with the US position, keep in mind that 5 US companies basically directly and indirectly hold 90% of the data that's being produced by the entire Earth population right now. That's scary, right? That's what we need to talk about because that impacts every single person in this room, whether you think of yourself as a Canadian citizen, a business owner, or just an internet user, right? Like that's where this whole thing gets kind of unsettling. So I said too much. Thank you.
No, it's not too much. It's a lot of interesting information and very insightful. Sharing that. So I always say the more assets you have, the more concerns, the more access you have, the more troublesome the situation can be because now you have access, again, the online access that we often are not as careful about as you also very well explained as we should be. But I think one of the really big concerns when I connect with industry is that a lot of small businesses say, well, it can't happen to me and won't happen to me. Nobody's going to come after me. It's also quite a few non-for-profits I've spoken with or just smaller organizations in general, because there is the perception that they don't have anything of value that could be compromised or could be of interest, and that's unfortunately not the case. So therefore, always be mindful as an individual, as a small business. It really doesn't matter. Everybody is exposed to it and everybody is vulnerable. And that brings us probably further down during the panel discussion also a little bit into the area of vulnerable groups. There is another area. We often look at the outside threat, but there are a lot of threats from within the organization, which means sometimes be careful with hiring decisions because you might actually invite a threat into your organization. And so therefore a lot of businesses have shared with me that they have started to apply far more serious screening and being incredibly selective and careful on whom they hire. So that is often, I think, perhaps not as often discussed because we often look at the threat from without, but not from within our own organizations.
On that last point, the example that brought this to my attention was companies discovering that they were hired remote workers who turned out to be working for North Korea because they're in North Korea. So don't do that.
Definitely don't do that. Yeah, on the note of vulnerable groups, I think I'd like to keep going with that there. You know, when I hear about people who are vulnerable to cyber attacks, you know, I think of like you know, senior citizens being more prone to falling victim to phishing attacks. You know, younger people, people in rural communities. But you did mention small and medium businesses, and I'm thinking, you know, I don't know, I never really thought about that kind of perspective, and so I'm curious, what are your thoughts on smaller businesses being an example of a vulnerable community?
I have thoughts. Why don't you go first?
Go ahead.
So one of the big issues here is when the attacks are opportunistic, meaning they're not targeting in particular a large company, they're just sort of putting something out there and seeing who falls for it. The small and medium businesses are the ones that don't have an army of cybersecurity professionals, don't have a lot of external third-party applications and people helping them. So they're vulnerable because they're just not that well protected. But they are just as susceptible to, let's say, a ransomware attack, because even a small business has enough money for it to be worth a few hours of a hacker's time. And even if they don't end up paying, or even if they can't pay, if, let's say, sticking with the ransomware example, if they break that company's files and they don't have the ability to restore them back, they can put them out of business permanently. So they're vulnerable because they're not well protected. And I think there's also a huge gap in terms of sophistication, in terms of knowledge about the problem. And the Canadian Centre for Cybersecurity is doing a really good job of putting tools and training and so forth out into the field for companies like that. But I don't think that, I'm not sure that the messaging around that has gotten far enough. No resources are available.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Well, small to medium-sized businesses, it's in terms of the talent that they might not have in place, the technologies they might, it's really resources, sometimes even the funding in order to protect themselves. And there are a lot of thoughts about maybe there's a, I don't know, CTO for hire that you can share, so chief technology. So these models, because they're CFO for hires, CFOs as well, so that model could possibly be embraced. And there is also the vulnerability, if we think about the outcome, not only downtime and loss of money, it's also your loss of reputation. And if you think Canada is a small to medium-sized economy, we have well over 98%, it's the backbone of our economy, small to medium-sized business. So there's a lot of, you know, an ocean of opportunities, probably when you think about Canada, for any hackers or any bad actors out there in order to attack our businesses. Sometimes also through my engagement with small to medium-sized businesses, they're not as aware or as informed. So I do believe repetition is key. Constantly awareness and education on good cyber hygiene. It's going throughout the entire organization. It doesn't matter whether you work in finance or in marketing or in sales. And it's not the responsibility of the IT department, it's everybody's responsibility. So I think this training and education has to be done regularly, repeatedly, as there are also more sophistications in terms of the threats. Some are new, so we are not familiar with them, and we need to ensure the workforce is constantly engaged. The C-level as well, leadership, and very importantly, the board. The board of any organization needs to also make cybersecurity a key priority.
All of which is made worse by the fact that we have an enormous talent gap in cybersecurity, because you're absolutely right. IT and cybersecurity are different disciplines. Not enough companies understand them. Too many companies are expecting their IT departments to be in charge of cybersecurity, and that's not what they're trained for. They don't have the resources for it. And it's hard to get people to do those jobs here because we just don't have enough talent. It's a global shortage.
And the other thing too is just building on that is security and privacy are two different disciplines. Everyone lumps it together, but they're actually completely separate approaches to data and how you secure them, right? And so that's key. The other thing too, just as for businesses, I find we have a problem in this country where, and I've been since I had my first job, was executives never seen the value of security in their organization, right? And wanting to work towards a culture of security. And that's what we need to do that. I'm going to say this, and I'm probably going to like really ruffle some feathers, but in China, they do, right? Like everyone in China, like at an executive level, is talking about cybersecurity. And they have to approach their company and even running their different cities and stuff by a cybersecurity model. We don't do that here. None of our mayors have that kind of training. None of our incoming politicians, whatever, have security training to understand how they're being targeted. So different, like we have to shift our mindset in this country to just say, we are under attack. And I know we're Canadian, we're peace loving unless we're playing hockey and you make us mad and then we want to put our elbow in your face. But I think what we need to do is understand that there's a constant threat. We don't need to panic, but we need to know how to protect ourselves, right? And we can do that quietly, and we can do it just knowing that we're protecting ourselves and our Canadian assets by doing that, right? And so I think those are the elements that I think that we need to focus on, especially small medium business, because small medium business, the big thing they're after, credit cards. So if you process credit cards, they're coming after you. And I see so many sites that are being compromised right now. And what are they being compromised for? The credit cards. And they just don't, they think, oh, the credit card company's got this. The credit card company does not have it. And it's to their benefit they get stolen. So it's the same thing like our cars. Like our cars have really crappy entry systems. Why? Cars get stolen, they make more money, right? Like why? Instead of coming after the consumers like they're doing, they should be going after the car companies and say, okay, create a system that doesn't allow for what's called a replay attack. Like those are the kind of things that we should be targeting or not, right?
Just for the sake of clarity, the Canadian Internet Society is not endorsing launching cyber attacks on car companies. So thinking that that's advice.
But I'm getting a big rival today.
Can I make one last comment? Because you asked about vulnerable communities and you mentioned youth as well, and of course seniors, and we focus a lot on the small to medium-sized businesses. But I encourage everybody, and it is in particular as youth is online or at a much earlier age. Cybersecurity education has to start as early as your home and then going through schools. But anything you share on social media, let's also be mindful of, let's not share as much in terms of personal information and data and so forth. And people often freely do this. Um, and seniors, it's also really to ensure we are various digital access for all inclusive, to ensure as families we take care of our elderly or communities, and that there are perhaps training opportunities or within libraries, their own communities, possible for seniors to understand what cybersecurity risks they can be exposed to. I just mentioned in one of my previous roles, I helped seniors and communities to get offline. It was the days of the internet when we were all very excited, and there was a lot of digital literacy training. We should do the same for cybersecurity and the same also for AI, as it must say, right? So this digital literacy training has to continue, and I sometimes don't see it as much anymore.
Thanks. And yeah, I'd like to move on now to a bit more about some of the policy approaches that we're seeing. I'm sure through all day we've been hearing about different kinds of policy approaches. But I do kind of want to touch on, um, I guess moving beyond what we almost saw, let's be real, like, C26 and C27, approaches to cybersecurity and privacy that are now, you know, lost to the wind, I guess. Yeah, what other, things can we expect on the policy front in Canada as we go forward?
Well, we're going to have to go back to the drawing board. And it's a shame because C26 was a pretty good law, but it's a starting point. It's barely a starting point. It dealt only with critical infrastructure. So that's table stakes to start the discussion. And I think it's worth pointing out that Professor Geist did a very good job at saving me a lot of time, setting the table in terms of all of the laws that we lost. Uh, to partisan politics and what's happening in the South. But it's worth remembering that C26 languished in the parliamentary procedure for years. So the typo that stopped it from getting passed was the last straw. But it was the last thing to go wrong after periods of inactivity. And it's because it wasn't made a priority. They tabled the bill and then spent the next 2 years reacting to whatever else was happening in the headlines. And it's really hard to get people focused on something that you say is urgent when you can't be bothered to push it through, to show it's urgent by showing leadership and getting it passed quickly. We've just rolled out a national strategy on cybersecurity, which again, good. It's been a long time since we saw one of those. But if you drill down and read what it's talking about more public and private partnership and working together, more education. Good, sure, but I didn't see any new ideas. It sounded to me very much like what you would say if somebody asked you what your plan is and you haven't really thought of anything new. These are things we were doing and things we should be doing more. But the big detail that sticks out for me is 37 and change $billion over 6 years. Now, to put that in perspective, Microsoft's recent report on the cost of data breaches says that the cost of an average data breach, when you convert it to Canadian dollars, $7 million. So one breach, one company, $7 million. The whole country, a national cybersecurity strategy, $37 million over 6 years. So that's not even annually. That's not nearly enough to be putting into this. And this is a problem that requires serious serious financial commitment, and a serious commitment of resources and real leadership. And I don't think that we've seen that. And we don't know who's going to be in charge. So I have no idea if we're going to see it in the future either. I said, by the way, in the planning goals, I would be the one to pick the fights, by the way. So that's what I'm doing right now. But the other thing to keep a good eye on is this: we really do rely on other countries working with us collaboratively. I mean, just to put this, not even at the policy level, but at the nuts and bolts fighting crime level. When we're dealing with a breach, I always hope when I do when it's going to be international, because if it's international, there's a good chance that I'll be able to get the FBI involved if Americans are affected. If the FBI is involved, I may also be able to get Interpol involved if Europeans are involved. they've got the real resources because those countries have put real resources into those. I was talking to somebody yesterday who works with the FBI agents and national security, and she's being told those people don't know if they're going to have a job in the next few weeks. So, like these institutions, even just policing that we rely on outside of our own country, we can't. We're discovering now we can't trust that they're going to be there, and we can't do this alone. We're just not a big enough country.
Yeah, I think the only thing 26 is good. I think the scope was narrow. And so if I look at just like us as a country, what I would have liked to seen is healthcare called out. I would have liked to seen agriculture, which is huge for our economy, called out, and education called out at a minimum. Because those are areas that we're seeing a lot of hardship right now, especially on the ransomware side. And a lot of farmers are going to smart technology and they're already getting compromised in ransomware. So the milk producers are getting hit. Like they're using robots. And if you don't, agriculture basically having a problem with labor. So a way to fix that is by using robots, right, to help with some of these more menial tasks where they can automate it. And so robots, and again, Canadian companies are creating this technology, which is awesome, right? We've got automated milking and all kinds of tools, but again, they're being targeted. And so we were like, I got a chance to basically try to hack a control system for a farm, and it was easy peasy because the controller had no firewall. It was connected onto the internet, and once I could basically figure out what the IP address was for that community by the provider, I scanned it, realized who the farmer was, and I basically could get into his controller and take over his farm system. Um, that was scary. Um, so I think we need to understand the critical areas of our economy that can and will be attacked and how to protect them. So that's what I would have liked to have seen in that policy.
Is there a trade-off between accessibility and security?
God, no. No. So from my perspective is bake it in, right? Like I have an edtech startup that I started 7 years ago. And when we started that company, when my co-founder came to me, he's an educator, like he's the ed, I'm the tech, that's our joke, and in our edtech. So when we started that, I said, listen, if we want to do this, we're going to do it right. We're gonna, build it secure by design. We're going to build it privacy by design, because if small kids and their parents are going to trust us with their data, I don't want that leaving on my clock. So I that's why we did that. And by doing that, we didn't do the typical thing where companies are 7 or 8 years in and all of a sudden have a customer that goes, well, what do you do for security and privacy? And then it's a bolt on. Once you have to bolt stuff onto a technology, then you open yourself to all kinds of attack surface. So I didn't want to do that just because I've been in the industry for so long. So I said, I'm going to get rid of it day one, right? And manage it as we build. And obviously, as technology is growing and we're adding new features, yeah, we just manage the risk when we create a new feature. It's much easier to manage at that point. So our overall cost to develop is much lower. Companies just don't design like that, right? Even military systems, unless they have to, right?
Can I add 2 points on that if you don't mind? I'll be quiet. But the first one is the cost of prevention is always less than the cost of remediation. The prevention is cheaper than the cure, just like we were all told by our grandparents as kids. This is an area where that's absolutely true. You can prevent a lot of these attacks just by making sure your software is up to date. That's not even an additional cost. It's just a behavior that you need to work with. So a lot of these are procedural issues, they're education issues, because people need to understand that these basic, simple measures go a long way towards making them safe. When you're talking about, and what I was thinking when you're talking about the farm tech issue, is it's exactly what we were talking about 5 years, 6 years ago with the Internet of Things. Yeah. You have all these devices for which there was no security being built into it. And this is one of the many problems in cyber where everyone freaks out about it. And then nothing gets solved because we move on to the next freak out. We didn't solve Internet of Things, we moved on to AI. That's what we're freaking about now. I don't think we'll fix AI, right? But this is what happens. New problems emerge, and then another problem emerges, and we seem not to have the focus to actually fix the problems.
We do have baselines for IoT, by the way. Yeah, both at the ISO level, and NIST has also created something. So there's multiple different things. So again, like we can do that for AI or where technology comes. We just have to have the patience and just communicate, right? Like, and so we've done this at like an international level, which I think is so key that we create a baseline. At least we can build off those baselines, right?
Yeah, oh yeah. great conversation. Just very stimulating and thought-provoking. I would like to add one sector. I think healthcare had, what was it actually? Yes, manufacturing.
Yeah,
Um,
yes.
that is thinking about supply chains and how they can be disrupted, which is really critical. But now thinking about another policy item, or you mentioned also secure by default, demand, and by design. But we also as a group have spoken a lot about how to stop cybercrime if the RCMP is really overwhelmed. The RCMP, especially their NC3 unit, needs more resources. We had a great meeting with them and conversations about they get so many calls. I don't know, it was 400,000. They can maybe deal with 30,000, but this is another area that we need to improve upon and just give more resources where it's needed and make these policy decisions because that's actually a very smart to do. And yeah, that's what I think right now the focus. I mean, all the areas were covered, so I echo everything you've said. Um, I also you said something about education there, and I might come back to it later because there was another element which goes a little further than education, but I have to remember it maybe in the next few minutes. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just I'm interested in continuing with that on the private side. Um, yeah, what innovations, um, we touched on privacy by design, security by design, um, and yeah, I guess I'm curious what innovations are emerging um, among Canadian businesses to give Canadians better control um, over their data, over where it's going, and just yeah, kind of what are we seeing on the industry side, particularly since policy doesn't seem to be really going anywhere at the moment.
Well, you have to pull all the levers at once, but I'd love to hear what you think about that.
It's driven by the organization, right? Like, so again, it comes down to the corporate governance. As boring as it sounds, like security, everyone thinks it's this black art and it's all this magic, but it's really around risk management governance, right? It's totally old school. And people don't want to hear that, right? Like people think, oh, I can just buy this new product and I'm secure. Well, I've seen more firewalls than I care to even remember. People bought this like high-end, like $1 million firewall, put it in, and it's got more holes than like Swiss cheese, right? Because the team doesn't know how to configure it, they don't know how to manage it and stuff, and it bought them no protection at all, right? And you see IPS and IDS, it was making so much noise they just turned it off because they were like, it's going off, my pager's going off all night, you know? So it comes down to understanding what your risk is, whether you're that small, medium business and you're manufacturing. I'm sorry, I forgot. Yeah, manufacturing is huge. It's like embedded firmware. Like we talk about this because we get all this componentry made by China. Like I've got to point to the bad guys in the room, right? So like backdoor firmware is everywhere, right? We were just talking about this morning when we met about, this laptop here that's made by a Chinese company. So is there componentry that's compromised in it? Like this is
My CISO's watching, so take this. Go ahead.
but I'll give you an example. So in the startup competition we were in years ago, we won, and I got what is it, the WorkPad, which is the sister to this. So um, I we won it. I didn't know what to do with it. I put it in our lab, and everything we monitor, every single bit and byte that comes in and out of our network. And so I plugged it into our wireless network in our lab. Totally forgot about this thing. All of a sudden, something happened and it triggered an alarm. It was an atomic packet, and it basically sent a ping to Beijing. Well, my team almost had a stroke. We didn't know what was because they didn't know I put this thing on the network, and they're like, "What is this thing?" I go, "I just won it. I just took it out of the box. I didn't do anything with it. And all I did was turn it on, connected to that. That was it." But this thing called home to Beijing with a data packet, right? With information. So it actually, because we captured this, thank God, it actually used the GPS to say, here's where it is. We took the coordinates, the latitude and longitude, put it in, and it basically showed where our lab was. I was like, WTF.
So it's like
Like it scared, yeah.
where Drake's mansion is, yeah.
Yeah, like it scares you. It scares you when you see that. And I'm like we're prepared to deal with that, but Canadians aren't, businesses aren't. We talk about the small medium business who now connects that. Is it when you're doing these sales transactions, is it sending that somewhere? You don't know unless you're capturing and analyzing. And so, but for small, medium business, we come back to the training and awareness. If your staff doesn't know how to do that, like how are you going to defend yourself, right?
Now, to be fair to your question, there are things that are coming out that are available to not like accessible, not just to large corporations, right?
Yes.
The companies are getting better at, and this is where AI is also playing a role, right? So I've seen more cheap options for things like continuous monitoring, continuous pen testing, even.
Yes.
So some of these things that used to be very um, used to be very labor intensive in the sense that it needed a lot of humans and keyboards are requiring less of that. So they're getting cheaper. And there's things option available just to regular people, right? Like get the virus protection on your computer, get a password manager, so forth. But all of that all in the world doesn't sort of you can so easily shortcut it with just dumb behavior. I mean, I think for the moment about with let's see, we had a moral panic over the security issues with TikTok, so they said they were going to ban it in the states, and within seconds, millions, I guess, of people moved to a less secure Chinese app doing the same thing. So like people are like water, go wherever it can find a path to go, right? So you have to cure the behavior, right? If you can't cure the behavior, all the tech in the world isn't going to solve it. I jumped in before you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, this aligns actually very well with what I'm going to say. You talk about behavior. So when we think about innovation or talk about it, we always think about technology or products. How about innovative leadership and innovative approaches? Because I think that's the foundation for even accepting anything innovative on the product scale, whether it's hardware, software, within our own organizations. And behavior, we need a cultural shift. We need a sense of urgency. And I had so many conversations, whether in these kinds of roundtables publicly or also just with industry behind closed doors, in terms of the shift in mindset. To see the sense of urgency, sometimes to be less risk averse, but to be also more aware. And to accept failure as something positive as well within the innovation phase or journey that any organization undergoes. But that again brings me back to leadership, because I think you mentioned you can have all the technologies in the world and products if leadership isn't open to embracing them, to using them properly, to training the workforce properly. I mentioned before, repetition is key. Good cyber hygiene, basically a good understanding what these technologies can do for you, whether it's enhance the workflow, optimize, maximize. This is when AI comes into the picture. But I do think innovation, we need to ensure it's not just attached to technology, it's really to people and their behavior and approach.
I think you need to deal with this at the community level. Because one thing that I was thinking as you were saying that, which I agree with 100%, is what more does it take to get people alive to this, right? Like, what more do you need? I mean, if anyone that follows the news, even if you just get your news from television, you must be aware of some of these the kinds of attacks we're seeing. I guess part of it is what you don't hear about is the attacks on small companies, the attacks on individuals. I'm part of an initiative that I hope is going to go forward, and I'm not going to give the organization's name yet because we're just putting a toe in the water, but we are looking at rolling out hubs throughout the country to provide volunteer support on the cybersecurity, mostly on the advice front. I don't mean like an army of people like keyboards, but people to sort of give advice to companies in smaller communities, in underserviced communities, like for instance First Nations, that sort of a thing, where that like the support that's out there and the information that's out there isn't reaching down to them, so they actually have somebody they can pick up the phone and call, hopefully in advance, but certainly when something's happened. So that's a grassroots initiative that it's the only one I'm aware of at the moment. But there may be others, but if I don't know about them, that means there's not enough. So I think you need to see more of that as well.
More initiatives of yeah, just organizations taking the lead on that.
Yeah, like
building community, right? Like
Yeah.
I think it's about community. I share lots of information, right? I'm writing a guide right now, early stage ethics. How do you kind of, get the mindset that you're talking about? How do you think about it from the executive perspective? How do you think of it from the engineering perspective or operations perspective? And so I think it's just building community that I don't think we do, again, because it's the Canadian in us, that we're humble and we need to build these online communities, I think, to just say, okay, if you need help, give me a shout, right? Because like when you do, like I've had to try to call the RCMP a few times to get help for attacks that were happening, and there was no help. So we had to figure it out. Fortunately, I've been able to work with, or people, stuff like that, so we can, and we have the connections like Sierra and stuff like I can call someone and get additional support, but that's not something a small business owner will have, right? They won't even know who to call when that compromise happens. And lots of times they pay the ransom, which we all know they shouldn't. And like that's the kind of guidance I think we need to get out there. But then even like just for everyone in the room, like you should just go. I go do this. There's a site called I Am Bond, right? So you can run all your email addresses through it. It'll basically tell you if any of your accounts are compromised, right? Just doing those simple things all the time. You just go, hey man, is someone coming after me? Right? Like just or you see something weird on your phone or your tablet or whatever, just run it and just say, hey, is one of my accounts possibly compromised? Um, like just doing those regular, I think, what did you call it, husbandry, or what was the term that you used? Sorry. Hygiene, sorry, hygiene. Husband, sorry, I got that term in my head. Yeah, so like just those hygiene things that you do like all the time. Like I reboot my phone every day, right? Like it's just because I'm so suspicious. Because if your phone's compromised and you don't reboot it, it just resets all the security settings, right? So I just do it just because I feel safer. Um, like those things. I think it's just the awareness. I don't think it's complicated, and I don't think it's things that will worry you or whatever. But I think it's just like I just gotta do this every day, right? Or I gotta just check this once in a while. And those are just the awareness things. And I don't know who in Canada can do that potentially. I know Sierra does do lots of stuff, but maybe there's other kind of campaigns or a site or something they can do. But maybe that's that question for Sierra.
Can I have one quick comment? So from the Canadian Chambers perspective, actually, because we have, I think it's about 450 chambers and boards of trades across the country. And so they would be in the communities. So I look forward actually to your program coming to life. It sounds great. And so the chamber has been also very active in the communities. And I mentioned previously also, libraries or places where you meet seniors, go to them so they don't have to go to you, right? Or not everybody can leave their home, people with different abilities. So we need to really be very inclusive here. But I just wanted to mention that the Canadian Chamber with their network are always right in the community, and that's great program you're having there.
I've spoken to some of those local chamber commerce programs, and actually the Bar Association had the speaker series to get people like me into libraries to talk about this. And let me put this out to you because many of you are leaders here in your businesses or parts of the government you're in. This is something where when we talk about leadership, it's not the federal government by itself. I think this is anyone that has more knowledge than the people who need the help should be out there. So I would challenge all of you, if you have an opportunity to volunteer or to create an opportunity to volunteer to do this, please think about doing that. No contribution is too small in this area.
Yeah, on that note, yeah, you kind of touched on this earlier about how people kind of feel overwhelmed, I guess, by cybersecurity advice. You were saying it's kind of like this magical thing that nobody really it feels comfortable kind of getting into. Um, Worried that it'll go over their heads and things like that. Um, yeah, and so volunteering, I think that's an interesting way to kind of make security habits easier and more accessible for everyone. Um, Moving on a little bit, um, I'm curious, what are your guys' thoughts on maybe some of the biggest mistakes that organizations make when implementing cybersecurity measures?
The one I see the most is the assumption, apart from thinking your IT group is your security force, the other one is assuming that there's a technological silver bullet. For all the reasons that Fowd was mentioning, like all it takes is a small misconfiguration and a massive firewall is all it takes to let somebody through. Forgetting to revoke credentials for somebody that was working for you part-time or contracting for you years after they've left, things like this. But the biggest issue is thinking that there's a technological silver bullet that will make the problem go away, but really what is a state of mind to be ingrained and practiced.
Yeah, just the only thing I want to say around that is governance, right? It's boring, but it speaks to, I think, everything that you just said, because it would say the policies, or once you do the risk assessment, you would say, here's what I'm open to risk. You would know that those whole accounts need to get removed. For example, there'd be a policy and someone would be trained to go in and check those accounts. So it's just keeping it simple by doing governance, and marketing companies just do a great job by telling us that security is a technology solution. And a lot of executives have bought into that. Oh, if I just buy this new shiny thing, it's going to fix all our problems, and it never does. And that's the problem, right? And we have to, again, it's shifting our mindset. It's like learning not to trust things and just kind of understanding what our risk profile is and what we're willing to accept. And that's how you really have to simplify. Then you build on that, right? So what are the additional things I need to learn about privacy, or I need to learn about AI to protect my organization? Whatever sector you're in, whatever phase you are in your company's growth, those are the things you have to do. Like you don't have to do what GE does. Don't model yourself after GE because you're not GE. Model yourself after whoever you are and say, what do I have as a potential risk now based on the data we collect and what we have to protect?
Yeah, I just draw an example as what we have been doing also within my own organization right now, which I find actually incredibly helpful. Well, in this case, well, I don't call it IT department, let's call it the service tech department, which is very small. But they've been sending a number one scams that are currently happening. So we are all aware, and it's really great because even though I work in the space, there are so many you're not aware of. So be aware of it's really interesting. But prior to that, which I really enjoyed, they sent actually phishing emails within the for them to test, because we do take also cybersecurity training and we take it very seriously within our own organization. Who will fall for it? And I was thinking, oh boy, I need the cyber files. I better pay attention to all the emails or whatever is coming my way. But I really, if you can use your own or utilize your organization as a testing ground, and then perhaps have even a database or see how to improve upon it, and perhaps make it as an annual, I shouldn't maybe say performance review inclusion, but I mean, there should be a motivation for employees and leaders alike to take it seriously, repetitively on an ongoing basis. But I really enjoyed that testing because it was done incredibly well. So it's just an encouragement maybe to consider doing it.
That reminds me of an email a friend of mine got recently. He works in healthcare, and yeah, he thinks he's really good at catching those scam emails and all this kind of stuff. And yeah, one came into his inbox. He thought it was legit. He clicked it. Yeah, it's a surprise. You got caught. Now here's a mandatory training course that you have to take.
You know what, one thing on that point that maybe this will make people feel better if they've been caught out on those questions. Very often I find that the patient zero in an organization that's been compromised, the person who clicked on the email is a senior executive. It's a person who's very busy, is doing everything on a phone while they're thinking about 10 other things. Often they skip the training because they're too important for that kind of thing. But I mean, the biggest issue I think is they're in a hurry and they're not sitting down and you really do need to do that, right? I mean, these kinds of threats, the phishing emails in particular, are designed around making you panic and act quickly without thinking first. So stepping back, taking a breath, and really thinking about it is a big part of that. But no one is immune from those, even people who really should know better.
And yeah, we've talked quite a bit about behaviors and you know the mention of yeah, I guess just like we're saying, good hygiene, good husbandry. And yeah, I'm curious, where do you guys see Canada's cybersecurity landscape evolving? We'll say over over the next couple of years, and you know, where can Canadians find trusted resources today to improve their cybersecurity awareness?
My worry is we're going to be exactly where we are, but worse. I hope I'm wrong about that, which is why we do things like this. In terms of resources, the first one that I send individuals and small businesses to is still the Canadian Center for Cybersecurity's website. It's great. And it's got certification programs. So if you need to actually have an incentive to do some training, you get a gold star at the end of it. So that's available. And lots of other organizations as well are providing resources to look at. I think we should all be sort of trying to sort of make sure we get those out there. But that's still my go-to for a lot of these things. And a lot of things get put in also by the FTC in the States. There's like some big public institutions outside of Canada are providing very good information that is just as applicable here as there. I mean, these are not jurisdiction-specific problems.
I know that the CSA group, who helps create like a lot of different standards and stuff like that in Canada, is working towards some business guides. One in like agriculture, because I see that, and also manufacturing. So they're working on sector-specific guides that build on some of the other stuff in the cyber center. Um, I think just as business leaders, I think we start to need to own this, right? I think if you look at the States, whenever something happens, the business leaders pull together and kind of just, what can we do to help this? And we don't see that necessarily. We always look to the big guys, or we look to the American companies, and we need to just stop doing that. We just need to say, we've got some really smart people in this country, right? And just like, let's get together and have those same conversations, because we are a leader in AI, but we're not beating our chest. We are a leader in aviation, but we're not beating our chest. Like, we are a leader in agriculture, all these other sectors, we're killing it. But you would never know, because we're not that pounding chest kind of society, which is a good thing. I don't care. But like, I think what we still need to do though is for the communities, whether that's the senior levels or multiple different levels, have those conversations and not just say always deferring to the government. What's the government going to do? That's the out. We should be saying what's the in, right? Like, but again, it's a mind shift to just say that's how we should be in this country. I think that if we can do that, I think that's where our power play is in this country. That's our power play right now, because we need to do that to say we're not American and we do not want to be the 51st state. And if we want to do that, we all better be prepared to fight for it at some level. And that's how we can do it, by driving it in our communities. And then that raises our overall bar. That's just my personal perspective, but that's what I think we need to do.
Yeah, to add to this, so the Cyber Right Now Council, when I established it in 2021, was actually for the reason that we have so many amazing cybersecurity companies here in Canada, and to your point, nobody is really aware of them, knows them. I think that time, well, now it's a few years ago, it was about 340. We have by now probably many more. And also when they were interested in joining the council, a lot of them I had never heard of, so I had to read, and more are coming as well in the AI space. So where is cybersecurity going? I think our sector has immense potential. And actually the tagline of the council was always leading the global cybersecurity future. That's a bold statement, but we can do it. And even being the most cyber secure country on this planet. So we always have these goals. And I like to see the future a little bit in a positive light. That these companies and we together as leaders and as a community keep on working to seek the opportunities while realizing the challenges, but while working together, undergoing a shift. And I always point out the sense of urgency, which we were able to do when COVID happened. We really were able to embrace digitalization. We went all online. We worked virtually and embraced all kinds of different platforms and methods to work. So I do like to see it positively, because I do believe that with a positive attitude and that with an energy, we will be capable to just continue on a good path. And whether it is also more collaboration with our allies, new allies, taking advantage of the many free trade agreements we have, and to have a closer look at them and see how to tap into them a little more. So I like to have a positive outlook, not because I'm a dreamer or I'm just an optimist who closes, my eyes. I just really think it's going to be positive. Canada is a great country. Lots of resources, not only natural resources, but we have the talent, we have the companies, and we just need a little bit of oomph in terms of our attitude, right? And be just a little more assertive and say we can do this, and have that leadership and attitude that other countries just simply or not just do. A lot of people, and I finish it off, said to me, Ulrike, how come Germany is known for engineering and all this? Yeah, because they talk about it, they toot their horn, so let's toot our horn a little. So there's more known abroad about Canada other than our cranberries or maple syrup, and also that we know as a society the amazing technologies and innovations that Canada has brought forward and is leading. And we often don't know this ourselves, right? So lots of good stuff.
All right. Yeah, just we'll wrap up here. Thank you very much, guys, for the discussion. This is really insightful. Yeah, and if you have any questions for our panelists, feel free to chat with them afterwards. You know, I'm sure they'd love to talk about all this. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Phelan, Brent, Bob. So our next speaker, we're going to be a little more optimistic. Tech for good. Technology has the power to bridge divides, create opportunities, and drive inclusion, but only if it's designed with accessibility and equity in mind. Our next speaker, Dr. Wendy Sukier, founder and academic director of the Diversity Institute, has been a leader in driving inclusive innovation. She'll be sharing how we can leverage technology to build a more inclusive digital economy.
Not sure I'm more optimistic. Today was a real trip down memory lane because I started my career in telecommunications before most people in the room were born, and I hadn't thought about the CRTC, frankly, for a number of years. I was was on the board of the Canadian Business Telecommunications Alliance, which brought long distance competition to Canada shortly after they fought to allow you to buy your own phone and plug it into the network. And so I guess if I were to be optimistic, I would have to say that we've certainly come a long way in the last, how many decades is that? Probably 5. At the same time, I think we are living in an age that none of us anticipated seeing, which reminds me of some kind of Margaret Atwood science fiction novel, to tell you the truth. But what I wanted to do today, and I'm really grateful to share the stage with so many experienced and knowledgeable people. It's been very, very interesting. But I wanted to talk a little bit about innovation and where I think we're going with respect to inclusion and digital divide. And I can't really talk about issues around inclusion without acknowledging that there's been enormous backlash. We're seeing a lot of it spill over the border against issues around related to equity, diversity, and inclusion. And all I will say is that I work in a business school, and our orientation to EDI has always been grounded in the business case. All workforce growth in this country is going to come through immigration. There was that very funny, I say funny in a not an amusing way, but in a sort of paradoxical way, debate about immigration. Too many immigrants, too many immigrants. Immigrants are driving up the housing crisis. Immigrants are the cause of all that ails us. And so the government moved very quickly to cut immigration levels. And then suddenly businesses, particularly SMEs, are saying, wait, where are all the people who are going to do the work? We don't have enough workers. We don't have talent. And so when we look at the business case for equity, diversity, and inclusion, it's partly driven by the fact that the boomers like me are dying or retiring. I'm hoping to do the second before the first, but some days it's not clear I will. And we know that we need immigration to drive growth in this country. Whether the level should be here or there is another point. We know that the population is changing. We know that women now account for the majority of university graduates, and we make 70% of the purchasing decisions in this country. And we know Indigenous youth are one of the fastest growing segments of the population, and so on and so on. And so organizations that are not thinking about equity, diversity, and inclusion as part of their business strategies, whether it has to do with attracting and retaining the best and the brightest, or developing products and services, or developing products and services that actually work, because many of you would know that we've seen a lot of recent research showing, for instance, that automobile safety systems kill women because they were designed based on male crash test dummies. Some of you may be old enough to remember the first voice recognition systems that didn't recognize women's voices, or some of the sensor technologies that only recognize white skin, and so on and so on and so on. And we can go through the arguments around how products have to be designed for customers. It isn't wokeness, it isn't political correctness, it's marketing 101. We also know that we live in a country where, at least now, the legislative frameworks, including the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, the employment equity legislation, et cetera, really embed commitments around equity, diversity, and inclusion. And organizations that ignore those obligations really do so at their peril. There are real risks, not just financial and legal risks, but reputational risks. And we know that organizations that do a better job with EDI also tend to be able to retain more diverse workforces, and happier workers are more productive, and so on and so forth. So I don't think the arguments around the business case for equity, diversity, and inclusion have really changed. I think we just have to be a little more willing to pave our own path in the face of some of the changes in the states. And certainly there are some big issues for multinationals that are trying to do business there and here. But I wanted just to start by saying the Diversity Institute is firmly grounded in the business school and the business case for diversity. So I wanted to start by talking about the issues of innovation. And I realized today, I worked with Don Tapscott on his 1996 book called The Digital Economy, Promise or Peril. And it's really interesting to me that we're having discussions about AI today, and it's very much framed in the same way. There is promise, there is also peril. And so we have to think about responsible AI, we have to think about innovation processes within a framework with guardrails and so on. I'll talk more about that in a moment. But really what I wanted to center in our discussion is that I would argue that you hear a lot about Canada is not as innovative as the United States. You know, we have a Nobel Prize winner in AI, and yet we are laggards when it comes to the adoption of AI. And one of the things that I think accounts for some of the challenges we have, for those of you especially who work in tech companies, is there's a lot of focus on the creation of new technologies, right, and inventions. And whether we're talking about a vaccination or an AI application, those are inventions. The innovation comes when the vaccine is in my arm and I am inoculated. That's the innovation, right? Having a vaccine doesn't do anything for anybody if it's not being used and used responsibly. And I would make the same argument about Canada's leadership in AI. There's been a lot of focus on developing really powerful tools and interesting frameworks, but we are laggards when it comes to using the technology. And I would argue it's because often we frame innovation purely in the context of creating stuff, and we do not pay enough attention to adoption. Okay. And I know that it got a bad rap and there were a number of issues with the implementation, but the idea, the concept of the Canadian digital adoption programs, for example, the concept, the goals and objectives, in my view, were very important. It was just the execution wasn't as good as it should have been. And people have been talking about innovation in agriculture, and it's one of my favorite sectors. I'm very interested as well in things like infrastructure, the sectors that actually make things, because as I said recently, we can work in a virtual world, we can play in a virtual world, but we have to actually live in houses and eat physical food until, replicators take root. And so thinking about how technology and innovation can actually drive change in some of those core sectors, for me is a very interesting thing. And that's about adoption, right? There's more use of technology outside of the ICT sector than within it. And we have to think more broadly about innovation as not just the creation of technology, but the use of technology. Not just the use of technology, but the development of new processes, marketing changes, and so on. So one of our fundamental problems, I think, in Canada has to do with the fact that we are preoccupied with creating technology and we don't pay enough attention to using it. That has unintended consequences because the obsession with creating technology as opposed to using it means that we tend to focus on science, technology, engineering, and math as core disciplines. And don't get me wrong, I started my career, or early in my career, 33 years ago, working on issues around women in technology, women in engineering, and so on. And I'm absolutely committed to those ideas. At the same time, when we think about AI, we think about the challenges around AI. Of course, we need people with PhDs in machine learning, but we need smart people who can talk about policy and regulation and consumer behavior and organizational change and use cases and. And typically, those people are not STEM grads, right? Why is that important? Well, it's important, A, because in my mind, it's part of the reason we're not getting the results that we want. But it's also important because when you equate innovation with STEM, when you equate entrepreneurs with Silicon Valley, this is what you get. This is what you get. So it's critically important, in my view, to recognize how some of these fundamental assumptions create barriers to entrepreneurs, barriers to people who could be making real contributions to ensure that we have responsible adoption of technologies. And it's interesting because there's been a bit of discussion today about how there's a bit of a tension in terms of whether we pursue kind of European models of technology regulation, et cetera, versus US models. The same thing is true when it comes to innovation, because in the European Union, there's a much more integrated notion of innovation. The idea that innovation applies not just to finding ways to make more money and grow, but finding ways to advance net zero, to advance social equality, to provide health care for all, and to promote the Sustainable Development Goals. And I would say that that's the second thing that in Canada we have perhaps not explored as fully as we need to, because you see a lot of lip service played to commitments around the Sustainable Development Goals, whether it's, you know, ending poverty, net zero, they're all there in a kind of wavy, psychedelic form, I'd say. But we tend to be very siloed when it comes to thinking about innovation, or it comes to thinking about entrepreneurship, when it comes to evaluating the impacts of investments. And I find it very interesting because, and again, it's, to me, it's not one or the other, but I did some work recently. I'm not an economist, but I know economists. And I did some work recently with really well-known economist at the University of Toronto named Morley Gunderson. And I said, Morley, you know, I know Jim Stanford well enough. I grew up in a GM town. The Canadian auto workers did a really good job of making the argument that if you lose one auto sector job, it has a multiplier effect and you'll lose 6 more. And I said, can you make the same argument about entrepreneurs? Because Canada is a country of small business. 90% of private sector employment in Canada is small businesses. US, it's only about 50%. It's kind of ironic because the US has the kind of entrepreneur national myth, but in fact, Canada has more entrepreneurs than they do in the US. And the fact is, government makes assumptions that if you invest in electric vehicles plants, or you backstop auto jobs, or you throw money at a new startup in quantum computing, it will produce results. And it may, but they're often high risk investments. And we don't apply the same rationale to investing in small business. So that's the third thing that I wanted to focus on. And what's interesting is we actually worked with some of you may know Corrales. It was formerly CEO. And what was interesting about this is I remember one day Doug Ford announced $5 million for women and racialized entrepreneurs in the province of Ontario. $5 million. Same day they announced $17 million for the Perimeter Institute in Theoretical Physics. And you will see that happen a lot, where there are big, big, big price tags associated with economic investments in manufacturers or tech companies. I'm not saying those bets aren't worthwhile, but we don't see the same level of commitment to small medium enterprise, whether we're talking about economic development generally, whether we're talking about transition to net zero, whether we're talking about adoption of AI. And we did a little study with Corrales, which is focused on women entrepreneurs. They basically crowdsource funding with no return and invest in women-led businesses. What was interesting is their $5 million investment had a 92% repayment rate, which meant that it cost about $800,000-ish, right? And they created 1,000 jobs through small businesses. And every single one of those small businesses also addressed at least one, typically more, of the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm not saying that this is the only thing that we should be concerned about as Canadians. All I'm saying is I think there's a distortion in how we think about economic development and innovation. And we have what I would call a skewed approach. And, you know, I'm not alone in saying this because increasingly we are seeing, especially in Europe, more focus on not just how much money are you making, how much foreign investment are you attracting, how many jobs are you creating, but also what is your impact in terms of other social and environmental goals. And so I made this point previously, which I think is, you know, bears repeating. Most private sector employment in Canada is with small, medium enterprise. And yet a lot of the policy decisions that are made, a lot of the business roundtables that we hear cited about economic development, innovation, and so on, are dominated by large corporations, which account for a relatively small percentage of the economy. So when we start to think about this, also with an equity, diversity, and inclusion lens, we also have to recognize that a significant proportion of small, medium enterprises are owned by women, racialized people, newcomers, immigrants, persons with disabilities, and so on. And that has to be part of our reasoning. And in fact, it's interesting. This is quite an old slide. So the Women Entrepreneurship Strategy was launched in, I think, 2017, at which time 15.6% of small, medium enterprises in Canada were owned by women. Now it's over 20. It's a fairly significant bump, and it's a fairly significant contribution. The other thing we have to recognize is that not all SMEs are created equally, and not all of them face the same issues. And this was a study that was done that compared respondents from the Canadian Federation of Independent Business with members of the Black Business Professional Association during COVID. And the bottom line is basically Black owned businesses were twice as hard hit by COVID, partly because of the sectors they were in, and half as likely to be able to access funding. Because a lot of the models for COVID relief were designed on with a particular kind of business in mind. And we can extend this. For instance, a lot of programs, whether we're talking about COVID relief or we're talking about innovation or we're talking even about technology adoption, often the requirement is it be incorporated small, medium enterprise with employees. And for some people, that's like, yeah, of course, why not? What's interesting is if you use that definition, 20% of SMEs are majority owned by women. Sizable. Women account for more than 40% of self-employed Canadians. There are about 110,000 SMEs owned by women. There are more than 1 million women who are self-employed in this country. And so if you have a broader definition of what an entrepreneur is, suddenly more women appear. This is especially important if you're looking at Indigenous entrepreneurs because half of them live on reserve, and there are actually disincentives to incorporating a business if you're on reserve. So if the criteria for access to funding for research or technology adoption is that you have to be incorporated, you're excluding half of the Indigenous entrepreneurs in the country. And a lot of them have limited, what do they call, limited partnership models. They have completely different ownership models. So these are things that we really have to grapple with when we're thinking about innovation, and when we're thinking about technology adoption, when we're thinking about R&D, when we're thinking about hiring. It's also important to recognize that large corporations can afford to invest $1 billion in upskilling and reskilling, or a ton of money in technologies that they think will pay off later on. Many SMEs, especially post-COVID, are hanging on with their fingernails. I always think of Brian Tobin's turban, hanging on with their fingernails. They don't have the funds, the resources, the expertise to invest in driving forward, and yet they are the foundation of our economy. I'm at an age where I can either see you or I can see my notes. So when we think about the digital divide, I think it's critically important to move beyond just thinking rural urban. And I know people have talked about other dimensions of the digital divide, but for a very long time, and Catherine Middleton, my colleague from Toronto Metropolitan University, knows way more about this stuff than I do. But initially, when they talked about digital divide, it was about infrastructure, and infrastructure absolutely, absolutely, absolutely critical. And I'll show you some of the data on that. But it's not just about infrastructure. It's also about affordability. It's about devices, and it's about skills. And when we look at issues around digital divide, we also have to think about representation of different segments of the population in the ICT sector. And of course, it's no surprise that women and Indigenous peoples, for example, are clearly underrepresented. Lots has been said about the urban-rural split. One of the things I really wanted to draw some attention to is the fact that not only does this have an impact in a general sense, and as was mentioned, COVID dramatically accelerated digitization, and I worked on telehealth projects in the 80s. I worked on telework projects in the 80s. I've worked on teleeducation projects since the 80s, and I still have a CompuServe account. So I've been doing this stuff for a really long time. And the issues around urban rural are absolutely something we have to pay attention to, because it's almost a situation where rich get richer. The people who have less access to educational opportunities and healthcare, despite the amazing potential of the technology, also often don't have access to the infrastructure they need to access it. And this becomes acute, not just for access to healthcare and education, but also economic development and entrepreneurship. We just did a study last year with the Indigenous Tourism Association of Canada, looking at women, Indigenous entrepreneurs in the North working in tourism. Number one barrier they identified to growing their businesses, and some of these businesses are crafts or lodges or restaurants or tour companies. Number one barrier to growing their businesses was internet access. And so we may think about access to internet and how that impacts access to employment, access to healthcare, access to education, but it also affects the ability of entrepreneurs in smaller communities to thrive. As I said at the beginning, it's also critical from my point of view to recognize that the digital divide, I don't know why Frank thought this was going to be encouraging. It may be encouraging at the end, or optimistic. But the digital divide is not just about geographic access to infrastructure, it's about affordability. We did another study with Environics during COVID. I think there were about 5,000 respondents or something. And what you can see is the ability to pay for internet, the ability to pay for cell phones, not surprisingly, and we heard this earlier today, is very much a function of income. And so you can see that people with lower income are almost half of them are concerned about their ability to afford internet or cell phones. And this is more acute because of the intersection between different dimensions of diversity and inclusion and income. It's more acute for immigrants. It's way more acute for Indigenous peoples, and it's more acute for racialized people. But here's the kicker, because we know education is the principal pathway to social mobility in this country. We know, for example, that in the Black community, that the education divide is gone. So Black people are just as likely to have graduated from university as people who are not Black. They're not as likely to have well-paid jobs, however, and there are other issues we need to address. We look at the Indigenous community. An Indigenous person with a university education has the same employment outcomes as a non-Indigenous person. The problem is only about Indigenous people have about half the university graduation rates of everybody else. So that focuses your attention somewhere else. But what the study that we did showed is that even in the city of Toronto, almost 40% of kids in racialized communities had to do their homework. This was during COVID when everything was going online, had to do their homework using public Wi-Fi or cell phones. So the access to internet, from my point of view, is not just theoretical in its importance, and it's not just a matter of rural and urban. It's a matter of fundamental access to employment, to education, and entrepreneurial opportunities. When we look at AI, in my view, we have an opportunity to use it for good or for evil. And we've, heard lots about that today. But we also have an opportunity to allow it to increase the disparity between the technology haves and the technology have-nots, or to reduce those gaps. And there are incredible opportunities. This is probably where I'm a little bit more optimistic, perhaps, is where I see some of the potential for especially generative AI, and I'll explain more later. But as I said, Canada's a leader in terms of AI inventions and research and Nobel Prize winners, but it is a laggard when it comes to adoption. And some of that has to do with the structure of the economy. Some of it has to do, frankly, with the fact that technology access is more challenging and expensive, and lots of people don't have the skills that are required. But right now we're 29th among OECD countries in terms of AI adoption. We're doing lots of research on the kinds of jobs that are in demand. And what's interesting is they're not all the deep tech jobs. A lot of them are jobs that can be undertaken by people who have lots of different training, not just STEM, and specialized courses. This is the study that we did recently with Environics that I think is interesting, alarming, and promising. So I'll start with the glass half full. What's promising is, despite the fact that formal adoption of AI in companies, when you do surveys of CEOs and so forth, formal adoption of AI by companies lags. Use of AI by employees does not. So what's promising here is a lot of Canadians are simply taking on upskilling without the support of their employers. That's good news. The bad news is employees are taking on upskilling in AI without the knowledge, support, or guardrails being put in place by their employers. And that creates massive, massive risk for the AI laggards. So the research, we have lots of stuff on urban rural differences and so on. And again, you can see that there's a digital divide in the respondents. And while there is a gap, and this is the thing that I think is super interesting and encouraging. So there is a gap between men and women. It's about 9 points. But what's important here is this gap between men and women reporting that they're using AI is much smaller than you would see with a lot of other technologies. Because generative AI is what I would call the English major's revenge, right? We had a lot of push. STEM will save us all. Coding, coding, coding. Start coding earlier. Play coding algorithms when the babies are in vitro so they pop out and can write algorithms. The fact is, Gen AI requires facility with language. You know, when you think about prompt engineering, facility with language, logic, reasoning, and so on, does not require coding, coding, coding. And unlike a lot of other technology applications, this is encouraging. Also doesn't have the stigma or the negative associations of, you know, pocket protector and whatever that a lot of other forms of technology do. So there is huge potential, in my view, for generative AI in particular to be a real bridger when it comes to the people who are normally not included in tech. And I have not a lot of time, but I'll tell you one story. So I have one child, and she's going to inherit my money when I die. So I kind of sent her to do a master's degree at Parsons in New York City, which many of you know what that costs. It was a lot of money. And she was on the same visa as Melania Trump. It was for artists of unusual talent or something, which meant she basically couldn't work. But I made her do a few courses here and there, including a program we run called the Advanced Digital and Professional Training Program. And there was a 1-week course in basically intro to digital skills and analytics. And she went to the course. She cried every night. It's too hard. I say, shut up, kid, or I won't pay your rent. And she went back the next day. At the end of the program, she was the top pick of all the employers. Because what was key was the ability to tell stories, not to actually do the analytics. Right? And now she's what do they call them? AI ninja at Boston Consulting Group, and tells everybody how to use AI. It's only a sample of one, but for me, it's a really interesting example of how people can take very different pathways into well-paid tech jobs now, partly enabled by some of the new low-code, no-code opportunities that are presented. So I wanted to. I don't want to minimize the issues around the risks and the perils associated with AI, other than to say the biggest risk right now, as I see it, is employees are using AI or exploring AI, particularly if they're younger, And a lot of their companies have not figured out how to put in the guardrails, the supports, and the use cases to manage that process. So it's very important that when we think about promoting the adoption of AI, we take into account the potential risks. So, bottom line for me is we have a real opportunity as a country to rethink approaches to innovation, to make them more inclusive, to think about when we define policies and processes, how we support entrepreneurs at every stage. Because women take different paths to entrepreneurship, and so do Indigenous peoples and many others. Where the traditional model is someone's discovers something in a lab and then they commercialize it and then they create a business. Often women start with a side hustle and then grow it into a business. So we have to think about making sure we're supporting businesses and entrepreneurs at all stages. We need to make sure they have a seat at the table when decisions are being made. We need to think about developing policies and programs with the diversity and inclusion lens. So we are addressing the needs of all Canadians, not just those with the loudest voices. We need to challenge the issues of bias in innovation. And, I gave you some pretty concrete examples of how if you don't bring an EDI lens to developing products and services, you'll basically create stuff that doesn't work. And we can search and replace on, pharmaceuticals, safety systems, anything that has anything to do with humans needs to bring a gender and diversity lens to it, or it will likely fail. And we need to think about how we embed these processes at every stage in organizations. I don't really care what you call it. If you live in a world where you can't talk about EDI anymore, call it something else. Call it good business. Call it market segmentation. And we need to really think about how to embed these things through the entire value chain. At the end of the day, and there's been a lot of talk about digital literacy, we developed this model a number of years ago in consultation with a whole bunch of people. And it applies, you can search and replace AI, green skills, whatever you want. Everybody needs a fundamental level of digital literacy, cybersecurity literacy, AI literacy. Everybody. Doesn't matter what your job is, everybody needs access. And, I worked a bit with Ladies Learning Code and then Canada Learns Code. And someone said, everybody should be engaged in lifting as they climb and helping educate other people. And I think that's absolutely true. We need a massive national project to increase the levels of literacy. We also need the people at the apex of the pyramid, the PhDs in machine learning and so on and so forth. But the biggest opportunity that I see in the market, and this is substantiated by lots of research, is that middle layer. I call those the hybrids. Those are the people who understand people, organizations, systems, laws, policies, whatever, and enough about the technology to be able to ask the right questions in order to match technology with organizational needs, who understand enough about consumer behavior to understand what it will take, whether it's gamification or something else, to get people to actually implement what we know they should do with cybersecurity. And, one of the populations I didn't talk about, because I could write an autobiography, is older Canadians and what the implications of all of the digital stuff is for us. So that middle layer is a massive opportunity for people like my daughter who are not scared of technology and can actually create opportunities to match those to needs. And we have to think about meeting people where they are and providing the right wraparound supports in order to ensure their success. So, from my point of view, EDI is not something that is separate from our discussions of, um, of digital transformation or innovation. It has to be absolutely embedded because Canada is a country of diverse people. And if we don't have strategies that meet the needs of everybody, we are not going to achieve what we could, both from an economic perspective as well as from a social perspective. And, you know, I continue to argue that inclusive innovation is really something that is uniquely Canadian. It's something we value as Canadians. It's something that is part of our history, and it's something that will help us move forward in what is looking like difficult times. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Wendy. Now we're going to take another break, so help yourself. There's some snacks at the back, and we'll be back in 15 minutes.
1 second.
Access to the internet is only the first step. Canadians also need the skills to navigate it safely and effectively. This panel will examine the role of education, industry, and government in strengthening digital literacy. And moderating this discussion is Valerie Gervais, founder and CEO of Orchestra Communications, and my business partner and good friend. Valerie has worked extensively in policy and communications and brings a unique perspective to this conversation.
Thank you very much, Franca. So as she said, we will be talking about digital literacy today, and we have a great panel. So I'm just going to introduce our panelists briefly and maybe give you a chance to talk a little bit about your work, because you're all coming at this issue from a slightly different perspective. So I think it's interesting. So Matthew Johnson. Matthew Johnson is the Director of Education at Media Smarts, Canada's leading centre for digital and media literacy. He has authored numerous educational resources and designed the Use, Understand, and Engage framework for digital literacy in Canadian schools. His work empowers Canadians of all ages to navigate the digital world safely and critically. Then we have Kinga Petrovai. Dr. Kinga Petrovai is a workplace learning consultant and podcaster with a PhD in learning technologies from Oxford and a master's in education from Harvard. She has a background in electrical engineering and has worked with universities, government agencies, and international organizations to bridge research, practice and skill development. Her podcast, The Art of Science of Learning, reaches listeners in over 100 countries. And I think you just celebrated a milestone in terms of the number of episodes.
Yes, over 100 episodes. So 100 plus the big celebration.
Thank you. And then we have Erin Keeley Messier. Erin is the program manager and the sole employee here at iSisters Technology Mentoring, which is a charity dedicated to empowering women and gender diverse people through digital and employability training. With over a decade of experience in the nonprofit sector, Erin specializes in helping individuals overcome barriers to education and employment. At iSisters, she collaborates with partners to deliver tailored digital literacy programs to women in need. So I don't know if you want to take it away, Matthew, and maybe tell us a little bit more about Media Smarts and.
Sure, thanks. So for those of you who aren't familiar with Media Smarts, we're a registered charity. We've been around for almost 30 years, and our mission is to ensure that all Canadians, with a particular focus on young Canadians, have the critical thinking and the ethical decision-making skills that they need to understand and to actively engage all of the media that they use and consume. So as part of that mission, we develop a lot of resources, primarily for use by parents or teachers or sometimes young people themselves, but we have developed some resources for general audiences or some specialized audiences. And we also do research, primarily our research project, Young Canadians in a Wireless World, which has been going on since 2001, and it's one of the world's longest running research projects on young people and digital technology.
Thank you. Kinga, do you want to?
Thank you. Yes, as Valerie said, I'm a workplace learning consultant, so I bring research and use research to inform the practice of workplace learning. And mostly it's looking at the systems of learning in an organization. So working with medium to large size organizations to look at what is the system that they can implement so that people are learning continuously and in a really effective way, and using research such as designing impact evaluations, training needs analysis, and such to be able to inform how to improve that learning, and of course also designing learning, often using technology and innovative ways of us being able to remove the barriers for learning to make it a smooth, integrated part of our day-to-day work. And on the podcast, I have the pleasure of being able to interview people from around the world on different aspects of learning, both the research and the practice and interesting things that people are doing around the world to enable learning.
Hello, I'm Erin. It's a pleasure to be here. As Valerie mentioned, I work for iSisters, which is a quite small charity that supports women in digital literacy and employability. We really do start from the very basics. This is a laptop. This is how you turn it on. This is what the holes in the side do, that sort of thing. And then we work all the way up through the skills that would be needed for employment. And we are constantly reviewing, evaluating our programs in order to ensure that the women that we work with are hopefully getting the most advanced, up-to-date training possible. So we've recently introduced 3 new programs thanks to funding, one for assistive technology, one for online safety and privacy, and one on AI literacy. So very much kind of focusing on the skills to equip these women and gender diverse people with what they will need to progress in their futures.
Thank you. So as the first question, it's a big question. We talk about how digital literacy skills are needed now more than ever. So question is why, but I just want to add to that, right? The definition has evolved over the years. And so how would you define digital literacy in 2025? And what kind of skills do we need today that maybe we didn't need 20 years ago, or that was a part of the definition? Did you want to start, Matthew?
Sure, thanks. So a couple of years ago, we actually more or less merged our concepts of media and digital literacy. Because we were founded in the 1990s as a media literacy organization. Starting at the beginning of this century, we expanded into digital literacy. And about 5 years ago, it became clear to us that we needed to treat these as a single concept and to develop a theoretical framework that would integrate them both. So we do talk about digital media literacy as a concept, and I think over time, probably in a way, the digital is just going to fall away because so much of our media today is digital. And the things that were unique about digital media are now true of all media, more or less, that they are interactive, that they are networked, that they have ethical and privacy considerations that didn't really exist with traditional media, and so they weren't part of traditional media literacy. So we define digital literacy in terms of skills as first the ability to access media, and of course, as we already heard, access is a precondition, but there are also skills involved. For instance, using public Wi-Fi safely, but also accessing in terms of using things like search engines or even training your algorithm when you're on a social network to show you more of what you want to see. The second digital media literacy competency is use, which is the ability to effectively and ethically use digital tools. And so those two are the ones that generally fall into what most people think of as digital literacy. Our third competency is understand, the ability to critically engage with the media that we use and consume. And the last one is the third one is understand, and the fourth one is engage, which is the ability to put all of that into context, to understand the impact that media has on you and on society, but also to use it as an engaged citizen, both online and offline. And I think having been in this line of work for almost 2 decades now and working at an organization that's almost 30 years old, I can say digital media literacy is more important than ever because so much of our lives is mediatized and digitized, because every aspect from our everyday lives to the biggest political decisions that we're involved in are all playing out through digital media, through networked media, and sometimes through traditional media as well. But all of those skills are relevant to most of us, from the smallest to the biggest decisions in our lives.
Well, it's definitely a huge topic, but I think digital skills, they are evolving constantly, and they used to be, as one of our speakers said earlier, that everybody should learn how to code. Everybody needs to start this at a very early age. But I think the most important aspect of digital skills is recognizing that it's constantly changing. We need different levels of engagement in it. So in a certain role in your particular life, you need very different digital skills than someone else. And that will also be constantly evolving. I've also often heard that we have to really play with a lot of the tools coming out. Unless you're playing with the new tools, then you can't be digitally literate because you don't know what's new. That's almost like saying we're all just testers, because it will literally take your entire life and your productivity if you're going to try out a new tool for your job all the time, for your personal life, so you cannot do that kind of deep dive investigation. But I think digital skills are really important from a very early age to teach about how to critically assess, how to stay in touch by being able to know what's coming out. Maybe you're not going to use it, but you can get the gist from what different tools are, and also have a deep understanding of the critical thinking and understanding, kind of questioning what this is used for, where it's coming from, how it might be developed, have a little bit of background in the way that tools are developed. But all of this from an early age. And then really after that, I think it's not just a matter of the individual to have digital skills, but it's a matter of our organizations and our culture to have the systems in place where you can get nuggets of new information and staying up to date. Because as an individual, it's really, really difficult to take this upon yourself. But we need to develop systems within our schools, our workplaces, our society overall, where there are insights and bits of knowledge that are continuously fed, so that we can engage with it in a much more easier way. So I think more than a specific digital skill, we need to be thinking about how to create a system where we're constantly having the key ideas and resources to jump deeper throughout our lives.
So I obviously agree with what both of the other panelists have said. And I think for our learners in particular, although we do cover the very basics of digital literacy, a huge aspect at the moment is the safety side of things, and also just access to services. And that is where, you know, even, I was going to say 5 years ago, it's almost 5 years since COVID, isn't it? Big anniversary. Let's say 5.5 years ago, accessing services would have been more straightforward and likely would have involved speaking to a person face to face. But now, if you have somebody who's quite vulnerable, has a number of different barriers, and you expect this person to go online to access housing supports, mental health supports, food security, a doctor, anything to do with their child, all of these things are significantly more complicated now. So while, all these other big ideas are absolutely important on this micro scale, it is about the most vulnerable in our society not falling farther behind, which at the moment I think is probably happening. So I think when we look at kind of what we're doing as an organization, it is about those practical skills as well. So we are teaching them, I hope, quite advanced technical skills for a layperson, but we are referring it to their practical lives so that they understand those implications, which they can then take forward and show to their friends and their family, and it will have a real impact.
Interesting. I just want to go back. So you mentioned your career and we were talking about AI earlier. And as I was filling this panel, Franca asked me to look up potential speakers for this panel, and I went to ChatGPT and I asked, who is one of the foremost speakers on digital literacy in Canada? And Matthew, thank you. So there you go. You made it to AI.
I think that's a big AI. I don't know.
Okay, well that's very interesting. So you all brought out great points. I'd like to talk a little bit about some of the gaps. So you all addressed some of them, but what are really the big gaps that we have here in Canada, right? In terms of ensuring Canadians have these digital literacy.
literacy skills. So I don't know, do you want to start, just so we started off?
It's a really obvious one. Money. Whether it comes to actually resourcing programs to enhance people's skills, to help anyone learn, or whether it comes to actually the affordability. I mean, Wendy in her speech obviously mentioned about access to the internet. Access, I mean, we as an organization supply laptops to our learners because so many of our learners don't have access to computers. They may have their phone, but if they're learning certain skills, you really do need to learn on a laptop. The assumption that people will have connectivity, that people will be able to afford connectivity. So I think from my perspective, the biggest issue is money across the board.
I mean, I completely agree with that. And again, I think the list is endless on this topic. But something that has come to my mind over and over again when we're talking about digital skills, and just the other day, I was listening to a speaker who was designing digital competencies, digital skills in their organization. And many organizations are doing this. Teachers are receiving curriculum to help address this in the schools. But what isn't happening, or what I don't see happening, is a bigger national or international conversation, not even conversation, but training in some key aspects. Because it is important to have these different ways of defining and training skills. But also, I think we need something that's an umbrella, where, for example, in Finland, the University of Helsinki designed the AI course that's meant for the general public, the Finnish public, but really it's written in English, it's meant for an international audience. But the point is to get their population up to date on what is the very bare minimum essence, understanding, and jumping off point for AI. And when the panel on cybersecurity was speaking earlier today, I was thinking, again, the same thing. This is something where it is very overwhelming and intimidating for small businesses, for individuals, but to have this umbrella of designed and available to the entire world of a high level course and jumping off point for resources. I think that is a really important part of being able to start people down the journey. And then, of course, having all these other programs and training. And also to help people identify what exactly do we mean by digital skills, because everyone's defining it in different ways. And of course they should, because the same digital skill in my work and digital skill in someone else's day-to-day work is quite different. So also having that overall conversation and resources on how to really identify what are the skills that we need. What does that actually mean to have a digital skill? Maybe sometimes what is an attribute? Something we're often talking about critical thinking or creativity. Is that a skill? Is it an attribute? We should have those more bigger conversations around designing this. These are tiny bit of the gaps, I think, but there's more.
So definitely want to echo what both of you said. Certainly very much what we've heard in our research. What I'll add to that first is one thing we find a big barrier specifically is curriculum, because curriculum changes slowly. And I'll give you as an example, it's a good because it's a good news story, is the Ontario language English Français curriculum was updated a year and a half ago. We were pleased to be involved in that process. Before that, it had been last updated in 2006. And so you can imagine how much things had changed in that time. But beyond that, one of the things that is, so far as I know, unique about it in terms of core curriculum in Canada is that it now includes privacy explicitly in a media, in a digital media context. And that's always been a big challenge for us because privacy does not fit neatly anywhere. It didn't fit in the old conception of media literacy, which is represented in language curriculum across the country. It didn't fit really in health. It didn't fit in ICT. It was one of those things that we, for again, almost 20 years, have identified as a key digital media literacy skill, but it was a very poor fit in the existing curriculum. And so I'm hopeful that the other provinces are going to be following suit there. But that's just an example of how
we can identify something as an essential skill, but it can be very difficult to find a place in the formal curriculum to teach it. And the other thing that I will add simply is leadership, and particularly leadership at the federal level, where, as many people here probably know, Canada in the past was seen both as a leader in media literacy and digital literacy. When I travel internationally, I find people still think of Canada and media literacy in a single breath. And I frequently hate to disabuse them of that notion. And similarly, in digital literacy, we were one of the first countries to, for instance, get every single school in the country connected to the internet. We have a real history and a legacy of leadership. But really, in the last 10 or 15 years, we've seen very little on that front. And so we've been calling for some time for a national digital literacy strategy that will set an example, that will put the federal government in a leadership role in ensuring that all Canadians have the necessary skills, but also have access and all of the other preconditions for being digitally literate.
Interesting. Just going back to the school curriculum, out of curiosity, does that start like junior kindergarten? What age does digital?
It does. So we'll start in grade 1 at the moment. We're actually just in the process of consulting on the new kindergarten curriculum, which hasn't been updated yet. And certainly we advocate for digital media literacy starting in kindergarten and really across the K to 12, ideally before and after. It varies from province to province, but here in Canada, or sorry, here in Ontario rather, it begins in grade 1 for now.
Interesting. So I want to dig a little bit deeper. We talked a little bit about some of the barriers to learning digital skills, but I'd like to dig a little bit deeper. You mentioned earlier access, Erin mentioned access to essential services. And I have a little bit of an anecdote on that one as well. My mother, who is 80 years old and partially blind, was robbed at a grocery store a few months ago. And to file a police report, you have to file the police report online. It can't even be done in person. To get a copy of your police report, you have to book an appointment. You have to go in person, but you can't just show up. You have to book an appointment online to go in person. So even just accessing the police is, right? Like you almost need digital skills to be able to access the police. So on that note, maybe we could just dig a little bit deeper about what some of the barriers to digital skills. Maybe we'll start with you, Kinga.
Sure, and I love that story that you shared with us earlier, because I think that really highlights a really important aspect, that it's not always about skills, or especially when we're talking about digital, it's not always about digital skills. It's about also recognizing, and I think especially in Canada, we're really good at looking at access in terms of, well, this digital resource can be accessed in a myriad of different ways to address your possible disabilities or different situation. But what we're often not thinking about is, what about non-digital? Just as well as we're thinking about digital skills and digital access, we should really be thinking about non-digital as well. For example, for your mother, there should be a possibility of addressing this in person. And same as in schools and in teaching, sometimes there's an assistance. I did quite a lot of research on new technologies and tablets in schools and in education. And there's a huge sweep of, okay, now every teacher will use the tablet, every subject will be taught, everything could definitely be taught better with this new technology. And that's just not true. Possibly a certain teacher is able to use the blackboard, or maybe a certain topic. The best approach is a blackboard or paper and pencil. So we have to really think about, I think often it takes over this digital first mindset and doesn't say, what are we trying to achieve and what is the best tool? And maybe paper is the best tool. Maybe a conversation is the best tool, and focus on the best tool to achieve that, rather than saying, how can we get digital to solve these problems? That might be veering off a little bit, right? But I think in addressing these gaps, we also have to really acknowledge that we're not thinking about how to get digital to solve our problems. What are the problems and what tool, digital or otherwise, is the best solution?
Recognizing that people have varying levels, and maybe my mother is not a great candidate for, improving her digital skills in a big way, right? So,
And maybe some things it's not just about the person and their ability, it's simply about the fact that the problem has a better solution.
Absolutely. Did you want to?
I would argue that was something that could be quite traumatic as well, having to go onto a computer and do something. Wouldn't you rather speak to a person and have that connection? And I think from the perspective of the learners that we work with, a big barrier can be that. It can be that complete lack of confidence. They think, I can't do that. I'm not smart enough to do that. I don't have the skills to do that, whatever. And that will come from a number of kind of traumatic experiences and things from their own lives. But I think that lack of confidence, lack of community, lack of support, and social isolation that has been identified time and again as being a massive issue within Canada at the moment. I think all of those things contribute to people not being willing to try new things or to even kind of take a chance on something. And if you're worried about internet versus buying food that week, and I know somebody mentioned that in the very first panel, I believe, and said, oh, I don't think anyone will I've experienced that. It was a while ago, but I'm not ashamed to say I had to make a decision between paying an internet bill and buying food. That is a realistic situation for a lot of people. And I think that is also going on a bit of a tangent, but I think that's something there isn't enough awareness maybe within the decision-making groups of all of those people who do not have access or who have these barriers or who are just being completely left behind because no one's even thinking of them. They're just not even on the radar at all. I think that's a big barrier.
Can I just add to that I really liked what you said, well, not the situation obviously, but I think it's really important what you said about confidence, because very often when we're talking about digital skills and we're talking about knowledge and which is the skill aspect of it and having that education and the resource aspect of it and access. But we're not talking about all the other barriers that can be impacting someone's ability to work with new digital tools or in ways, which is one is confidence. One can be, so there's so many non-technical and non-economic factors that play a big role that should also be considered when looking at all these different aspects. And in the workplace, which is where I spend all of my time in terms of my clients are looking at improving learning in the workplace, there are also a lot of these, often they can be considered as economically very privileged and certainly with a lot of resources in most cases. But there are different types of barriers where they feel very intimidated and inevitably you have a little hiccup in trying something, even a new tool, but you feel intimidated to ask for help. You don't have the time. There's not a system put into place where it can be addressed. And also, you're not going to go to your colleague who looks like they're doing a brilliant job with this new tool. You're not going to say, oh, actually, I'm not really succeeding with this. Can you help me? I mean, it would be great if you could, but there's those other types of barriers in place that we should be considering how we address digital skills or skills in general.
Yeah, and I'd add that in our research with young people, we've really found that as fluent as they appear to be with technology, it is often very shallow fluency. And it's also very platform dependent because they do tend to use a small number of different apps. And that when they're called upon to do something in a different context, that knowledge often doesn't transfer. And even when within that same app, when how the interface works, it can be a barrier. So we did a research project a couple of years ago where we were asking them about using the reporting features in social media. So when they had seen hate content or when they had seen at this point, dangerous disinformation, things like that, things that were against the terms of service. We wanted to know, did they report it? Under what circumstances? What were the barriers? And what they told us was that the reporting systems always had a completely different user interface than the app. And they found that to be a huge barrier because at the same time they were doing something that was difficult emotionally for them. It was a difficult thing to do. And they were also having to learn essentially an entirely new app. So it's important to know this is not something that our society is going to age out of. It's not something where we can just expect today's tech savvy kids to solve the problem when they grow up. They're going to have the same challenges dealing with new technologies that come in or anytime they move outside their comfort zone.
Can I just quickly add on a story to this because I think this is so important with young people. Often we feel that the young generation they're so talented in technology, and I remember one of my friends, their children was playing with a tablet and saying, "Oh, look how brilliant he is because he can do everything with this tablet." And I said, "No, it's the 10 million Stanford computer science grads that created this that are brilliant, so that your child can use it so effortlessly." But also, I was conducting an evaluation at a really major university looking at how, well, anyhow, but part of it was about interviewing professors about how their students were using technology, both in their learning and in their coursework. And I was really shocked by at this really world-renowned university, computer science and engineering professors saying that their undergrads are really starting to slip because they are, again, computer science and engineering are trusting the technology and not questioning what I put in, is that really correct or not when it comes out, and not thinking about that critically, which is, of course, really scary when they're the ones who are supposed to be the most critical and designing this new technology. So it's something that we really do need to make sure that we step back and think about all those different elements that you mentioned as well, that we need to address in these skills because they're not necessarily going to be positive moving forward.
So interesting. Just moving on. So what are some, we talked about some of the barriers. What are some strategies, programs, initiatives that you've seen that have worked and that we can maybe, or some that haven't worked as well? Did you want to start, Matthew, or?
Well, obviously, I mean, we're biased, biased because that is what we do is implement programs. So certainly, what I can say is that it's been really important to have a balance between teaching the technical skills and teaching the critical and the ethical skills. You need to be doing both of those because otherwise, in many cases, young people don't get the relevance of it. And the other thing is that because digital media literacy is a multidimensional thing, there's always going to be one aspect of it, at least, where people need to learn more. And so when you have a program that has all of these different dimensions, the ones who are already fluent with the technology, in many cases, are not doing critical thinking. And in some cases, the ones who are maybe better able at thinking critically about representation, diversity, bias, issues like that, have more work to do to learn the technical skills. So I think it is keeping that what we think of as a holistic, multidimensional approach to digital media literacy. Not to say you never focus on one thing, but the entire program should try to cover as much of that as possible.
Right. Well, there's two major things that I think are important and good ways of addressing this. One is looking at very research-based programs that engage learners, and the other is looking at the systems in which individuals live and work and study. But in terms of creating large programs that really help the general public, one is that example from Finland with the AI course. The other really good example is also from MIT. I don't know if you've heard of Scratch, but the online programming tool to help small children learn to program. But in addition to that, it's the community behind Scratch, which, first of all, it's a research-based way of helping young people learn the essence of programming, the logic behind it. But the community is really, really interesting because the community means that all those children who are on Scratch and making their own programs, they can also take someone else's program and make changes to it and build on it and discuss it and communicate among each other and figure out what was wrong, maybe that why something didn't work and work together. And the way that they have created this community comes out as an example of good online community management and fostering. But it's again that kind of research-based large programs that are available to the general public on how to be able to learn these skills. The other, so I think this is a really, really important approach, and not just to rely on, as you said, curriculum takes years. And other big part about curriculum is that it may, you may say this is what you need to learn, but if the teachers are really un, uh, not trained to the full capacity and they feel uncomfortable with the material, then again, that's another hurdle to overcome. So big programs, I think, are really important. The other one is looking at the system in which we survive and work and live to create, for example, in the workplace, a system where there's different small nuggets of learning, different learning experiences, not just courses, but different ways of learning so that the skills that you want people to really enhance and foster and learn, those skills, you create pathways where they have different learning interactions throughout their experience. In this case, the workplace, or maybe the school with the teachers and how they can update and learn new skills. It's not just about courses, but it's about creating a system where maybe on Monday's meeting, we have someone share what was challenging with this new program and if they found a solution. And then when you enter your online system every morning, there's a little tidbit of knowledge, whatever this might be, but to think about the system in which we exist and to help create learning experiences in that.
Love that. Multiple touch points for learning. That's great. So again, I agree with both of you, obviously. I think when it comes to our particular learners and trying to engage maybe the most marginalized or the hardest to reach groups, I would sort of draw upon the example of one of our longstanding partners, which is an organization called Tungasavinga Inuit. They're an Ontario organization that works with the urban Inuit community, and we work with the Ottawa branch of that. And we work very closely with them to ensure wraparound support. So the curriculum and the learning and the skills that they gain and all of that, super important. But what is possibly more important is all the other stuff as well. So TI is able to provide them, for instance, they come in at 10 in the morning and there's food there. So they can get breakfast if they didn't have any. Coffee machine, always on the go, always. And you can get up and you can get a coffee when you need it. Sometimes, especially kind of the first class of the week, it's about having that conversation about, did we have any hard things that happened, whether it's course related or maybe completely unrelated, but just getting a chance to kind of offload a little bit. And by doing so, you're creating a community. You are hopefully helping to then boost confidence. There can be elements of peer support where people are sharing their experiences. There's a real feeling of safety, psychological safety, cultural safety, spiritual safety, whatever you want to call that. And having all of those things in place so that if somebody comes in and they're in crisis mode, those other things can be addressed and can be helped, so that they can continue to learn, they can continue to grow, but we're not ignoring those things because ultimately those things have to take priority, don't they? So I think from that respect, the partnership working amongst nonprofits, and I wish amongst other organizations with nonprofits as well, I think is really important, because without all those other supports and soft skills being developed, I think that the programs just wouldn't be successful. ultimately. Very interesting. So I'm looking at time, and I want us to have a little bit of time to talk about misinformation, online safety, that's in critical thinking. We've touched upon it very briefly, but obviously we can't talk about digital literacy without talking about misinformation. We've heard a lot about that in the news. So how do we design that requires critical thinking, right? Like you can't teach misinformation. Like it's not an easy thing to teach. So how do we design programs to teach people to recognize instances of misinformation? And I don't know, do you want to take it away? I'm seeing your eyes. You seem to have a lot to say about this.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, that is something that we've been doing a lot for the last few years. And it was kind of funny because up until around 2016, it was a topic that I was always beating the drum about and I could never get anyone to pay attention to. And around 2016, suddenly became interested in this information. And we do know one of the great things about that is that you've had a tremendous amount of research that's been done over the last few years about what works and what doesn't work. And so one of the things that we know, and I should mention, I forgot to mention, one of the things we're best known for actually now, because it connects to misinformation, is the house hippo. If you're around my age, you probably remember the house hippo. And one of the when we brought that back in 2019, we looked at the reception of the original house hippo ads. And one of the things that we found consistently was that they did not get their point across. That a lot of people who saw them, obviously children, believed the house hippo was real. They didn't get the idea of watching critically. And it also didn't really give you any action items, tell you what to do beyond critically. And that really reflects the research in the last few years, that what we need to teach when it comes to mis and disinformation is not debunking, but discernment. Not to recognize false information or even to recognize unreliable sources, but to tell the difference between reliable and unreliable ones. Because if you focus too heavily on debunking and mis and disinformation, what you're essentially teaching people is that there are sources out there that they can't trust, that there are things out there that aren't true, but you're not telling them how to tell what they can trust and how to identify what is true. And I can say we have an entire generation of kids who had that experience. They've been taught since very early on. You can't trust everything you see online, but they haven't been taught how to trust, how to find what is a source that is worth my attention. One of the big debates that we've had in media literacy over the last few years is the relative importance of what's sometimes called lateral reading, which we call companion reading, which is about looking at evidence relating to a source. So doing a Google search on the source, or looking up on Wikipedia, finding out what other people, what their track record is, getting information about them, or closely, looking closely at the source. Because again, since 2016, there's been a big shift towards lateral reading because there was this explosion of entirely unreliable sources. But at the same time, you don't want to say, well, if it's in the New York Times, you can trust it. Or if it's in the Globe and Mail, you don't have to question it. We still need that classic media literacy approach. But at the same time, doing that reading between the lines, doing that close reading, looking for bias, if you're doing that to a source that is flat out lying to you or is misrepresenting things, a bad faith source, you're just wasting your time. And that's exactly what they want you to do, because you're spending more time being exposed to their messaging. So our program now is based on what we call information sorting. Actually, you start with the lateral or companion reading. You start by, if you're not familiar with the source, if you don't know yet whether or not the source is reliable, you look for external evidence. You don't pay attention to the source itself at all. You look for other evidence that tells you whether or not it's worth paying attention to. And the great thing about that is that when you identify those sources that are worth paying attention to, you have enough attention left. You give them your critical attention. You can do that close reading. You can do that critical reading because you've already sifted out, you've ignored chosen to ignore all the ones that aren't worth your attention at all. And so lateral reading is not about saying this source is 100% trustworthy, don't question it. It's about saying this source is sufficiently trustworthy that it's worth reading critically, and all these other ones that you sifted out, you just be wasting your time.
Right. So I just read a paper literally the other day because it just came out. And it had a very scary conclusion. So it was written by researchers at Microsoft and at Cambridge University. And basically what they said is that AI is making us less critical thinkers. And the more that we are comfortable engaging with AI, the less our critical thinking is diminished, which is really dreadful considering the fact that for the past 10, 15 years, especially in Canada, there's been a huge emphasis on critical thinking skills in schools from K to 12 education. And I think what's really, really important is looking at, again, what you said, looking at the evidence, looking at where it's coming from, really moving away from saying, well, these are possibly most likely trustworthy sources, and really still going deeper and also having a wide breadth of consumption of information. So don't make it a regular that I go to my trustworthy sources. And I remember during my my PhD, one of the really important aspects of it is, regardless if it was by a famous professor from a famous journal, you really need to dig in and see how did they do it and kind of take your little gut check as well of like, really, how could you tell from that such a small, or how can you tell something like this from this type of methodology? So also checking your gut and not just, and of course the knowledge that comes along with it, but really digging a little bit deeper and being critical and having a wide angle lens into what you are hearing and seeing and being able to make those judgments. And I think part of this, a really important thing that we should introduce more and more, is having uncomfortable conversations and teaching children how to have uncomfortable conversations. Because if you can say to someone, even if I agree with you, but especially if I don't agree with you, being able to say, don't just say, here are the facts, say, why do you think that? How do you think that came about? What do you think? You know, all these why, how questions to dig deeper and to uncover. And I think that skill is something that we really need to come back to rather than counter arguing and proving any argument. Asking the why and the how, because there's so much nuance in every disinformation, misinformation. We like to put this big stamp on it of like, this is black and this is white. But really, there's a lot of nuance in it. Maybe aspects are true, but the consequence is different and it's not true. So I think it's so important to teach those critical thinking with critical conversations of constantly pulling back the layers.
Again, I agree. I think, and this might be slightly repetitive, but a lot of our learners haven't necessarily encountered things like, you know, an information vacuum or confirmation bias. These might not be things that they're sort of instinctively aware of. And so I think even just having those discussions and starting to, you know, as Kinga was saying, like, let's talk. And I guess the internet doesn't really allow for these kinds of conversations. So a lot of the time being able to do this in person is hugely important, because then oftentimes you can start to get to that understanding of where things sit, truth, whatever you want to call it. And I think sort of going back to the style of learning and the way that our learners really, we try and make everything quite practical. So we try to bring instances that other learners maybe have encountered themselves and using those as learning points, and again fostering those discussions so that they can say, oh, wait a second, this makes me think of, because again, tying it back to their own lives is what will ultimately make them understand, make them have that buy-in, and then ultimately, hopefully, go some way towards preventing it. That's
It's a bit optimistic, but you know what I mean.
So you're providing stories of how someone came through adversity. Is that what you mean?
No, the idea of actual instances where they have run into difficulties online, where they have run into misinformation, times when that could have actually caused them fairly serious consequences potentially. So obviously all anonymized, and you know, no details are shared, but I think being able to show kind of those real world examples. One of our instructors is, shouldn't say this, maybe she's very good at deep fakes, with herself. So she deep fakes herself. And so even just showing how that can be done so easily. And, you know, I think it does cause a bit of shock, but then after that shock, there's I want to learn a little bit more about this. I want to start evaluating things. I want to start looking at the numbers of fingers on people's hands and things like
That's
that.
such a good way to use those examples in those real world situations that.
And I did want to say too, you know, a lot of the time it is very basic technical skills that are key to navigating information. So two of the things that we teach that are really important, one is the news tab in Google, because a lot of people, including almost all of the young people that I've worked with, they don't understand the difference between the main tab and the news tab. They don't understand that everything in the news tab, not everything is 100% reliable. There are some things there that maybe are not, that are biased in some way, but every single one is a news source that actually exists. It's an actual news organization. And similarly, just being able to search inside a page, doing Control F or hitting slash. So, of course, Wikipedia, we do a lot of unteaching around Wikipedia because it's gotten a very bad rap. You do need to know how to use it, so we teach how to use it. And one of the ways to do it, of course, is to search for the term that is relevant, because Wikipedia articles are long. And so if you want to know, well, is it really true? Someone's saying the aliens were built by or the pyramids were built by aliens. You don't have to read the whole Wikipedia article on the pyramids. You go to the Wikipedia article, you hit slash or do find in page if you're on a mobile, and you just put in aliens, and you show nothing. And that tells you, okay, not part of the consensus. So in some cases, these very basic technical skills really are, they're things that people, even young people, sometimes especially young people, don't know, but they are the fundamental skills for navigating information as much as they are for doing the more mundane activities that we associate with basic digital skills.
So on this point, what role do you think social media platforms and technology companies should play, if any, in recognizing misinformation? Did you want to go first, Kinga?
Well, okay. So, what role? Well, this is definitely, so much to say on this, but I think it's really, really, really important that we move away from a very polarized black and white world, because the reality is never black and white, and there's a huge amount of nuance in everything. And I think we really need to move towards that curiosity mindset and looking at the nuances of this is good, this is bad, this is, one or the other. But the role that social media can play in it, I think, is to really inform that. And when we look at knowledge, what is knowledge? I remember, during, there was a lot of discussion about, well, that's been medically proven. That is scientifically proven. And irks me to the core when I hear someone say, well, I believe in science, and that means I believe that this is true. If you believe in science, you should know that science for millennia has been an argument and a conversation. So there is no such thing as this is science. There's been multitude of scientifically proven things that we have disproven. That is why scientific journals are conversation pieces. You come in and you argue and you argue and you argue, and sometimes very strongly held scientific truths are debunked. There's many examples throughout our history. So I think the first and foremost, we need to get to that scientific journal approach, not to the heavy extent of being that scientific, but the fact being that this is a conversation and an argument. And you cannot say this is false and this is true, because maybe most likely aspects are true and aspects are false. So having that dialogue in some way, I don't know how to do it, but as I said, journals, academic journals, scientific journals are conversation pieces. When something is published, goes through a rigorous process, but it is by no means accepted as absolute fact. It is there to be argued and debunked, and that's the conversation that keeps going. So I think we need to move back to that and recognize that the world is extremely complex, and you cannot label something as disinformation, misinformation, and fact, because there are very few things that can be put into those very clear buckets.
Do you want to?
Yes, I love how well you said that, because I was just thinking, oh well, regulate them all. And I know obviously that's completely impossible. And I think it does come down to what you were saying ultimately, Kinga, is that I guess ensuring that somehow that dialogue continues, and that conversation continues. And I honestly, I don't know how to make that happen, because I mean, doom scrolling now it really is a thing, isn't it? And I think that it certainly for me, it makes me want to switch off. But I think having more voices from all sides of the spectrum is the most important thing, ensuring that all the voices are out there. Um, that probably means leadership as well. And that is probably a much bigger conversation.
And can I just add on, just quickly add on to what you were saying about your initial feeling being regulate it all? And the question is, who regulates it? So in scientific journals and academic journals, not just in hard science, but in social science and also, but academic journals, first of all, you're already an accredited, trained person to submit it. There are three it's peer reviewed. So there are about 3 other accredited, educated individuals who go through it, critique it with a very critical lens to say yay or nay or change, investigate this further. And then it gets put into the journal. And it's still not regulated, because everyone else is expected to come and say, well, now, actually, this aspect I have proven to be different. So we really need to move away from that mindset, because unless you say that this floor is black, and even then someone who, may say, well, actually, there's different grades of black, and there's, we really need to get into that argument of constantly being able to present the argument, the evidence, and move forward piece by piece. How we do that, I think we can do it, how social media can do that. I'm sure there can be ways of doing that more, but our mindset should be moving towards that constant questioning and reflection.
So we're almost done, Matthew. I don't know if you just want to answer briefly.
Sure, I would just say I think social media companies need to take a long, hard look at how they're measuring success and what they're optimizing for. Because we know there's a lot of evidence that people do not like the way the current social media algorithms optimize for polarization, the way they optimize for excessive use. And I think that in many ways, these companies are pursuing short-term goals that are going to be at the expense of their long-term health. And we have seen that people will vote with their feet when they have alternatives. So I think it's in everyone's interest for social media companies to be looking for healthful, less polarizing ways of optimizing their systems.
Thank you very much. Well, that's it for us. I just want to say thank you, Matthew. I'm so glad ChatGPT sent you our way. And Aaron, I'm so impressed with everything you're doing. You really are the definition of a small but mighty team. And Kinga, as always, your insights invaluable. So thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, and Val, thanks for a good discussion. So we're in the home stretch, folks. If I can invite panel 4 up to the stage. Just okay. So,
Good.
I know. As we look ahead, what policies, investments, and innovations will be needed to create a truly inclusive digital future for Canada? Moderating this discussion is our very own Georgia Evans, Board Director at the Canadian Internet Society. Georgia has been a strong advocate for digital rights and access, and I know she will bring a thoughtful approach to this discussion.
Thank you. And thanks all for being here today at Digital Access Day. It's great to see the community out in their suits and boots, Canadian business professional wear in February. Thanks for braving the snow and joining us. So today we've got a great panel, so I'll just briefly introduce them and then let them speak for themselves. So we have Matthew Campbell, principal at IT13 Consulting. Shelley Robinson, the Executive Director of National Capital Freenet. Asfina Andu Horn, Director of Workforce Development, Indigenous Connectivity Institute, sorry, one over. And Michelle Mercero, an Assistant Professor from U of T. And so today we're going to be talking about how to advance digital equity, how can communities exercise their own agency to improve the state of connectivity, what can the private sector do, what policy changes may need to happen. But to get us started, I'm just going to ask each panel to list in 1 minute or less. A small question, how would you describe the state of Canadian connectivity today? And Matt, I'm going to start with you first.
I would say in 1 minute or less that we've made great strides, but we still have a lot of work to do. That's the last mile that we haven't finished yet. I know the last mile is always a broadband term, but really those last people we haven't gotten to yet are going to be the hardest, and that's all the work that's ahead of us.
Michelle, I'm going to go to you next.
Oh, thanks. Definitely progress has been made. So credit where credit is due. I see a lot of really positive momentum and groundswell movement in the local and community broadband network sector, municipal broadband networks, whether they're operated at the local or municipal or the First Nations level or even entirely owned by the municipality. So I think that's something exciting to see as a viable alternative to the incumbent service market. I would also say that there are significant knowledge gaps that, to my mind, in my area of scholarship and my focus on the policy side, there are significant knowledge and knowing gaps in the regulatory arena, both in terms of what our regulators know about the state of connectivity on the ground, about at the industry level, what in turn is pushed out to the public. And importantly, the questions that we're asking, practical questions around affordability, practical questions around access, what does it mean, and how we, asking the right questions, hopefully will lead us down a path where we are actually implementing more meaningful measurement mechanisms.
Thank you. Asfina Andu.
You can call me Frank, but thank you for the try. In terms of I would say we have done a lot of work, yes, but from the Indigenous perspective, we're kind of the forgotten, and a lot of discussion that we've had today, there's kind of like a have and have not perspective, and from the Indigenous Connectivity Institute's perspective, we're grassroots representing Indigenous voices, and what we hear over and over again is we're on the wrong side of the fence. How can we get on the right side of the fence? So there's still a lot of work to do.
Thank you. And Shelley.
Frankly, I'm glad you had some critiques because I sound like a super drag. So I wrote down a bunch of words.
So compromised, top-down, static, and protectionist. I always struggle oligopolistic, financialized to the point of abstraction, and all the most interesting work is happening at the margins. So if you think about it as like a sidewalk, I think the most interesting stuff is happening in the cracks of the sidewalk. And so it's great that the grass is growing, but we're going to need, a lot of time and support for that to widen. And by and large, we're looking at gray concrete that overtakes everything.
Okay, thank you. Lots to chew on, but just from the 1-minute responses. So to continue the discussion, I'm going to turn over to Michelle to pick up some of what you said. So, we've made a lot of progress. There have been lots of investments made, but there's still some gaps, especially in our understanding of what the infrastructure looks like. And so I just thought you could enlighten us or tell us about, how some of the infrastructure investments have fared over the past, several years and what else is needed, and particularly in the information and measurement side, to ensure that all Canadians have access to reliable, quality broadband.
Thank you. So I'll do my best here. So there have been lots of investments. I'm not sure I would qualify that as success. And one of the reasons I wouldn't necessarily qualify that as success is partly as a result of what we are actually assessing. So I'll give a very concrete example. Ontario, the sort of the pandemic initiated the Ministry of Infrastructure, really significant $4+ billion, I believe. And it was a phased reverse auction approach. And I was heavily involved on the governmental side at the outset of that in the first phase of reverse auction tenders that went out. And the point I'm trying to make here is that when we actually, with our colleagues at YorkNet, which is Laura Bradley, wonderful municipal broadband entity out there, and we really started to dig into the contracts as they were being announced, the awards that were being announced, who was actually getting funded, more specifically, what projects were getting funded and where. And when we started to look at that level, and we really looked at it from the view, there's a concept we use in municipal governance, in particular, I know higher levels they use as well, as best value for the public dollar. It doesn't necessarily mean the least expensive, but best value for the public dollar, because these are public dollars. So what we found was something troubling in terms of the number, the volume of awarded contracts that were going to already service areas. And when you got on the ground and you looked at the infrastructure, the capital works level, what's going on? Why are monies through this through the Ontario government's broadband fund going to areas that are already nominally anyways serviced areas? And so when you get down to that capital works data level, and you see, well, service provider, incumbent service provider A or B, really was awarded this project because they wanted to extend a leg of their network that they finished 12 years ago, that additional 4 or 5 kilometers into the new residential development that didn't exist back then. So we started to see patterns like that. And really, to us, what that symbolized or signified to us was, all good intent on the part of the provincial government at the time, but not having the industry acumen or knowing to ask the right questions. Where should the money be going? So in our case, in that case, that's an example to me of not asking the right questions, not implementing the correct measurement mechanisms. And I'll say overall, as a raw quantitative assessment, just at the Ontario level, as of early 2024, I want to say February, March 2024, of all of that $4 billion and all the projects that were actually successfully funded, if you look at the actual completion rates, I mean, the province and funding entities love to lead with numbers of funded projects. We funded 133, 240 projects. That's what they like to lead with. But let's take a page from from the housing policy playbook, how many projects actually get completed? And when you look at that metric, things become a bit more problematic. We know in the far north, less than 9% of those issued projects have actually been completed. Outside of the far north, it's just shy of 40% of those funded projects have actually been completed. So again, I'm going to bring it back to asking the right questions. What are we intending to measure, and are we getting best value for the public dollar?
Thank you. And Frank, Shelley, and Matt, I can see you all nodding along, so I invite you to weigh in.
When it comes to reverse auction, at the time I was actually I was at Rogers, and I was at. You forgive me. I know. I feel better now that I work for ICI, but I had an inside view. I won't share too much, but what I will share is there were desired locations that Rogers wanted, and there are other ones that was kind of like a cost benefit analysis. And they said, well, we're going to go here, and then if it goes beyond that point, we're walking away. And when it came to all the geographic zones, what was untouched and nobody would touch was the far north. And I know Rogers was approached by the provincial government saying, are you interested in taking the over $1 billion that's left on the table? And we looked at it and we walked away. We, as my Rogers hat. So, and when it comes to government subsidy, whether it's federal or provincial, from the Indigenous lens, they weren't really part of the process. Basically, when it came to geographic zones, if a First Nation just happened to be in there, we would knock on their door and say, congratulations, we want subsidy to build it. Are you interested? And we didn't really understand, like Rogers didn't understand the hesitancy and I guess the initial tension in the conversation, because they were never part of the conversation. And now you just think because you want it, you're going to get all the benefits of it and come into our territory, and you get it basically built for free, and then you have us as customers. Like, it's all win-win-win for you. What are we going to get out of it? And that was kind of a wake-up call, I guess, to Indigenous communities when it comes to broadband infrastructure, saying, wait a minute here, there's got to be a better approach to this.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think really what this is showing us is the better approach is focusing more on municipal broadband, right? Where we're giving the money to these private companies who are building solely for their own use, what's good for them, what's in their interest, rather than focusing on municipal networks owned by the community with open access, where other ISPs can come in and commit at the service, they compete at the service level, not at the network level. I mean, we trust municipalities to build roads, electricity, but we don't trust them yet to build broadband in a lot of places there. And there are some success stories, but for the most part, municipal networks are almost non-existent in most of Canada. And if we put more of our money into that, I think we'd have a lot more bang for a buck in the end.
Yeah, I'm just going to chip in. So National Capital Freenet is a not-for-profit internet service provider, and we have a project where we're building, funded by Sierra, where we're building a Wi-Fi network for free Wi-Fi here in town, leveraging a municipal backhaul provider that's owned by Hydro Ottawa, and then leveraging the height of an Ottawa community housing tower. So for me, yes, municipal broadband, huge fan, but also a kind of partnership where a not-for-profit can do that work with the municipality. But that community ownership, I think, is so powerful. There's a market failure. So again, to Frank's point, like Rogers was like we expect Rogers to make business-based decisions. So they did. So then we have to say, okay, let's stop trying to sweeten the pot when it goes against their interests. Let's invest in the people who care about it, which are the people who are from that community and live in that community.
So I'll turn it back to you, Shelley, actually. Can you illuminate us with some examples of why a community-led initiative can be so successful and impactful? What are some of the challenges to getting those off the ground? And what can we think about moving forwards if we're in a position to fund them or to champion them?
Okay, so there are a bunch of really growing community networks, a lot from Indigenous nations and communities. So EU Communications, KNet, Clear Sky, Broadband Communications North. There's North End Connect, which is a not-for-profit doing it. Actually, it's the Internet Society Manitoba chapter, doing it in downtown Winnipeg. I also like that it gets around this thing that we've talked about urban versus rural. It's just saying there are folks who aren't able to connect. And sometimes that's an infrastructure problem because they're in a rural or remote or frankly just ignored community. And then other times it's because it's affordability challenges or those kinds of things in an urban center. And affordability cuts both ways. And City of Saskatoon has a project. So there are these things. There are also struggles, like you referenced. So there was Mamawapuin Technology Society, which was doing a Wi-Fi project, and the founder was featured on Al Jazeera. It was an amazing story. He was serving Musqueam, an Indigenous community, and nearby. He wanted to expand, and it's now gone under. And part of that is the challenge of there's no regulatory framework to acknowledge these kinds of operations. There's no ongoing funding to support them. So we all want to champion the start of a great community initiative without realizing that the investment has to take into account that they're smaller, that they don't have historical advantages of the incumbents, that they don't have the capacity. And so that's going to take a different kind of structure to make them work. 307 Net they got just over $4 million, and they're serving Chelsea. Cantley, thank you. I was looking at my colleague Andrew. So they're serving Cantley, and they lay their own fiber, and it's a huge success story. Except, and I don't want to tell their business out of school, but they're really struggling, and that's because they got funding to put in fiber, and then through a competing funding program, Bell got funding to come in, and then they went faster. They wiped out their customer base. So people who had been crying for internet for so long, they get a community-owned provider. The moment it's a going concern, the incumbents are going to come in and take it over, and then they can sell at a price that you can't meet as a small provider so you're committed to affordability, but you have economies of scale challenges. So many successes, and I think that's, for me, that grass through the sidewalk cracks, but we have to understand that nobody's watering the grass that's coming up through the sidewalk cracks, right? We're not tending those things. They are struggling to push themselves up, and so we need to widen the cracks, give some water, put some soil down, give the growing conditions if we want that to become a bigger sector.
And so to turn those growing conditions maybe into some practical policy solutions, do any of you have any thoughts on what those could be moving forward? Any policy changes that need to happen to facilitate that?
Well, I think one of the easiest ones we can start with is any publicly funded project needs to have an open access requirement. And today we don't put that in as a mandatory thing that you have to make your network open. But I think if public dollars funded your fiber, that fiber needs to be open to anybody to compete on. That'd be the simplest one to start with.
Yeah, I mean, there's a wealth of literature on the market analysis side, mostly coming from the U.S. wholesale network operators associations down in the States, and they show very concrete terms right down to investment capital risk analyses that wholesale open networks are the path forward to universalizing fiber connectivity across the continent of the United States. And I don't see any reason why the same market logic cannot hold true here. So in principle, absolutely. The literature, the data is out there. The market agrees. I would say that the issue is less from a regulatory perspective in that, look, at the end of the day, there is a class of carrier on the books, non-dominant status carriers in Canada. It's not a particularly onerous or cumbersome undertaking to, as a corporate or even a public entity, a municipality like Calgary can register as a non-dominant carrier. So that's not particularly complex or problematic. The capital funding for it is a huge issue, even in large municipalities. I'm coming from the city, many years in telco in the city of Toronto. I could speak in very limited fashion to that here, but the challenges are administrative. Okay. You have even in a scenario where a municipality is otherwise in a relatively good position from a capital, not just a funding perspective, but also a capital works perspective. Municipalities are digging up streets all the time. It makes sense to drop conduit when you're tearing up the street. But the sensibility of it in real life terms drops off at that point, because when you actually try to coordinate those activities and try to get buy-in from administrative leadership, and then you run into the issue of local entities, municipalities or otherwise, being lobbied into the ground by incumbent carriers who see this as an existential threat. Okay, I agree 100%. Unfortunately, and this goes back to 2001, this is the market skeptic in me coming out, but going back to 2001, the Ledcor decision coming out of the CRTC, I know Brad, you weren't there at that point, but that really drove the nail in the coffin of the idea of open access fiber networks as a mandate or a regulated thing in Canadian telecommunications sector. And unfortunately, I don't think, even with the most recent wholesale decision, which I applaud that decision, but many industry analysts, especially wholesale network operators, might argue it's 10 years too late at this point. The market has been largely decimated in this country. So yeah, in principle, I think it's fantastic if you can convince a municipality to get past the risk of lobbying into the ground by not just incumbents coming out of left field, but incumbents who are also their enterprise service providers. I mean, look, listen, like, if you find a municipality that has the ideals, even in the elected domain, to, hey, this would be great, let's put open access infrastructure in the ground, that's fantastic. But then when you get into the dirt of it, and who is their vendor of record on the IT side, they're going to have something to say about that. And they're going to squeeze you in your contract negotiation. So this is the reality of what happens on the ground with public entities that try to do this. So I would put more eggs in the basket of non-affiliated, NGO, community-owned entities like that who don't come strapped with all of that baggage. That was a mouthful, but yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to switch the channel to affordability in a second, but I just wanted to see, Frank, if you wanted to contribute to this.
Yeah, I agree with everything that was said. From a Indigenous community perspective, in the last round of the UBF, there were some Indigenous organizations that were successful, but not enough, in my opinion. And to me, that's just emblematic of the situation and the problem. And in terms of recommendations, I see it like when I used to work in other sectors, and unfortunately, what has to happen is there has to be an Indigenous carve out in order to kind of, because if they compete on the same level, it isn't a level playing field, and because it's not level, they don't really have it's stacked against them to be successful in the competitive process. So I think there has to be an Indigenous carve out, and where it's considerate of their perspective, and that they have a lot, because the traditional method of it is the incumbents, like they come in and say we have a solution for you, and it's kind of like I hate to use it, but it's like a white savior approach. We have solutions for you, and we have all the bargaining power in this negotiation. And when it comes to Indigenous, they're starting to get to the point where that approach is not enough anymore, and they need to have a pathway to kind of be able to kind of get to the point where they're okay, but they don't have to necessarily deal with all the other baggage that they all traditionally have to deal with, because it creates too many hurdles for them to get where they need to. Because ultimately what we want is communities to be able to be at the same level playing field. And that would be my recommendation in terms of rethinking this process.
Can I sneak in one wonky-ish thing? Okay, so my background is in community radio. So on the broadcasting side, we have an understanding in Canada that we want a strong public broadcasting sector, that we want a community broadcasting sector, and then we want a strong private broadcasting sector. So traditionally, as you would expect, the community sector is smaller, it's less well-funded. That said, it's made huge leaps and bounds lately, and that's because there's an acknowledgement that it's an important part of the system, and therefore there have been things that have been built up to support that. So if there's 3 legs of a stool and then one leg is way shorter, you understand when you're tilting over that you need to build up the other stool. So on a telecom side, we could do the same thing. So there could be an Indigenous carve out, there could be a municipal / not-for-profit carve out, and then there's still the main system for big commercial players, be they incumbent or not, which then is this understanding that a strong system isn't municipal and nothing else. It's that we need this blend of things so that we can, build a plurality. There you go.
This is great. So I'm going to, not away from, they're all related, but moving from the infrastructure access and build out sort of specific facet of this conversation, how can we improve affordability? So that's another aspect of the digital divide that's not news to anybody in this room. But as we heard earlier, cost per bit is going down, but we're using more data. We all pay for plans here. It's getting more expensive, like everything else in life. And so what are some changes that need to happen or solutions to try to make internet services more affordable? And I'm going to start with you, Matt.
Well, I think one of the biggest issues, and I know the CRTC did open up fiber access, but if you look at the pricing they put out for it, the price that they're charging wholesalers is actually close to what they charge retail to their flanker brands. And of course, the flanker brands say it's a 2-year promo, and so it's not really the retail price. Right after 2 years, it goes back up to the full rate. But that's something really the Competition Bureau needs to be looking at, right? Because you can't have a viable wholesale market when the wholesale price is close to what somebody else can sell it for retail. And as long as we have that problem, we already saw almost every independent ISP in this country of large size be bought up in the last 5 years. There's only 1 or 2 major independent players left and then a handful of smaller ones. We can't really have a market of affordability when there's nobody left to compete. And now that they're all gone, we need to re-strengthen our wholesale market and encourage somebody to come back in and actually play in that market. Or we need to go and invest in community networks that can do it cheaper and faster. We need one of those 2 things to happen in order for affordability to come through.
Thank you. Okay, I see Shelley nodding your head.
We need both of those to happen. So NCF is a wholesale-based competitor. So we do sell internet access on the Bell and Rogers network, and with the fiber to the home, fiber to the prem decision, the tariff rate is higher than what Bell is charging for promo rates. So I can't possibly, never mind all the stuff I talked about with economies of scale and we're smaller and blah blah blah. It's there's so many costs beyond that first price that we can't possibly compete. So that's one. And so the reason, and I'm very excited we're building a community network, but the reason we were doing it is because if our mission is to be, affordable and high quality, we couldn't deliver it in the current wholesale structure. So that's a terrible failure. And so we need lower wholesale prices. We're never going to get them low enough for the people who are very low income. So I would suggest we also need a kind of portable, there's portable housing subsidies. So a portable subsidy for those who are low income so that you can choose your provider and you get to bring that subsidy with you. It's a program that exists in the States and works very well. So a low income subsidy, lower wholesale rates, and then creating a culture of supporting community networks.
Thank you. I'm going to continue down the line. Michelle.
Great comments. I think, and to the earlier point that was made, and when I was talking about the wholesale network operators in the US, and they've done really compelling analysis, this was all contingent on the correct policy levers being in place. So if the wholesale tariff framework is not going to be compelling, then the whole collapse. So that's a really great observation. I would say, we're talking about, you talked about affordability with subsidy. I think that's a fantastic idea. Where that leads me to question is, okay, in practical terms, what does that actually mean? So back to my opening statement, what are we measuring? What types of questions are we asking? What is practical affordability? We talk about a subsidy. Oh, we've delivered 300 million in subsidies to this particular cohort. That's fantastic. How meaningful is it in the lives of those households? And what I would suggest in terms of very actionable policy undertaking that the Commission could take in very short order is even through a round of consultations. Let's look at reframing what do we mean by affordability? The Competition Bureau has they've done a couple of iterations of comparative market analyses or cross-jurisdictional market analyses of retail service costs in different baskets. Okay. But again, that doesn't answer the question of practical affordability. Why aren't we looking at something like we do with other essential service areas, percentage of household income? Because I know from the really granular level data that we collect in the city of Toronto, both academically and on the municipal government side, we know that in struggling households, like sub $30,000 per year households, monthly expenses combined, mobile and fixed, which are equally important. If we're talking about true digital democratization, it can't be choosing one modality over the other. So if you look at those combined costs in low-income households, it's pushing 9, 10, 11%, which broadly mirrors what the Competition Bureau found a couple of years ago. Whereas in higher income households, you're at the sub 1% level. Why are we not trying to think about whether we should frame an affordability target in those terms? What percentage of household income? That would at least give us something to say subsidy, whether direct to consumer or whether funded broadband project. We are meeting those targets. This percentage of household income is serviced with these service packages across the board, but we're not doing it now. And that's something from the policy side that I believe the Commission could undertake in very quick action. I have one other recommendation. I won't make it at this moment. I'll make it at the end, but I'll pass it on.
When it comes to affordability for Indigenous communities, it is probably the big concern in most households because the economies are pretty tragic and a lot of people are on social supports in order to live, and they have to make choices, and the choices that were shared before that's prevalent in many Indigenous communities, and many communities have a phone, but they can't afford what I've heard from stories in the far north is in order for them to, they may have a phone, but they can't afford a plan for data. So what they have to do is use public Wi-Fi, and everybody uses what they have in buildings. And that's just to have access. But that's, that's one unfortunate solution that they have to do themselves, which is really not a solution. And it's a chicken and egg conversation in Indigenous communities. In order for them to be able to afford higher, what they should have is access to connectivity in order for them to give the opportunity to be able to drive their own economic futures better individually and as a community, and therefore then they may be in a better position to be able to afford it. Because I realize that I own my own business. I'm in the infrastructure business with housing, with transit, and in broadband. And I see broadband and connectivity as an infrastructure conversation. And a community can't really move forward unless these things are dealt with. And if you have basic infrastructure in place, then you can build a community that can be more successful. And once a community is more successful, then we're having similar conversations in the urban setting than you have on reserve. So affordability, like you might hear about it, but until you go into a community and see it for yourself, it's heartbreaking. And I don't know if anybody hears those stories enough to be able to say, okay, I'm going to do something about it. It's easy to talk about it when you're down here in the urban setting, but when you go up there, you come back and it stays with you, and you hear the stories. And it's not just broadband; it's across the board. You hear the stories of water and electricity, and a lot of communities are struggling to. They're still running diesel, and so it's from an Indigenous perspective, it's all encompassing. And one little aspect of it is what we talk about broadband. And communities live it day to day. And I feel when you talk to the leadership of Chief of Council on Reserve, they are inundated with the day to day. And for them to forward think on the larger scale, it's hard. That's why you need larger bodies like the PTO, like Treaty 3, or like the large organizations. They have to advocate for them because they speak on behalf. Because when it comes to the day to day, you're dealing with crises all the time.
Thank you for sharing. I think that is an important message for everybody in this room to hear, and I hope that we all take it home with us and into our respective day jobs where we all have, I think, some form of an influence on what's going on. Not to shift away from this, but we're all at different parts of the conversation of digital equity, and the people who are coming online for the first time, whether they're have been online for 2 weeks or 2 months or 20 years, we're all at different parts in our online safety and cybersecurity journey, and that's a critical part of meaningful connectivity, because it's one thing to be online, have access, and it's another thing to accidentally have all of your personal information stolen because you don't know what to do with it when you come online for the first time. Or for those of us who've been online for 20 years, sometimes you still don't know what to do with it. And so I have a couple questions. The first one is quickly, is there room for cybersecurity or digital literacy conditions on new builds or funded projects? And I think this is just a yes or no question. Quickly down the line, I'm going to start with you, Frank. Yes or no?
Well, I would say yes. Security of information is it's a community conversation that's been it's made more public. What community's tired of is their information being extracted for purposes that are beyond their control, and they share it, and then basically it's gone, and they don't necessarily they lost control of the narrative of that information that's sacred to them. And so, what's important to them is what's a solution for them so that their information stays their own and they have control over it. And if there's an entity that comes to approach them, there's an agreement in terms of what information we can share and what you can do with it. And communities are on that path to take more control of it. They have a long way to go. That's a new conversation.
Thank you. Michelle.
I'll give a quick answer. I'm going to say no. And I'm going to say no because, and the previous panel there were so many great thoughts that we could not, I personally could not trump what was discussed. But I would suggest that treating digital literacy solely or exclusively as a form as an issue of formal pedagogy is a problem. Based on not only my own reading of the literature, but based on my own research that I've undertaken in public housing at the Native Men's residence in Toronto, it's not something that's going to be resolved through formal pedagogy alone. It's a socially grounded solution. So I don't really think mixing it into a funded infrastructure plan is going to be particularly helpful.
Okay, Shelley.
I wrote earlier, maybe. So I don't want Bell or Rogers or Ellis, whoever, I'm not trying to pick on just those two, to try and be teaching people digital skills. I think that that's a misapplication of the things that they're good at. But I do think that digital skills are crucial. So with our community Wi-Fi project, some of the things that we're bringing to underscore this is we're doing workshops at all the locations that we connect so that people can understand how to use the network, and then also sort of understand the risks of it, understand the security, decisions we've made to help protect them. And we also have a help desk that folks can call. And it's not just a kind of like, do you have connectivity? It's like, how do you get connected? How do I change my Facebook password? These are the questions we already get. And so expanding that to folks who are using the Wi-Fi. So I think it's really crucial when we talk about, availability doesn't equal adoption, which came up earlier, then we need to help people adopt it. And that means that support for digital skills. So I think it should be baked in around infrastructure, but I think we would want to be really careful about maybe who delivers it and how it's delivered.
As well as the second part of your question is actually cybersecurity. To me, the cybersecurity part needs to be baked in. The providers should be mandated to provide some base level, something like Cirrus Canadian Shield or some other competing product, that at least gets a minor level of cyber protection. Obviously not all the way, not full shields up, but something at least make your internet experience a lot safer than not having anything at all. And that should be a mandatory offering for anybody to.
Okay, thank you. So we're almost out of time, so I have one last question for you each. So if you were able to leave policymakers, there's many that touch these files, with one recommendation that they have to implement tomorrow to improve connectivity or the online experience, you could wave your magic wand, what would it be? And I'm going to start with Shelley first.
Oh, that's good, because I feel like I would have been underscoring what folks said. So maybe now people will agree with me. We'll see. So if I had to pick one, because I had like 7 written down. So the one I'm going to pick is policymakers, I think, should uh, invest or make space and provisions for community owned and operated internet providers, internet connectivity options.
Thank you. Michelle.
Um, yeah, so I already made one, in terms of reframing affordability. The other one, I think, which would be really critical and very helpful for the commission and would even, not even be a public facing policy, decision. It would be an administrative policy, action that they could easily and immediately undertake, and that would be to request Capital Works GIS files from all regulated carriers, at the very least, incumbent carriers. This data exists. If the CRTC's response to my access to information request is to be believed, the CRTC currently does not request that information, but it does exist in the our GIS systems at the Municipal Capital Works Department. And the reason why I'm suggesting a very simple administrative request would do so much to resolve. We have lots of these questions. Where's the money going? How effective? Whose projects are getting funded? At the street level. When I say street level, I'm not talking parcel, definitely not talking FSA, polyglot level that I said use this. I'm talking about linear meter, being able to know on Bank Street how many incumbent service providers have what diameter conduit on what side of the street, going from what intersection to what intersection. I know that data exists. I have access to a significant portion of it. The CRTC can get access to that data, and I think that would help to resolve so many of these questions that we have been discussing, and I've heard other panels discuss all day, because it would just pull the curtain back on, okay, what is the state of affairs out there? What's in the ground? Who owns it? From where to where? And we can start to then intuit and engage in some informed speculation on the actual market rationalizations and the motivations behind what the major players are doing.
Thank you. Frank.
So I'm with the ICI, which is Indigenous Connectivity Institute, and it's a grassroots organization that's 3 years into, and it was formed in response to a wealth of conversations that has happened. And to me, the fact that conversations are happening and a solution, and a small group of us are trying to figure out a solution, what we're trying to do is repeat what we hear from community. And what we say, what I'm trying to parrot is they want to be part of the solution. And it was kind of mentioned today, when it comes to the indigenous population, we're the youngest, fastest growing. To me, that's an opportunity to be part of the solution. There's a lot of young people, and to invest in them, to give them opportunity to invest in their skills so that they can be part of the solution. Because we don't necessarily have to rely on immigration as the only solution. We can have it here in Canada, and we would be better as a country if we include our Indigenous population as part of the solution. To me, if that can be done, we're better for it.
Thank you. And Matt, I'll give you the last word.
I mean, my wish would be to somehow magically fix the wholesale ISP market. I don't know we have a magic wand that can do that in any regulatory policy at this point. I think we've gone too far, and there's no way somebody's going to go put the capital into starting again. But if I had my magic wand, it could turn back the clock. Maybe we can solve that problem. But if we can't solve that problem, the least we can do is start putting open access requirements on any future government funding.
Okay. Well, thank you to all the panelists for this great discussion. Certainly lots of policy ideas to chew on, and I know TCIS will certainly be taking them away in our future work. So thank you, and I hope that everyone can join me in a round of applause for.
Thank you so much. So I'd like to thank all of you for coming today. I want to thank all of our speakers and moderators who had really interesting, full of expertise, knowledge, some scary stuff, some optimistic stuff. But I'd also like to thank the people who are watching online. Thanks for tuning in. I don't know how many have stayed for the whole day, but There is one more person I'd like to call up to give closing remarks, and he's promised to keep them short because he knows he's standing between you and a drink. So I am going to invite Tim Denton, Chair of the Canadian Internet Society, to come up and give closing remarks.
Thank you, words are less. Frank is really frustrated me because I had a 35-page PowerPoint presentation on all the issues. But I am standing between you and alcohol, and we know your addictive problems. So we need to be reasonably brief and short. I want to thank everyone who spoke, those who showed up. I want to thank particularly Bram Atkinson and Michael Geist for their speeches. I have two things to leave you with. First of all, Harold McMillan was once asked, what's going to deter us from our policies? And he said, events, dear boy, events. And we are in the time of very, very great events. This is not an ordinary time. In my 74 years, I have seldom seen a time of such immense, enormous change. It's going to continue. The second thing is, well, I'm 74 and I've forgotten what it is. No. Look, we all live in a time of great change, and we, as George Orwell said, struggle with all our might to see what is before our noses. So let's keep struggling, as we are in the presence of major change, and we need to keep abreast of what's going on. And sometimes it's a struggle to see what's before us, because we've got the old perspective. All of us have old perspectives. So thank you all very much. It's been a very productive day. I appreciate you coming, and let's do it again. Thank you.